So it seems unlikely that we'll reach that point.
There's a lot of players that think 4 8-bit is that awkward dead man zone. You don't really want 4, you want either 2 or 6. So we'll see if we actually go that vertical or we splash.
Tes.
You're gonna go 6, you need to
Nah, akhirnya cuy.
Or another spats.
Yeah, big reaction from the crowd as that one came around, and Double is going to get the free pick here. Second round in this carousel, but a Karthus open, you have the Zed here. A lot of good units on this carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. And Humbug is on a full loss streak.
Ini siapa ada yang ngomong di TFT Vegasnya Kurohiko scam ya ini.
Oh iya.
Yeah, cover even shroud makes me think he wants to lean for kids. It could be that ego and using maybe a collie as well to potentially clean up. But he has a lot of options. There's a lot of players that also believe true damage.
Dah guys, let's go.
Game currently. So I want to see what.
Halo semuanya, welcome adik-adik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tadi nge-lag guys.
Is this good enough? Yeah, this board scares me a little bit. Doesn't really have the items. Has that even shroud that's not really helping out the Vex. This feels like really trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. So pretty nervous from this slot. At least have the Akali to do some work, right? That's pretty items on this one board though. If you only 2 stars as headliner and you get no value from this spatula, if you lose from here, you know it's so rough.
Yang ke-8 ini udah mau lungkat gak sih anjir?
Exactly. The matchmaking is working out perfectly here for Humbug. One of the first players that actually does go level 7 here. Meets up with Casey Double, who's still sitting on.
Gua mau share dulu ya guys ya.
Really invested in the board just yet, so that just might be enough for now.
One of the other things to talk about here is an interesting augment choice. Kevin Parker took Rich Get Richer, which is not an augment we see a lot of at this high-level competitive play. For a while, he was sitting on 70 gold. We see him at 60 gold right now, trying to take advantage of that extra interest that he could generate. But again, it's just not an augment we see a lot of. We see him playing the headliner here, generally a weak board, but taking advantage again of that gem to try to get that extra economy and take advantage of that.
There's 2 situations. One, he recognized that he can greed because he took it 2 rounds ago. He lost 2, but he said, "Hey, I'm healthy enough. I can go for a big level 8." Most players believe level 8
Iklan anjir. Ya bagus dong ada iklan.
Get a big headliner. The other could be you just didn't have that much better options and felt like, "Hey, I have to go for a big level 8 rolled out strategy because my other options are too weak."
Lihat nih gua iklannya apa aja di sini nih.
We're looking at Noel's board here. Has the
HyperX sih kayaknya, HyperX sama kursi. Avalo di kiri bawah. Di kiri bawah nanti ketutupan sponsornya cuy. Nanti marah Riot kalau sponsornya ditutupin. Atau di sini kali ya.
We could end up in a situation where he's the strongest player in the late game, falls off, generates those high scores, and maybe we see it.
I mean, that'd be crazy. Such a nice position when you can actually sit on this Corki too. You don't have to roll at all. You can just use that to push yourself to the late game. You know, you can stay on that Corki for a long time if you can keep that win streak up.
Ini lagi sih.
We've seen it, you know, in some of these main stage lobbies.
Itu bikin guard breaker emang buat nahan doang ya.
Going into stage 5.
Ada giveaway core nggak ada anjir. Widih. Ngeri map ini cuy Dragon nih.
So he's keeping his options open here, and he has 2 lines that he's primarily thinking about, either playing around that crowd diver Zed or playing around this misfortune to see what he does.
Yeah, the Zed in particular, you gotta look at the items.
Gedein dikut ku Rafanya. Nggak usah fokus ke layar aja guys.
He's got a 3-star immediately.
Dapet anjir headlinernya. Gokil banget cuk.
MF headline.
Cepet banget.
My goodness.
You gotta be lucky to be good.
Bukan first headliner aja.
Sonanya nggak diambil. Ya jelek sih itemnya. Belum bisa terlalu dipakai.
Ini sih udah begal nih, udah jadi begal aja.
Nah sisa 1 tuh buat Jin tuh nanti tuh kayaknya tuh.
Hilang.
Ya iyalah semuanya itu 1 semua. Orang yang paling bawah lagi kena kan pusing tuh pala. Pusing tuh pala udah paling bawah aja.
Oh ya ini cara nontonnya tuh gini ya guys ya. Orang yang kanan bawah ini yang lagi kita lihat di layar, yang di kiri atas itu lawannya guys.
Paling bawah kena begal.
13 ada hilang. Udah garuk-garuk tuh.
Pagi kur, pagi guys. Cakep banget mapnya, iya anjir mantep map hijau gitu cuy. Nah map kayak gini nih gue nggak suka SS burik ini nih. Ini map murah nih dijual sama Riot si paket nih.
Ya ini mah bisa beli.
Really nice hit.
Oh, interesting. I thought there was a possibility that we might put the 8-bit emblem onto Ezreal because he capitalized off that. More you're shaking your head, you disagree with that?
Yeah,
Buat
the
breaker.
problem is if you only have 2 8-bit, it's not enough AD. It's not really worth the item slot.
I see.
And so unless you're going to keep that 4 8-bit in,
Itu seorang Mordok ya?
having to run weaker
Yeah.
units, right? Like the Riven to keep that in. So I like this plan a lot. And then if
Keren juga sih developer gitu, terus main gamenya dan jago gitu ya.
this is a great short-term play.
Tapi kayaknya
selalu balance.
bau, kalau menurut gue ya, dia di Riot kayaknya gak ngapa-ngapain gitu. Ya jadi misalnya nih, mungkin dulu dia kerjakan. Ya mungkin dulu dia kerjakan di Riotnya ya. Terus dia streaming, terus streamingnya rame. Kayaknya lu streaming aja deh mempromosikan developer katanya. kita anggap lu masih dari Riot, cuman lu gak usah kerja lagi gitu.
Ini ya, kebegal juga dia.
Mulai dibegal satu-satu.
Jadi Discord siapa namanya? Ada suaranya, sendirian gue.
Healing orb to keep it alive, and gifts of the fallen.
Gaib tuh.
So when it's the last
Gaib itu gaib.
stats are going to be even higher than before. So that's
Pasnen Vegas Open gila-gila kur pada ngincer Jinsona. Udah pasti aja primadona itu Jinsona, Cuk.
Big time win for Broccoli.
Kalau dulu Ziggs ya. Tapi tergantung item sih.
Rolled to 0, and I think this is almost acknowledging Broccoli says, I can't win again. I don't think I'm going to be able to get first place. Probably maybe top 2, but I'm going to try to play to...
Terus juga kalau misalnya emang paling enak tuh Jinsona sih. Soalnya kalau carry AP dari awal siapa ini? Nardi. Ani udah kurang kan?
Ani harus item, kalau item bagus masih bagus. Terus seraphine masih oke. Lulu juga ini sebenarnya oke. Lulu
Ya dulu
soalnya
sih tapi udah cost 3 aja.
Iya sih cost 3. Sena ya, Sena juga masuknya apa?
Oh iya Sen, tapi kan Sena biasanya mesti pakai Sojen kan dia.
Iya. Kayaknya buat sekarang nggak ada sih yang nggak pakai Sojen nih. Kalau AP nggak ada yang nggak pakai Sojen sih gua rasa sekarang. Bart bisa adaptif helm.
Ini khusus Amerika aja apa global core? Global kan ini?
Global. Itu Eropa 4, Kena 4 sih. EMEA Eropa.
Tuh kelihatan tuh. Ada EMEA. EMEA itu Asia ini kan ya?
Eropa enggak, EMEA Eropa. Europe Master apa gitu gue lupa.
Bukan Mid East Asia. Europe Mid East Asia anjir.
Europe itu.
Iya, Europe
Bentar, kalau
Mid
itu-
East Asia.
Yeah, I personally we saw that
EMEA
MF
tuh
yesterday
situ
as well.
Eropa,
I'm not the
apa
biggest
gitu.
fan. I feel like she has fallen off since.
Halo Padel Bayangan, welcome to Kurohichan. Terima kasih telah memutuskan untuk jadi membership.
Bukan Europe, the Middle East and Afrika.
Oh, Europe, Middle East sama Afrika.
Iya.
Ya,
Oke, kalau sama Asia kayaknya jauh.
tapi kan Mid East itu Middle East itu Asia anjir.
Middle East. Nggak tahu dah.
Bentar. Middle East itu Timur Tengah kan maksudnya?
Oh shit.
Middle East ke tengah. Cuman kitanya lebih kan.
Ketlin True Damage ini nih yang bikin gua True Damage 10.
Ketlin True Damage sih kuat banget.
Iya.
Kuat banget.
No executioner replacement.
Belum dijual tuh tapi faction.
So kind of awkward, but you can put
Pegang dulu
this
100.
temporarily. This match feels a little awkward. Clearly we played around center early.
Coba kita lihat EMEA. Oh iya, Europe, Middle East Asia sama Afrika. Soalnya di situ ekspor mungkin nggak yang terlalu gede, jadi digabung semua anjir.
Kena begal
Bisa
juga.
jadi.
Honestly, Malala hitting that really early MF3 has really kind
Yang
of
paling atas BT tuh, Ketlin headlinernya diambil ya.
and we're sitting on low health, and then you rolled a 0 and
Aduh,
you were
nembit
depending
gua.
on your ability to stabilize, start winning some rounds and rebuild that economy. But then you rotate into an MF3 and all of a sudden
Kalau save goal ada ngaruhnya nggak sih? Minimal save goal berapa biar dapat goal lebih banyak? Ada bunganya 10%, maksimal 55 bunga, jadi 50 di atas 50 goal bisa nyimpan cuy. Atau lagi ngegacha bet biasanya seenggaknya nahan 30 sih biasanya.
That's what happens if you hit MF3 really early.
Zaza rolling down here, finding that twisted fate headliner really good for him to
Mea lagi build scene e-sport core. Iya, soalnya minyak udah mau habis sih, jadi harus nyari turis dengan cara olahraga.
Iya ya, Archangel ya? Oh enggak deh, sebelahnya enggak.
Bang, ada Sojinnya.
Iya, Sojinnya.
Oh itu Ketlin
Archangel
multi.
bisa.
Ketlin spam multi.
Anjing.
True damage Ketlin OP cok.
Iya, true damage Ketlin OP banget.
Hilang tuh Arya.
Iya makanya.
Kevin
Enak
Parker
cok.
absolutely
Dia oke juga lagi dapat true damage.
to here, but he still has a lot of gold.
Tapi kalau true damage dia nggak ada blinknya kan?
Blinknya cuma nambah hexa true damage-nya.
Ekstra ya damage tambah.
10% true damage. Tambah.
Oh, berarti
Tapi Jin
ke
juga
semua
OP
nggak sih
damage
itu
sih,
berarti ya?
Emang kayaknya true damage lumayan bagus sih. Kemana juga.
Ini final core segame doang. Kagak anjir.
Masih panjang harusnya.
Masih panjang, masih sampai jam 7 atau jam 8-an gitu. Oh, ini Jarvan ya mapnya ya. Anjir ngeri banget bentuknya, Cok.
Actually proc for that ascension, and he's trying to go 9, right? You know, he's been putting his gold not into rolling, into
Depan Darkstar.
sitting on 50 gold. He has about 20
Tahu,
XP on the way to 9.
And if you're looking at the bottom row there, I love this graphic so much. Both Noel and Ashman not really spending gold into the shop rerolls, preserving for as much as they can. And for what it's worth, they're
Ini sih keren
second
mapnya,
and
guys.
third in the overall lobby standings for now. So that's
Sistem poin ini ya, nomor 1 poinnya 8, nomor terakhir poinnya 1.
It was Kasa earlier on the desk saying like, oh, you need to play like a ragtag team in the middle game.
Huge opportunity for Malala. Echo is a 3 cost, but Mort's lying. He's actually like a 5 cost. Upgrading this Echo in the mid game can be really tough and one of the hardest things to do. And he stops here because he says, I'm strong enough to stop here. What else am I going to roll for? I can probably go to 9.
Emang true damage sih lagi laku banget di ini, di Tourney ini. True damage sama Yone ya.
Yone
Tapi Yone emang terlalu gila sih.
Kalau enggak yang itu kan Vigo Ken selanjutnya. Itu poppy itemnya bagus banget anjir. Kalah tapi.
And preserve as much as he can claw space for space.
Are you kidding me? Kali too with that setup.
Pojok kiri ada kepala. Pojok kiri. Lah iya itu kepala siapa anjing? Oh itu muka dia kali, muka di profilnya, Cok. Buat apa ditampilin sih anjing?
Nggak tahu.
Siapa juga kayak narsis buat anjing. Udah ada mukanya di webcam, dikasih lagi foto muka bannernya anjing. Gue paling nggak suka dah. Ini desain yang Vegas Open ini siapa sih ngedesain warnanya anjir, butek banget. Sama kayak Wild Rift itu desain juga aneh banget. Kalau Tourney kayak warna ungu, pink, kuning gitu anjir.
Everybody is kind of aware that Kiana has a very strong legendary for what it's worth. So that not coming online for Kevin is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the transition made by the bit player. You know, has to take now. Malala.
Bang, jangan begal aku, Bang.
Dami dikasih attack speed itu rada agak guna ya.
Big matchup because again, Malala's conserving his strength. He recognizes he's not the strongest in the lobby, but he also has nothing to roll for.
Oh iya Dami itu ya. Itu attack speed bola itu.
Iya. Yang Sona nge-attack.
But it isn't the one.
Oh enggak, kalau yang bola mah itu Ascension. Cuman kan Sonanya ngasih attack speed.
And then now he has one Yorick and one
Berapa kali tadi tuh Sonanya nge-ituin ke Dami.
Aduh panik tuh, bingung tuh. Bingung nih. Kunci nih obatnya Bang, kunci nih Bang obatnya. Semuanya cuy.
Darah dia aman lock.
Nggak ada yang bisa dijual. Bang, santai Bang, santai Bang.
Oh,
Dijual sama dia, Yorick nih.
dia nggak mau kalah soalnya.
Iya kayaknya emang Yorick sih yang paling ini. Ilawi terlalu sayang anjir.
Nih, tapi ini mah oh enggak, yang ini bisa dapat dari Ascension tuh. Dari Dami. Aduh, kayak Daminya dipukulin set.
Op, dapat duit. Ambil duit Bang, beli Bang. Wes. Iya bener kok, coloringnya nggak banget Tourney itu. Iya anjir. Mending kayak warna putih biru gitu. Atau enggak sesuai nama menu menu itu tuh, menu in game-nya tuh kayak warna hijau gelap gitu. Ini sih paling gradient anjir. Gradiennya cari di color hunt ini.
Sebenarnya nggak usah di gradien gini juga kata gue lebih enak buat mata.
Ya ini nggak enak banget buat mata, kayak beda gitu, nggak nyatu sama gamenya. Nah warna atas itu bagus tuh, yang day 3 yang golden final tuh bagus tuh kayak gitu tuh.
Mendingan kayak gitu kan, satu flat warna.
Desainer magang, bukan magang sih, seleranya aja kurang.
Biar nyamain sama tema remix Rumble sih, cuman ya jadi gak enak aja ngeliatnya.
Main high cost kah itu Kur? Ya pasti kayak gitu cuy. Soalnya lagi meta. Tapi true damage sama itu juga bagus. True damage sama Yoni itu. Desain Valorant gimana Tourney? Coba gue lihat. Valorant VCT ya.
The only thing is that I think Ashmoon's born on the other side is lower power level already. We trade off a lot of that early game
Nah, VCT lebih keren sih.
within threatening range, so it kind of depends on which specific can go down first.
That
And it does not look like it's doing anything. Is Sasa alive? And Sasa
Rungkat Bang NA sama EMEA cuy.
bracket hero Ashmoon is charging back.
Waduh.
MF3 aja sih itu pay off banget. Gila.
Ngikut desain yang lagi tren GTA 6 trailer. Nah tuh, ini kalau kalian lihat background style warna kayak sekarang ya, ini mirip banget sama Tourney Wild Rift sekarang yang lagi jalan.
He's on 4 emo, so it's actually gonna make a pretty big difference now.
Oh buat Z dikasih sama dia.
Down to 3, teching in EDM.
So this is another use of
Oh ya udah terlalu banyak yang tebel kali.
This was good to get me here. I don't have to be beholden to always commit to 2
Waduh, Yorick tuh.
Tebel tuh Yorick liat.
Yorick tuh udah si paling tebel tuh anjir. Dia Guardian kan ya, Yorick?
Iya.
Udah Guardian, ada Steadfast, nambah darah, lifesteal lagi anjing. Cuma jadi no damage anjing.
Oh ini yang 8 bit pivot ya.
Oh.
That step up, the army targeted the wrong unit. Zig stayed alive barely. That was very
Ziggs Guinso sama Guardbreaker tuh tadi.
I mean, Broccoli's just lacking AoE damage, right? It's just so
Nyesuaiin
hard to
tema Remix Rumble makanya cerah flashbang.
Your aura gets stuck on tentacles and things
Padahal
like
Remix
that.
Rumble nggak
It's
gitu-gitu
so
banget sih warnanya.
time. He doesn't have that damage to push
Warnanya sih ini warna remix Rumble.
Alternatively too, another way you could look at it is Broccoli's
Dari lu gampangnya lihat karoselnya aja, semua ada warnanya dari situ.
really work with a really awkward situation. So in some ways,
Cuman ya terlalu ya terlalu ngejrekannya kayaknya.
they have crazy 2-star 5 cost and he's playing RE1.
Yeah, it's pretty wild here. And again, look at the health totals, right? Kevin Parker clearly looking like the strongest in the lobby, but we could have one of those situations where 3 players died this round.
Ini pakai itu. Warnanya Pengu Mixmaster keren tuh.
All on basically 1 life. Ashmu could go down. It would have to be a really
Oops.
big loss. But 17 is not a lot of health to work with at this point.
And there's a lot happening right now. Most of the players except for
Bang, gacha item, Bang.
rolling down, finding those upgrades. We just saw it happen for Malala here as well with finding that Nico is going to help in the front line to protect that misfortune.
Apa yang bakal dibeli sama dia?
Is going to get actually not
Bakal diambil.
items here.
Warmok sih kayaknya.
Harus
Enggak Last Whisper ya. Tapi nggak butuh Last Whisper ya, udah ada Lucian yang Sundar.
It could be, and I hope it is not. KC double on the right hand side and on the left hand side we're seeing Noel versus Malala.
Anjir ini Jin true damage so. Bangke ini emang.
Ujungnya jadi izin kata gue juga. Gue bisa diizin deh.
Oh yang ketlin tadi itu ya.
Iya.
Itu ya jelas lah jadi udah the best ya. Nggak butuh Last Whisper lagi itu Jin nih.
Udah pasti jebol begitu biolanya udah kayak 6 gitu. Pasti hilang ya.
Gue baru install ini game belum pernah nyampe level 9. Terlalu banyak ngeroll itu. Warnanya nabrak sama sebagian warna mapnya. Nggak sebagian besar sih, semuanya sih. Ini solo apa tim Kur? Solo dong.
say like, hey, maybe I don't ever play MF again. That's a really, you know, like that's how players react.
Oh ya, gue jadi inget itu di Chess Rush dulu turninya lumayan banyak loh, dia ada nama komunitas anjir.
Get to 4 jazz, you get to level 9 and you're out at 6. That is a rough feeling on that one.
Gue lupa deh siapa nama pemilik akun Instagram TFT Indonesia dulu di Instagram, lupa gue. Yang komunitinya. Mantap banget. Ya mati tapi. Gajir. Satu kali sona. Sonanya attack speed ya.
Anjing.
Oh man, the healing orbs made such a crazy difference there. I think it was the Akali in the front line that's just getting healed up by this Jin killing.
Enak banget dapetin Jin Headliner.
Di front line sih anjir itu yang Jin full damage.
Sustaining that front line unit to keep the Jin alive. And now we have our top 4.
I'm gloating. There's 3.
Ini si Noel last stand kan, satu berdarah itu. Anjir.
You know, when he's stressed out, when he's happy, when he's frustrated, the range of emotions that are going through him.
Full price berapa, Kur? Gue lupa, kayak 300 berapa dolar gitu ya. Coba kita lihat. Price pool itu 300.000 dolar. 300.000 dolar itu berapa ya guys ya? 1 M gak sih?
Wah.
4 miliar malah anjing.
Gede ya? Wih, ngirim halo.
Wih, keren juga tuh. Di ininya yang udah kalah jadi warna merah anjir. Di kanan bawah tadi. Lampu PC-nya. TFT Liner terlalu strong. Gue tadi baru aja bahas TFT Liner terlalu strong itu cuy. TFT Liner cuma nambahin 3 kartu cuy. Default kartunya 21, scaling sama attack speed, terus nambah 3 aja. Enaknya cuma karena ruler subintang 2 doang kayaknya.
Itu dia depannya soalnya solid banget tuh.
Iya, itu sih. Blitzcrank itu tanknya kuat banget sih itu.
Itu juga tuh ilawi 2 udah.
Oh iya itu tuh. Di depan tuh ininya Nardi. Tentakelnya.
Oh iya ya.
Masuk ke wilayah musuh anjir.
Itu berapa kali gue bisa lembak kayak gitu juga ke depan?
Gak tahu itu ikut juga.
Oh, hancur anjir volumenya.
Wah, kalah.
Gini Radiant Deathblade.
Dia ngomong fuck. Kelar anjir. Oh, jadi kalau satu lawan satunya dibikin kayak gini. Tiba-tiba ada KDA gitu anjing. Oh ya kan lagi gacha KDA kali.
Yang menang lihat kayak gitu orang kenapa?
Ini KC double 61 dari kemarin metanya Jin mulu. Jago dia fast 9 berarti coy. Kalau ada tim e-sport TFT ini kayaknya gampang banget ya. Yang dibayar, yang digaji cuma 1. Ini.
Biasanya banyak dianya jadinya ngasih playernya. Satu tim tuh kayak ngasih 4 player, 5 player gitu.
Iya juga sih.
Yang KC ada banyak, terus tim Liquid juga main banyak. DSG juga main banyak.
Oh ya, untuk kalian yang mau dapat rewardnya, jadi reward itu bisa ngasih emote ini cuy. Emote TFT Vegas Open gitu. Kalau misalnya kalian lihat logonya tadi yang bentuknya kayak hex, terus di tengahnya itu kayak ada bintang. Nah, kalian bisa dapat emote itu cuy ya. Caranya kan nonton di Twitch, terus akun Twitch kalian itu nanti kalian cari menu drops. Nah, terus konekin ke akun Riot, nonton kayak 30 menit gitu. Nanti kalian bakal dapat emote-nya otomatis. Ini hari terakhir soalnya dan harus nonton di Twitch ya. Cari aja channel officialnya di Twitch. Ada tim e-sport core ini si KC double 61 kemarin satu pool sama orang KC juga. Nah tuh piala itu kayak piala ini aja MMA.
Yang kayak sabuk tadi itu.
Iya sabuk itu aja. Kenapa itu ya? Emang catur kayak gitu pialanya?
Gak tahu, enggak.
Gue kira spatula itunya. Pialanya.
Iya sih, yang lebih make sense kalau bikin spatula.
Iya, gue bikin tuh spatula.
Ya spatula bagus sih. Kalau nggak dibikin kayak catur aja. Kan ini sebenarnya auto chess lah gitu ibaratnya ya.
Iya.
Oke,
tapi tahu nggak sih?
Nggak tahu sih. Itu membuat inspirasi meja DJ gitu nggak sih? Nggak tahu ya gua mungkin.
Oh iya.
Itu
Tapi
kalau yang bisa dipikir.
Tahu nggak sih kalau misalnya orang Riot itu maunya nyebut ini sebagai auto battler aja. Nah terus dulu ke pas chess rush rilis ya. Nah gue juga dikasih tahu sama agensinya. Jangan nyebut auto chess ya, kita nyebutnya gamenya auto battler katanya. Kan chess rush dulu dari Tencent tuh. Nah ternyata pas TFT rilis juga disebutnya auto battler anjir sama orang Riot nih. Berarti emang disuruh Tencent tuh, kita kasih nama auto battler aja. Nah yang ini nih guys, nah yang gini nih, kayak gini emotnya nih, kayak gini nih. Ikonnya ini nih, nggak yang bagus banget sih, biasa aja. Gue udah nonton kok nggak dapet Kur. Nontonnya itu di Twitch dan harus lo konekin ke akun Riot lu.
Itu 15 menit.
15 menit ya.
Ya, 15 menit.
Ini KDA Jin. Akalinya true damage ya.
Ya, itu kan dia true damage soalnya.
6 biji.
Oh iya. Oh iya bener. True damage-nya banyak ya. Anjir. Dari nomor 7 guys. Jadi nomor 1. Ini maksudnya yang kedua itu round 2 itu. Yang di bawah itu garis X-nya.
Kayaknya.
Iya, tapi nggak mungkin. Iya. Kemarin ada main pang early gacor fast N8. Ya kayak begitulah kalau pang anjir. Pang harus jadi banget sih. Jingnya sih gampang ya. Nah depan guardiannya. Pasti kena outscale cok. Orang fast 8 aja kena outscale aja nama fast 9.
The man behind this guy, the whole team coming into this event. Toast, any standout moments in this very first game?
Well, I love watching Ashmu's reaction to all his gameplay. Like,
oh ini disgust tuh. Soalnya gue ngeliat orang-orang nge-review apa gitu, terus ada misalnya kayak nge-review gameplay orang lain nih, tapi ada logo disgustnya di kiri aja.
Tim baru ini baru bikin.
Oh disgust itu nama tim.
Iya nama tim.
Berarti Setsuko disgust itu ya?
Oh, brokoli itu brokoli.
Coming into this day 3, yet another new signing for your org. Broccoli joining the team. What was the idea behind that? Why Broccoli out of all players?
Well, we just need a player in the finals because all of the DSG members, like half of us got wiped out day 1, the other half wiped out day 2.
Udah pada tim dia udah pada habis ini.
One of our players is rooming with him, so we had him talk up the org for us.
Awesome, thank you so much, Toast, for that little bit of extra.
Baju hostess sih juga kayak baju-baju juri apa namanya? Wasit aja.
Wasit. Gak tahu random banget.
Wih baju keren cok spatula. Wih ada kain. Download Riot Mobile tapi belum tersedia di saya anjir. Entah apa alasan ditahan anjir.
Belum daftar itu yang kominfo.
Oh.
Kayaknya sih belum dapat daftar kominfo aja.
Salah sih.
Moja mana Kur? Kok nggak main tadi? Moja di Tourney gini, aduh main Ani dia cok.
Sama TPA nih.
Ani KDA dia cuy.
Tuh nggak ada iklan singkat gue di sini tuh, ini gini-gini doang.
Nggak salah.
Nggak nyampe ada iklan kursi itu.
Antara belum ada iklan kok.
Nggak ada, gue udah main soalnya nonton.
Iklannya cuma itu doang, kayak
cuma itu ngasih lihat Twitter, iya.
Pamflet
tuh, ngasih itu.
Iya.
Ini berapa kali tanding? Coba kita cek ya. Ini 8 game. Tuh iklannya tuh HyperX guys. Terus Amazon Prime Gaming. Coba kita lihat apa dari Prime Gaming untuk teamfight taktiknya. Dikasihnya itu taktisian. Mungkin ada yang punya itu Prime Gaming, kalian konekin ke akun Riot. Nah, Prime Gaming itu bagus aja tuh LoL PC cuy. Kalau kalian konekin LoL PC itu bisa dikasih Riot Point loh, dikasih cash anjir voucher. Kalau kesal 300 gitu. Lumayan 4 kali 4 bulan dapat Battle Pass. True damage gacor disanding sama apa Kur? Yang tadi dia KDA sih.
True damage X biasanya gara-gara ada kali.
Nah ya true damage executioner berarti pakai siapa executioner satu lagi?
Kartus?
Oh ya Vex ya biar bisa mumu depan. Kalau enggak itu.
Atau enggak Poppy. Poppy juga soalnya bagus buat depan.
Dia juga monster. Prime Gaming dapat apa aja Kur sebulan 60k cuy. Ya itu di LoL PC-nya dapat 300 RP biasanya. Kalau untuk TFT ya tadi dapat taktisian. Di Wild sekarang kayaknya lagi dapat emote gitu. Di Valorant dapat apa gitu, beda-beda, cek aja. Twitch dapat apa aja? Ya cuman emote yang kayak logo TFT Vegas Open doang cuy.
There's just something special about seeing a final going to so many esports events and seeing it for TFT. I honestly never thought we would get here. This is just so beyond my wildest expectations. Your energy all weekend crowd has been amazing, and I know we'll keep it up.
That's the fascinating part, though, right? You have this energy, this ambiance that's electric. That's
ini Mordok, ini Frodan.
TFT is that because it's a community that was largely built grassroots from the ground up. So many of us.
Yang tengah nggak tahu.
It almost doesn't feel as grand.
Frodan gue sering ini soalnya, sering lihat YouTube-nya. Sama muka dia di Mobile Legends entah dari tahun kapan anjing.
Nggak salah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's very surreal. I remember when we were just talking.
Sahur Kur, sahur guys. Kok nggak ada Peker? Peker lagi ini di The Gaming Award. Player Dota kan ketar-ketir ngeliat Peker, cok. Ya Toro the best bang.
Game.
Udah mulai lagi cepet juga, nggak kayak wing grip.
No. 3, 2, 1 as we head into the portal. And again, it's always interesting to see what portal are we going to get. Is it something a little more standard? You know, something going to one guy us into silver symphony.
Si paling nggak mau main.
Parker though is standing in that silver symphony, which
Bentar. Ini selalu orang ini aja 8 ini selama 8 game ke depan.
Harusnya ya. Ini final kan?
Final.
Oh, nggak ganti-ganti lagi.
Jadi kayak lu main PUBG tau nggak, timnya itu doang beberapa kali.
Apa sih namanya tuh switch? Sandwich. Apa sih stage namanya? Ron Robin. Itu bukan?
Nggak tahu sih gue nama itunya apa. Cuma ya pasti ini doang.
I want to take a second to reflect on Ash. We saw that second place come out in the last game, and you saw the finish. He was
main pang bang. Woi, main country sih bang. Country pang sih bang.
Bang, istighfar itu belum kelihatan mau main apa sih.
Baru round 1-3.
Nah ini country ya. Gas sih. Aduh.
Ya bingung nih. Dia mikir nih, gua jual Vi 1, gua jual Evelyn. Jadi tamken sih nih katanya. Enggak sih. Woi, ada Corki Liner katanya diambil, gue jamin diambil.
You can also make gold as early as 1-3, depending on what ends up happening with your drops.
Right, if you get some good drops, if you get a champion that can play around that well, that's the thing with the
Tourney gini request berapa kur? Biji lu request.
Lagi turnamen di donate.
Which is a pretty decent start, although I think typically people prefer.
Kalau harga donate setara 2K1 ya gas aja sih gua.
Tiap 4 bulan cuy ganti setnya.
Nothing too crazy going on. A lot of options on the bench, but otherwise should be a pretty standard start.
Tuh kan? Diambil kan sama dia?
When you're looking at these kinds of augments on this board, nothing really stands out. It seems like pretty generic. As you take a look at the screenshot.
Hedge fund nggak sih bang? Rich get rich.
Yeah, I mean the big thing I have my eye on is how many of these players
jarang harusnya ngambil rich get rich.
augments and how many of them are going to go combat on 2-1 because it helps dictate the flow of the lobby.
Mosnya udah di rich get rich itu mosnya.
Enggak, itu emang kalau spektator ke tengah terus.
Oh.
Exactly, that can be a lot of extra power.
Masih mikir ya.
So that's a great start with that.
Salah.
We see two players still kind of agonizing over their choices, trying to figure it out.
Tuh bener kan guys?
Over here we have the.
Gue udah kayak player pro gue cuy.
Says they hit level 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Nggak ada yang ngambil rich get richer ya.
Right now that augment is essentially doing nothing.
Bukan ininya apa namanya?
A little bit of a weaker situation right now.
Si Corki headlinernya.
Oh. Korki emang kalau lu ngambil, kalau lu lewat ngambil sih dosa soalnya sekarang aja.
Terlalu kuat aja.
Kondisinya gitu.
Itemnya sih banget ya Corki headliner.
Apalagi 8 bit juga lagi bagus.
Kolektor mortal anjing banyak Bang Yan. Pegangan.
Dan itu kayak meta apa bukan? Kurji setiap 4 bulan ganti meta sama ganti hero gitu. Ya bukan ganti meta sih. Ya hero-nya ganti ya metanya berubah gitu. Gimana ya? Bayangin aja hero Wild Rift tiba-tiba masuk hero Mobile Legend gitu.
Tapi hero Wild Rift dulu semua hilang ya.
Ganti lagi. Tapi nggak semuanya ganti sih. Mungkin kayak 30-40% mungkin. Terus skinnya juga bakal ganti lagi dengan tema berikutnya.
Kalau dari set kemarin ke set sekarang sih semuanya ganti ya. Gak ada yang sama.
Champion yang kadang sama? Ada anjir.
Champion mah ada, cuman kayak skill semua beda.
Oh iya, skillnya beda.
Yang berubah.
Kayak Nico di sini cuman mimik doang. Kalau kemarin nge-stun kan ya.
Comes from ahead, right? Playing around the Samira, if you can build tempo in the early game, and it allows you to, even if you do not hit on the
season ini jelek ya? Season maksudnya dari Battle Pass. Oke sih menurut gue yang di Battle Pass sekarang. Yang dulu ada Silco tuh set berapa? Set 9.
9 dan dulu ada 7 apa 6 nggak tahu. Dulu udah pernah ada sebelumnya soalnya. Pas Arken
itu belum ada Arken. Oh, pas ada.
Hex in your, or Violet window right there. You see Kaisa. This is pretty tempting if you're Broccoli.
It is. He played around Kaisa Chosen in the mid game last game. He's definitely thinking about it. He's played a lot.
Casternya nyebutnya masih Chosen tuh, bukan headliner kan?
Ya, orang yang dulu udah pernah itu ya pasti gitu anjir.
Orang-orang set 4.
Enggak Chosen tuh set apa ya?
Iya, set 4.
Enggak beda kalau yang 4 ntar tuh gue buka dikit.
Gue 10 nih.
Jangan lihat situ Bang ya.
Enggak, kalau yang itu tuh soalnya dulu yang langsung bukan Chosen namanya.
Berarti ini season debutnya Kesante di TFT. Enggak, dari kemarin juga udah ada Kesante. Kos 5 malah. Dia pertama mukul lu ke tepi dinding. Nah, kalau lu lagi di tepi dinding dipukul hilang anjir hero lu. Dibuang keluar map. Itu run shopping spree bukan sih? Bukan ya.
Red sector kayak ini paling kalau goku.
Red sector yang tiap round lu dapat 1 reroll.
Oh ya, 1 reroll ya tiap round.
Noel taking, I believe, is 3
set
company
2.
here.
Kalau yang agak lupa, gue set berapa?
And then Kevin Parker taking trade sector. I think that's
Oh iya bener set 4 aja.
Udah di luar kepala sama gue nanti. Sepuh.
Research dulu itu.
Gue udah sering nonton di YouTube, jadi orang-orang tuh sepuh-sepuh tuh suka banget. Maaf ya kalau aku nyebut Chosen, aku soalnya dulu player set 4 katanya. Jadi kalau kedepannya aku nyebut headliner sebagai Chosen, itu maksudnya headliner ya katanya. Terus dari awal sampai akhir nggak pernah tuh dia nyebut headliner anjing. Chosen semuanya.
Banyak pets takdir.
Bebe definitely approves. Does not approve his broccoli. He's like, what did I do? I'm trying to hang out, preserve some HP over here. Why am I playing 6 units in stage 2?
Yeah, it does have a red buff slammed onto that Kaisa, so able to clean up. Wait, hold on a second. Corky's talking the wrong units. And if Kaisa can get this kill before Corky has to
Ups. Wah, menang aja di dodge Kaisa, ngeri ulti Kaisa coy.
Kaisa
Full item loh cuy. Wih, keren cuy ini yang taktisiannya kayak Pikachu. Pikachu nggak sih? Bukan Pikachu.
Itu Digimon nggak sih?
Oh iya yang Digimon anjir.
Digimon
ya mirip-mirip lah cuy, mirip-mirip. Sama-sama Mon cuy.
Monnya monster.
Oh iya Hamtaro anjir.
Hamtaro juga mirip lah.
Ya mirip lah. Beda tipis sih.
Siapa?
Abdel itu.
Super fan sama dengan early game. Sampai late game juga oke, ku super fan cuy.
Mirip lah, kalau late biasanya main super.
Kalau main KDA masih kepake terus kan?
KDA biasa gue suka mulai jual-jualin, mending naroin itu. Kayak Ilawi dan lain-lain biasa sih. Setup biasa.
Masalahnya super fan Ari gitu.
Kaisanya semenjak kalah sekali udah nge-wave terus.
Kena mental.
Iya.
Yeah, Nar also with headliner has a couple of awkward moments where he actually
langsung ngetil aja.
transforms at the beginning of combat, but sometimes that ends up messing up your fight because he gets targeted super early and dies. There's actually a trick you can do. You can put
Gak ada yang pakai Chibi Kaisa KDA.
and that way he doesn't jump really.
Gak ada yang suka KDA berarti cuy.
Ini double
kemarin ada
tapi belum ada hak.
Halo bang, gue nugas proyek web sambil nonton lu. Wih, bikin web apa lu Uluan? Ada aturan unit nggak bang? Kayak ada batasan jumlah atau mungkin nggak boleh dipakai? Nggak ada band-bandnya di sini cuy. Kalau batasan unit mah ada kayak biasa, full champion biasa. Tak kusangka diambil oleh dia cuy.
after that level 6. But the good news is, it doesn't look like it's all for naught. Usually when you level to 6, you're around that 20-25 gold range, so he's actually recovered nicely.
Oh, panten super
Yeah,
fadnya
we have
itu.
Zed on the board actually. So Zed using these items could use some healing, but Zed's a champion where again melee combats get harder as the game goes on. There's a lot of CC, but the fact that he's got this early, this Zed
Si double itu yang nomor 1 kemarin ya. Kemarin gue nggak lihat sih.
near the redemption on the Pantheon. That's going to provide a
Web
little
juga.
bit.
Ya kalau dia ada di sini tuh setahu gua at least top 4 atau top 2 lupa. Top 2 ya. Iya.
Well, the problem is that EDM as a trait is not very good, and you don't really care about having it on Zed. And then Zac as a unit
Sakit
is also not
banget.
very good. So he wants to put good. He wants to put good.
Terima kasih, Senpai.
Mikul
baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000. Beli kacang Garuda.
Ada gue kacang Garuda di belakang, Mikul gue beli sebungkus gede. Makan 3 malamnya radang aja. Habis itu nggak gue sentuh lagi.
Combo tuh di kanan.
Combo gak sih?
Lagi mau mikir tuh.
Kalau dari segi UI lebih enak dilihat PC daripada mobile, udah pasti. Apa ada akumulator tadi?
Iya, ada combo Sona nih. Ada yang
Dari combo.
Oh, ada yang ngambil satu ya.
Jadi ini gak nyambung, core kombonya.
Dia nggak nyambung.
Emang laksek.
Emang laksek berarti.
Atau gara-gara hyper pop nih? Nggak mungkin itu tapi sih.
Enggak ah, masih nggak nyambung hyperpotnya juga.
Cuman kan udah nyala satu rate-nya.
Tai.
Makanya nggak tahu, makanya gue itu masih nggak tahu itu mitos atau beneran.
Waduh, muka masih santai nih. Waduh, darah udah 51 nih bang. Mau lost streak.
Hitungannya rada berat sih ya, dapat Sona.
Attack speed kan lagi itunya di awal.
Bang, dari sekian banyak bang, kenapa Sona bang? Katanya.
Masih belum ngestabilin dia aja, pusing balanya.
Pusing itu pasti. Alah si boy Sona.
Speaking of disaster, that was a really bad loss. You can't take 5 unit losses. Senna headliner for Kevin Parker, that's gotta be devastating.
Yeah, all the way down.
Ini 5 super fan. Iyalah.
Ada Evo nggak update TFT mobile besar-besaran biar makin enak mainnya. Prediksi gue sih nggak bakal. TFT mobile bakal upgrade kalau TFT PC udah pisah klien nama LoL PC.
Ashmu, by the way, Tiny Titans, 101 health. That's a great situation. And then Kevin
Parker
right now, our current win streaker.
Malala, by the way, still playing around 5 super fan. I feel like this vertical trade is a little bit underrated, but it's also awkward to play.
Atau tiba-tiba Riot pengen memisahkan TFT mobile sama PC, nggak cross platform lagi. Nah, mungkin bisa.
Harusnya menangan kena.
Tuh, boro-boro ini jetnya juga. Anjing.
Mati gak? Oh anjir.
Hilang loh.
Execute.
Oh iya cuy. Dia ada The Collector.
Ada kolektor terus kan jetnya juga execute yang low health gitu ya.
Iya bener.
Tapi gedean The Collector kan harusnya ya?
Harusnya. Tapi saya nggak tahu kalau dikalkulate jadinya dua-duanya kehitung kan.
Itu sih ngeri banget aja kalau ditambah. Woi, anjir masih menang loh.
No, Tipen close bro.
Bikin tutor download TFT Cina dong. Download tinggal download anjir. Di video gue yang review TFT Cina tuh ada link downloadnya di deskripsi.
He's got the rod here, but all the way down to 30. This is really low.
The Rageblade Sona gets the Sona online, but doesn't get the board.
Paling improve tipis-tipis soalnya set lama bakal di-release jadi bikin tim TFT punya budget lebih ke mobile. Oh udah dikabarin Noto kalau di set 11 bakal jadi set lama.
Enggak, sebelum set 11 tadi ada pas pembukaan, jadi lu bakal ada kayak nggak tahu gimana caranya, cuman bakal ada set real life gitu.
Oh, kayak set pre 11 gitu ya?
Antara set pre 11 atau enggak di normalnya dijadiin set yang sebelumnya. Gue jadi kayak ada mode buat yang dulunya.
Main naga lagi nggak sih bang?
Enggak.
Gue ngarepnya sih mode default sih, kayaknya orang lebih gampang mengerti orang kalau main default dulu, orang-orang baru. Emang itu sih yang gue takutin cuy. Set 10 ini udah kayak luar biasa gitu. dengan skinnya yang cuma ada di TFT, musiknya. Pernah nggak sih TFT kayak gini Nardi sebelumnya?
Belum, ini baru pertama sih sebenarnya.
Kayak yang Anima Squad itu kan juga keren-keren tuh, tapi kayaknya nggak se-all in kayak gini deh, yang kayak ada musiknya, musik videonya, ngundang Steve Aoki kayak gitu.
Ini bener-bener ini yang paling pertama.
Jadi set 10 itu terlalu OP sehingga set 11 itu akan sulit untuk lebih tinggi dari dia gitu aja.
Always popping off on camera. You love to see it. Being able to see these players' reactions in the moment has made this tournament so fun.
Kita nggak ngomongin soal ininya ya, nggak ngomongin soal apaan set 10 ini OP banget, nggak balance, nggak ngomongin soal balance ya, tapi kayak niat kreatif gitu-gitunya.
Kalau mau ngomongin soal balance juga, beruntunglah kamu tidak ada di set-set sebelumnya.
Udah make 6 itu ada Kiana.
Dulu thread aktif yang gak ada musiknya enggak, ini baru pertama kali harusnya.
Pertama kali literal, ini pertama kali kayak dikasih spesial. Ada lagu sendiri, terus kayak ada unit sendiri, ada skin sendiri.
Skin sendiri.
Nama lagunya bisa digabung-gabungin lagi.
Doi.
Nah, Kiana level 7. Pas lagi mainnya true damage.
Makanya kata gue,
ini ketahuan banget Ani carrier doang tuh guys. Tapi mantap juga sih kayak gitu ya, itemnya itu attack speed terus kasih gunblade.
Bisa ke TF sih itu.
Itu Sena itemnya gitu amat. Itu buat ngebawa doang itu Ci.
Enggak, itu emang itu base install Sena juga kayak gitu.
Oh emang kayak gitu, tinggal nyari Sojen berarti ya. Anjir, sengaja banget pindahin ke depan bang. Ini
bukannya
oh yang itu nggak jadi yang kritikal masalah deh. Gue kira yang tadi yang Sojin itu ya.
Oh Sawyer changer.
Kalau yang Sojin sebelumnya iya.
Sawyer changer.
Tapi kalau yang itu, kalau ini ya yang kritikal HOJ mah itu holder.
Holder buat pivot ke mana?
buat apa ya dia ngegeser ke depan tadi ya? Padahal udah pasti auto win juga kan ngelawan Wolf gitu.
Ya, make sure.
Takut kepleset.
Nggak mungkin sih
itu
aja.
soalnya kan dia soalnya one cost semua.
Tapi nggak mungkin kalah juga sih.
Bintang 1 semua. Harusnya nggak akan, cuman mungkin kebiasaan lama.
Kecuali di auto chess emang Wolf itu kuat banget cuy. Lu perlu pindah posisi.
Pertama ya, 3 season pertama juga TFT sama kayak gitu, kayak auto chess. Bener-bener yang masih kuat.
Emang harus lu pindahin tank ke belakang ya?
Iya. Mungkin kebiasaan lama juga bisa.
Darah double.
Bang, aku nggak bisa tidur. Nobar kita cuy.
7 tombak itu darah doubler.
Aduh, kayak si double udah sisa 20 cuy.
Iya.
Dia berharap nih, alhamdulillah abis ini cuy milih augment dulu katanya. Ini si Asemo ini orangnya ini beda. Apa sih? Ekspresif ini banget dari tadi aja. Tadi yang 1 lawan 1 juga gitu aja.
Yang lain mah kalau kalah ya udahlah. Aduh ya udahlah.
Baik.
Ini udah sampai kayak udah mau jungkir balik ya.
Woi. Popping. Item agak bingung nih item nih.
Gak salah.
Aduh, mana bang? Ini malah satunya panah, pedang ke anjing gitu.
Spatulanya nggak bisa dijadiin apa-apa tuh anjir.
Spatulanya jadi KDA. Jadi oh itu Jazz ya.
Jazz 8 bit.
Kuro nggak ikut Jakarta kemarin. Ikut gua. Ikut nonton di YouTube.
I think he has to go for pentakill. He's holding a Kali pair, has Karthus playing around Viego, so he says, you know what, I don't have the flexibility of choosing a line.
Dulu nih kayak scalingnya tetap sama Ade kan harusnya.
Siapa?
Poppy ini.
Poppy iya scalingnya Ade. Cuman darah dia di convert jadi Ade.
Itu jadi tetap bagus kalau dibikin tank ya. Wah, ini Poppy-nya.
Dia udah nemu begal.
Bagus Poppy soalnya. Tank yang lumayan solid.
Masih bertahan double cuy.
Iya. Udah win streak, udah stabil board.
Pakai meta fastland semua ini core. Enggak juga sih kayaknya.
Kayaknya sulit deh. Begalnya itu pada main begal.
Ini round 43 ini duit XP-nya masih segitu aja. Duit kagak ada, enggak fast 9 ini. Fast 9 seenggaknya mentok-mentok round berapa ya? Round 53 kali ya. 54 lah.
Ambilin duit ya.
Awal 5 kadang ada yang bisa. Ini ya belum bisa sih awal.
Belum bisa Bang Yan.
Oke sih di round 51 sih kalau bisa level 9 sih bisa.
Harus stabil
51 kalau yang rada gila. 51 kalau misalkan dia emang udah siap boardnya. Cuman
kalau enggak paling di habis
54.
habis carousel lah. Wah, yuk let's go bro. Ini gue jadi ngeliat ke santai gue tadi nih.
Poppy ngeteng diratain kali.
Itu suara siapa? Kenalan labang parah. Dibilang gue sendiri. Itu ada Nardi, ada Peter, ada Moja, ada Ilham. Tebel banget Poppy, gimana gak tebel anjir, bawanya warmok cok.
Warmok itu monsternya nyala lagi.
Ditambahin ini lagi headliner.
Headlinernya mah cuman itu nggak penting.
Kalau mau fast level gitu nggak apa-apa, nggak nabung kah? Tetap nabung, malah perlu buat nabung anjir. Saking nabungnya lo butuh duit dari augment.
Headliner Poppy sebenarnya nggak ngaruh. Yang bikin dia tebel tuh gara-gara kalau dia lagi nge-skill, armor MR-nya nambah.
Pas lagi nge-castingnya aja nambah.
Lagi casting ya.
Pas itu kepala tuh.
Nah mulai nih si ekspresif nih, si paling ekspresif nih. No, mending red buff lo kasih si itu tuh, Ziggs tuh.
Tumbal tuh Bang Yan, rollnya bau.
Ya orang kenapa lagi?
Dia nomor 2 lo anjing, gue pukul lo double aja kayak santai mukanya cok.
Yang paling bawah aja kayak ya udahlah.
Emang streamer banget anjir, harus super ini cuy. Super gimmick anjir.
Super gimmick.
Yuki-nya enggak kayak lu anjir gitu.
Yuki kena.
Betul, mulai nih. Gue yakin temen di sebelahnya tuh apa sih anjing nih orang ini. Woi double 4 win streak cuy. Wih lo TP Android. Gak bikin tutor fast 9 kakur. Fast 9 gua aja cacat. Kalau augment nggak mendukung rungkat. Nah lihat nih, santai sih pegang topi ya kan.
Darah di ujung tombak tetap chill.
Kiri atas itu NA. Wih, chill dia cuy. Z-nya sih itemnya bagus. Super fans itu ya dia. Item Z-nya.
Super fans. Dia cuma punya hewannya doang. Udah Asemo, udah. Rambut udah rusak tuh. Yang gue bingung selalu Asemo nih, kasih lihat aja.
Paling
heboh, gak salah.
Wah, aku yakin para streamer akan ngatain dia. Aku kasih kamera ke dia aja katanya.
already got the echo with
Nggak salah, salah satunya
you
kita.
don't need just a tank planner, you need damage, right? Even if you have to play something a little more suboptimal like
Nah, nih. Apa dia lagi Discord tanam orang itu ya?
you have a way to kill you.
Nggak mungkin.
Kayaknya nggak mungkin deh, nggak boleh.
Rumbal nyari TF.
Let's go bang.
Nemu TF.
Tiba-tiba TF tuh gue lihat.
Nemu TF-nya akhirnya.
Wah, anjir beneran dong bangke.
Akhirnya. Nggak double lagi nemu TF.
Tiba-tiba disco. Oke. Anjir. Item bang, item. Nggak usah banyak ekspresi, bener lu kasih item dulu.
Iya lupa kadang.
Sorry bang, lupa.
Udah, gue udah mengulangkan kemampuan sekuat tenaga nih katanya nih. Aduh, nggak bisa cuy, kalah ini gue katanya. Aduh, kalah ini gue cu. Aduh katanya. TF, sekali ulti lagi TF. Aduh, kalah gue cu katanya. Masih ada Arab. Aduh, ternyata enggak katanya cuy. What the fuck TF are you doing?
Bok anjir.
Nah, lihat double cicil, bro.
Anjing, Poppy Pentakil.
Makanya kata gue Poppy Pentakil.
Darius itu anjir.
Ngebegal aja ngepak.
Poppy Darius, cok. Tiba-tiba win streak 6, cok. Double berapi-api dia, cuy. Demen banget main disco itu si Asemu. Makanya cepet banget itu dia tadi, cuy. Cepat banget, langsung jadi. Emang one trick banget kayaknya.
Udah hafal letaknya di mana.
Udah paham apa yang diambil.
I mean, he's just not going to put out the DPS with this. This is a duct tape board. It was good fundamental TFT. We talked about it.
Waduh. Maling spatula tuh. Tiba-tiba spatulanya ada di kanan aja.
Kirain jadi emblem tuh.
Abis itu dikasih mana aja jadi emblem.
Kemarin kan Scrappy Pension berubah jadi KDA.
Bingung dia. Harus Kiana nih cuy gitu ya. Dapet aja.
Itu dia spatula kagak mau dijadiin apa?
Gak bisa diapa-apain gitu.
Udah full item juga soalnya.
Monster domek paling.
Iya, mau dijadiin apa sih?
Gak ada itemnya aja.
Oh, dia nungguin Kiananya ngeprint.
Oh, kopium. Kopium tuh damage emblem.
Aduh aja.
Udah ya, boardnya lumayan sehat sih.
Itu kopi metal head tuh gue lihat tuh.
Kok pixelnya nggak dibacotin core di sini bagus soalnya cuy.
Sehat
ternyata. Hilang.
Lihat tuh full warmok tuh gue lihat tuh. Full warmok anjir. Tar.
Kena overtime anjir.
Ya, no di tope.
True damage emblem.
Udah rungkat orangnya.
Udahlah true damage adanya di zona anjir.
True damage emblem.
Dia ngenilai yang pertama.
Jauh amat.
Kayak tadi kok GG banget ya. Kan habis di buff sih.
Enggak juga tuh damage tuh lu enaknya cuman perlu nyalain 2.
Iya, terlalu gampang aja.
Itu.
Tuh championnya juga bagus anjir. Eko, Kiana anjir.
Tangannya sih banyak perlu domek.
Pas naik.
Jadi udah bisa putar lagu Giant nih cuy.
Pindah genre.
True damage kan judulnya Giant anjir.
This is checkmate.
Oh iya.
Always come back.
Iya.
Live to fight for another round. In the meantime, Kevin Parker has made it to 9. He is
Itu
a
bang yang di
strong
Doraemon.
player. What do we make of this board?
Waduh.
He's still carrying Senator.
Jadi keingat itu gue liat penyanyi yang
streaming
Doraemon
ya?
yang itu, yang nge-meme itu. Bukannya.
Yang streaming.
Has been in a good spot. Noel, by the way, did get a true damage emblem off the carousel, trying to recreate the Jin from last game. Unfortunately, the Jin won. Good itemization otherwise, but this Akali just tearing up the backline. Jin ramped up, but it's not quite enough.
Goodbye Noel. Tuh.
Itu kalahnya gara-gara Lucky Glove.
Oh, mulai ada Asemo di kiri atas.
The exact same items.
Aduh katanya.
Terus Stera anjir itemnya
bagus.
Gacha Thief Glove.
Gue tadi arena main kan siang yang acara itu. Kalahnya kena Thief Glove aja. Ada augment Thief Glove bangsat aja.
Gak jadi tusuk si double win streak cuy. Wih 9 win streak cok.
Expertly crafted for that Jin last game, but also it goes to show you just can't copy the best and expect it to work. TFT is a game of decisions, so that's also.
Ini Z-nya udah mantap banget sih ini.
And when you're able to actually bring that context to the forefront like Double did last game,
Dijual aja. Oh jadiin sini aja murdi aja ya. Oke juga sih itu item.
Nih yang suka ngomel gimana?
Blitzcrank apa sih skillnya ngasih shield doang?
Ngasih shield terus kalau dia lagi shieldnya nyala tuh ngedamage max HP gitu.
Udah lah bang disco terus anjir jelek disco bang.
Wah tuh lo ini siapa sih?
Nih mulai nih, lihat dia pasti lagi bahas ini nih. Di early gua nggak dapat, pas late game gua dapatnya itu gitu ya.
Coba tadi gua nge-hit dikit.
Bau tuh bau.
Oh, ada Jin tuh, Langsung bingung, up. Katanya kan. Nggak ada orang nggak ngambil Jin, guys. Cuman Jinnya agak kurang item sih. Nggak ada mana, cuy.
Dapat di sini.
Dapat nih. Kasih gua mana ceritanya.
Lu bapak tuh Sojin.
Yeah, that's the thing. Without that Shojin, it's really hard. You know, like I said, Shojin or blue buff, but otherwise, right now, I think the other thing is he's really counting.
Tuh kata Mordok tuh, kalau nggak ada blue buff sama Shojin agak sulit.
Support from this position, so it's almost a different way to utilize.
Wah, nggak dapet cuy. Gacha Thief Glove ke sih bang?
Nggak bisa. Super fan.
Iya. Oh benar sih Thief Glove diambil kan jadi dikasih ke itu. Lama banget anjir lihat Jin. Tapi kuat cok.
Tapi sekalinya itu sakit.
Iya anjir. Terus dia juga nggak bisa ditarget itu nanti kalau ditarget tuh ada soft neck.
Iya. Jadi bisa nge-clutch.
Ada soft neck, ada KSS.
Nggak bisa di sisi, nggak bisa ditarget.
Bisa nge-clutch center.
Ngong itu musuhnya nanti coy.
3 orang. Isi 3 orang berdarah.
Kalau suka disco kor, sering rungkat aja di disco.
Pantes marah.
Enak disco.
Tidak kejeduk.
Iya deh si paling klub tadi. Apa nama klubnya Pit? Lupa gue. Inner Circle ya?
Ini udah masuk circle gue di dalam tuh.
Hype nggak sih DJ-nya tadi? Maksud gue kayak orang-orang itu emang orang-orang klub gitu. Audiensnya.
Iya. Lumayan hype.
Soalnya tadi gue sempat lihat ada story gitu kan. DJ lagi disco, gue liat audiensnya kayak diem doang aja, ngerekam doang.
Itu belum asik soalnya. Yang malamnya yang asik.
Pemanasan. Tapi ada muter musik ini nggak sih Steve Aoki mix master gitu?
Ada. Jadi lagunya yang dibikin sama Steve Aoki itu diremix lagi sama DJ-DJ-nya.
Oh.
Like you have true damage. When you have true damage emblem and you can play around another.
Asemu di donate disco mulu bang.
When you get to this spot, I feel like dropping down for true damage is actually not that bad.
Let's be reasonable, man. This is set 2 in stage 6. This is.
Wih, ini kartusnya bintang 2 kali itu ya. Cuman nggak ada item aja. Satu doang.
Pindah ke tip gloves-nya tadi pakai di tip gloves dia.
Enggak sih, yang lebih gue tanya ini kenapa dia masih pakai Sena headliner sih?
Nggak mau hilang true damage-nya kan?
Nggak mau move on gitu.
Belum main bagus kali.
Tapi top 3 masih menang.
Iya. Cuman kan ini turnamen dia kalau
Anjir,
gitu.
anjir. Oh, untung dia ada Ace of Knight juga, Cok. Ada ini juga. Ada Sterak. Kalau nggak mati itu anjir.
Itu hoki atau skill, Bang?
Skill sih itu. Tapi emang Age of Night emang lagi meta banget sih anjir.
Iya,
beberapa yang gitu lumayan.
Iya, buat nge-counter Fast 9 biji kuda ya nih.
Lu bab tuh. Diambil dah.
Mayan coy, akhirnya Jinku cepet nge-skill katanya. Oh iya, Jinnya kan udah full item ya.
Bisa lu ituin sih super fan hilangin.
Iya.
Cuman di deny tadi blue buff-nya dipegang sama yang bawah.
Gak boleh anjir. Tidak
sengaja kan tadi dia yang itu yang bawah di depan blue buff diem aja.
Tungguin anjir.
Tungguin, halo bang, gua ambil ya.
Kamu ambil ya.
Anjir, double jadi win streak, Cok. Jadi top 1 anjir.
Because his front line is not that good and would get rolled over by a true 5-cost carry situation, but because he's going up against Broccoli on the Ari carry, he's going up against Kevin Parker on the Senna carry.
Nanya sih keren ya item.
He's going to take big damage in the background. It looks like Jin is going to be overwhelmed.
Wih, kalah.
Jin.
Satu lagi.
Oh, udah koprok ya.
Sudah tadi udah
kan udah bengong dikit tadi.
Gitu.
Ezrealnya mukul Jin itu.
Karena itu Sena 2 menang aja sih.
Menang. Sena 2 juga.
Bukannya Jin nggak pengaruh ya attack speednya. Yang penting ininya cuy, kebalnya.
So fragile. No defensive items except for Dragon's Claw. I don't care what you say, Sunfire is not a defensive item. and Spark is not. And Gargoyle is.
Jin itu kan dia ngeluarin itu tuh apa sih namanya turret guys. Itu turret aja sehingga gua ngasih attack speed kalau nggak salah. Nih ya, kalau kalian baca ya, Maestro itu nge-attack-nya tuh bakal selalu attack speednya bakal sama, tapi bakal nge-convert attack speed jadi attack damage. Aris, Aries sakit bang. Wajir.
Arinya sih itemnya not bad ya. Lupa berat.
Satu kali lagi, hilang tuh. Gokil.
Ari jungle, let's go.
Di donate.
Caranya tinggal segini semua anjir. Ketat.
Excellent last round nih.
Iya.
And no fear of things like that. So there's a lot of
nggak kecuali yang si Broccoli kalau nemu Shadow kalah close kayaknya masih hidup. Kayak kalah satu unit gitu.
Iya. Tapi round 71 kalah satu unit hidup.
Kan tactician-nya kan nggak kehitung kalau Shadow.
Iya.
Blue buff nggak sih buat kartus? Oh enggak.
If I can set the stage for these fights, so much of this is going to come down to positioning because getting this Kiana to farm tank item is going to be really important. For Kevin is going to be so big.
Galau tuh,
galau anjing.
Pengen ganti dia.
All the way across the map to deal with this Ari, to deal with this Gen.
That's a Kiana too as well. Just take a look. Broccoli is trying to survive, going up against double 61 because Kevin Parker does get the kill.
Masih bertahan ke sana.
Double kill, or we're gonna see a duel at the very end. And it'll come down to whether or not this Kiana can work onto the front line here for double 61.
Terakhir bang ya.
And the Ahri can stay safe. Ahri is trying to target. He uses every single tank one by one, and we're working through it. But that Jin is starting to
Ribet anjir Jin.
Wajib hilang itu oleh Hito kartu.
Cuman terlalu banyak kalah itu. Masih ada.
Gara-gara tentakel. Anjing.
Woi. Yeesh.
Holy shit.
Nah, saatnya lawan 1 lawan 1, cuy. Ada jual Jin ya? Enggak. Jin tadi udah lulus ya?
Jinnya kalah.
Ini udah bisa
sama dua-duanya dia.
Ari itu, ada ama tuh dulu.
Yeah, like you said, using the tentacles to buy the time as we head into this final fight. Ahri
Kalau
versus the
tengah
true
nggak sih Senanya buat ratain tengah langsung ngumpul.
Ya Sena pasti di tengah sih.
Langsung buat itunya biar gede langsung itunya ratain tengah.
Kalinya udah hilang, menang harusnya ini yang brokoli. Dicipok ke, udah menang.
Udah goodbye.
Cipok ke.
Di jungle, let's go.
Ini brokoli lagi ya, menang nggak?
Sama mah tadi si Kace kan, yang Kace apa itu?
Tadi yang pertama
brokoli top 4, cuman tadi yang pertama. Nggak tahu keberapanya, gue lupa.
Itu Sena kenapa nggak ganti Lain cost 5 aja sih? Maksa 6 true damage di.
Nggak tahu sih, gue masih rada. Kayaknya tadi kalau dapet Ziggs mungkin bisa lebih kuat. Dia udah dapet Ziggs gitu.
So much consistency coming out from Kevin Parker and double 61. The road to checkmate victory is not paved with 1-1-1.
Ya ganti Lain aja bisa 2. Itu karena 6 sih.
Random kan nih, berarti dari kemarin yang kita lihat semuanya orang-orang laksek kayaknya.
Ahri just so much better than everybody else. We've seen Ahri kind of do well in the mid game and then
yang nyala big shot 4 biji, terus hasilnya lah banyak banget soalnya dari kemarin.
But the other big thing is that we have a very top-heavy, bottom-heavy situation now after 2 games.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the highlights. The fans are elated as they're trying to look and support their favorite players. But Bryce, when you look at it, we talk about the Ahri board from Broccoli. That comp also doesn't win very often. It's actually one of the lowest win rate comps.
Gue bakal dibenci sama satu
I
orang
think part of the reason why it is because it was an overall lower top end lobby. We talked about double playing the fraudulent version of Jin, which is not conditions to find success. Choosing to offer a safer placement.
Pasukan Asemo.
Satu kali buka rerollnya berapa kali bang? Satu kali buka maksudnya gimana?
Get to the level 9, build out his legendaries, and then slot.
Between the players who want to cap out really high, we saw Ash, for instance, right? Readed his gold, ended up taking a fifth because he wanted to play for those high.
Asemo gacor 10 disco. 10 disco aja.
Sampai ke buat musuh tuh berarti bolanya.
I mean, Broccoli, you can look at him too. He's usually actually really calm. That's some of the most emotion I've ever seen him play TFT. He knew he did something good with his big new boss man launches.
And I was in with Broccoli's study group. It was Broccoli, Pitsy, and Ramblin heading into this event. And Broccoli came into this event.
Ini berarti carry Ahri guys, carry Ahri sama Sona.
Yeah, he does, right? Because he's often not in form. He's a player who's top end.
Sisanya depan yang penting badan lah, Sentinel.
North America's best. He just doesn't get there that often. He's IRL dipped. It's hard for him to invest in TFT. This was an event that he wanted to come in playing his best. He played 80 flex on the prior patch when it was not peak of the meta because he felt like that's where the meta was going to be going, and he wanted the maximum possible reps on what he thought he would need to succeed in Vegas. It's showing off.
I think that's the way to play TFT, right? Is you're not necessarily playing the efficient LP game. You're playing to learn the set. You're playing to understand the champions, their strengths, their weaknesses, their itemizations. And so
lihat si
Broccoli basically putting on a
brokoli itu dari atas rungkat terus ke bawah aja.
things like how to optimize
Sama kayak itu, sama kayak doubler tuh. Bisa ngestabilin board juga tadi.
slowly build back up into that first place.
The engineering student from Vancouver with limitless potential. If he has the read, he is sitting pretty. But let's take a look at the standings and see what's shaking out here, Gangly.
Brokoli liner di mana tadi Kur Arinya ya? Siapa tadi? Ari ya?
Iya, brokoli Ari. Double apa lagi itu? Red bug sama blue bug. Satunya ya, anti shield.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact that it is a top-heavy lobby means we have 3 players right now that could go into check next round. If any of them, you know, Broccoli needs a first, Parker second, the KC double third. If any of that happens,
Karena yang bagus yang mana? Apa nggak ada yang bagus? Kalau yang di shop menurut gue nggak ada yang bagus sih sekarang. Paling yang itu yang Ionia itu.
And as you can hear that crowd reaction, it's been amazing. We heard the DSG chant at the end with Brock.
Casanova.
You were wandering around throughout the entire game. What are some of the things you saw in the crowd? Some of that energy that you were feeling?
You know, I feel like this event is so special because everybody that is here because of TFT. And you get so many big events where players are just, you know, there, and then there's a big crowd at like game conventions, but everybody that is here because they care about TFT, and it's been so amazing to see those small little moments every time something exciting happens in the game, and the whole crowd is like, oh, it's so cool.
And the games have really been delivering, right? We had Kevin Parker hit that stage 3 Kiana, and then
Takil di nerf core. Kayak kemarin enggak deh. Enggak tahu deh. Itu yang cewek siapa Kur? Sejoks.
Beda game bang.
Sama satu perusahaan bang.
Beda game, beda region.
Right behind them. It is so close. We can only have one more thing, which is a little bit odd, but we're gonna try it. I heard Noel's wife is here.
Di sana Jumper Bangkur. Jam 11 atau jam 12 siang.
Come and find us. I'm trying.
Harusnya mau udah sore sih, udah jam 3.
Enggak anjir. Mereka jadwalnya aja mulai jam 11 startnya. Jam 11 PT. PST.
Sumpah item gue pedang semua. Kualat kayaknya anjing.
Jadi AC Mocha Dumel.
Kita beda 12 jam Kur. Sekarang itu lagi PT guys. PT itu kalau nggak salah jadi 11 gitu. Kalau nggak salah ya.
Itu tuh bau banget kayaknya humbak.
Kita buka ya. Save time. Di Amerika tuh jamnya bisa berubah, nambah 1 jam, bisa berkurang 1 jam mereka guys.
Gimana mereka ya?
Hah?
Gimana tempatnya?
Atur jam.
Gantung dapat unitnya apa?
Keren banget dah.
Sekarang kita jam berapa? 3.50 AM. 3.50 AM. Nah, di mereka itu jam 12 siang, cuy. Gue tuh telah melakukan reset, guys.
Reset modem.
Tapi ini di mereka tuh masih tanggal 10 Desember, guys. Di kita udah tanggal 11 sekarang. Bang Peter udah sampai, Bang Peter. Belum, dia lagi di jalan itu.
Jalan itu.
Lagi nonton di jalan.
Habis Tourney ada bansos? Nggak ada cuy.
Hah? Itu emot.
Emot doang sih. Kalau mau silakan nonton di Twitch, konekin Twitchnya ke Riot, nanti dapat emot. Bukan taktisian anjir, mana ada taktisian. Yang Tatixian itu Prime Gaming anjing Suni cacat.
Sorry deh bang.
Apa iya kur mereka bisa time bending? Bukan mereka yang time bending, tapi dunia guys. Kalau lagi PST itu kalau nggak salah nambah 1 jam deh. Kalau lagi PT itu kurang sejam kayaknya.
Tenang so nggak jadi disco.
Makasih lu.
Iya.
Yang win siapa kur barusan? Itu ada tulisannya.
Gua.
Ini udah langsung ditambahin ya?
Itu standing total. Iya.
Si brokoli guys, brocoli.
Bro. Coli.
Gue baca doang ya, brocoli.
Sangat Indo sekali ya, brocoli.
Kita lagi nontonin turnamen masa lalu, bener cuy.
Selamat datang.
Di SCBD nggak open Nobar Vegas ya? Lagi itu kayaknya di SCBD cuy.
Bang ini istighfar.
Lah kan di klub.
Iya.
Sampai sekarang dong klub masih jalannya.
Nobar sambil jedok aja.
Iya.
Wih, ada iklan cuy.
Kan ada iklan.
Ini ada iklan, ada 4 dimensi nih guys, ada 4 dimensi guys.
Akhsan kemarin ku nonton gak pernah ada.
Iya.
Udah apa nih Kuro nih. Abis ini apa Kur? Kopi apa teh ya? Teh.
Nggak ada ini kan
nggak ada itu.
Di Vegas ini beda.
National Geographic Busan City, anjay.
Kembali iklannya anjir.
Nah 4D kan guys. Warna baru nih katanya guys.
Gue butuh Sal. Gue butuh.
Asemo nih. Napan. Sangat ini ya. Sangat aura tuh sangat positif, ngomongnya santai, sok tampan.
Pas main kalau Indo udah unjang anjing ya.
It's amazing, pala lo amazing.
Disco aja.
Tuh. Gue penasaran ini orang siapa sih, streamer gak guys?
Gak tahu.
Asemo TFT.
Chaos banget nonton dia.
Bang Dilan lagi post TFT anjir. Mau buat yang nonton Dilan tuh ada guys, Dilan di channelnya Dilan Maximus, dia lagi post TFT guys.
Oh, pantas di playlist dia lagi login.
Oh tadi si Celestial juga datang ke eventnya itu.
Iya.
3 players that could potentially make it across that check line. Double,
Yang Kiss
Kevin,
the Planet
and
sih
Broccoli,
kasihan
of
banget.
course, with
Bagi kali marah ke gue.
points, it is a little bit close for some of them.
Personal.
Gimana dia main ini disco yang di Riro Nami tuh bodoh. Bintang 3 bodoh.
Konten kali bang. Kan Nami carry us.
Kalau Tusun keluar kodamnya bener cuy.
Kita semua udah seneng terus loh.
Kalau kita gelembung hilang kan. Ternyata dia itu Indomie terbelum.
But even if you don't, right? Someone like Broccoli is in a really good position, right? Like let's say he goes fifth or fourth or something like that. Then the next game, all you really need is a 7, so the pressure's off for a little bit. The thing we have to be careful for is that if these 3 players don't perform this game, we end up in a situation where all of a sudden like 5 players are in check. That's where it gets really wild in the audience.
Mana? Si ini jadi ikut gak? Oh, pakai akun lain. Bentar, si itu lagi ganti akun lain.
Oke.
And the answers begin in just a
Bentar,
moment. I'm going to ask one more time, Las Vegas, are you ready for round number 3 in the finals?
Tackle Kartus belum diinafkan? Belum.
bisa begitu sih ya, full screen gitu?
Oh, full screen gimana maksudnya?
Itu di layar streaming lu, kok nggak bisa?
Bisa game capture, terus habis itu capture gamenya ada dua dia kan launcher samainnya beda kan?
Komponenan.
Ini tulisannya nggak ada. League of Legends launcher cannot be captured using game capture.
Iya itu namanya kliennya nanti pas di dalam game baru lo scan. Ayo pencet fight. Nanti pas kita udah mulai dia kan ada dua tuh jadinya ada game ada apa namanya kliennya sama ada gameplaynya kan gameplaynya baru.
Bang ngelawak dong anjir ngelawak jam 4 pagi banget tuh.
Dia ngelawak.
Nasemo tuh ngelawak.
Udah jadi public enemy itu. Oh shit udah auto. Tripron kedua, Heartsteel udah nyala.
Gue sih emang pantas di unfriend Jo ya.
It's not like insane though. The big thing you're going to be on the lookout for is how quickly can you get 5 Heartsteel online. Once you get 5 Heartsteel online in stage 3, that's where things get wild.
That is true. The other thing to think about too that's really nice is that Kazante has a lot stronger on the 1324 patch. He's got
lupa bang.
60-40, which makes him
Nggak apa-apa.
Bang lu dukung siapa? Dukung Asemo gue.
particularly strong.
Sama perguruan disco kah?
Level 61 got the quirky headliner though with the 8-bit, so that's already online.
Disco lagi nih dia.
Ramp up some of that damage, and we've seen just how strong quirky really
Dia punya
can be
silver
to be
spoon
able
tuh.
to scale.
Mobil nggak sih? Diri roll.
I agree with the quirky. The thing I want to touch
Udah
on
silver spoon lagi kan.
is that with the component
Pas
angles
8
as well, that
disco.
can put you in a situation where you
Ya,
have
ada yang ngambil
2,
beneran.
maybe even 3 full items on that Kazante very quickly, and with the damage being so low in the early game, you're not going to be able to take that down. Silver augments, it looks like.
Silver started things off, and multiple people playing Quirky, but neither of the players that we saw had Big Shot Quirky. A lot of people are looking for Big Shot as their headliner. 8-bit significantly weaker because then you have to hit that Kaisa and get Big Shot online to unlock the true power of Quirky. On top of the items that we'll see, taking a look at Ash Moon right now.
Itemnya sih buat
at
TF
Silver
banget nih gue
Spoons,
liat
you
dia
get an extra
persiapan.
level. Anything else catching our eyes?
Yeah, most likely we'll have to look out for KC Double. Now, he does usually play for a little bit more of a loss streak in the beginning, so usually he has Carousel Prio there anyway, but maybe for the later stages more, you're looking a little bit puzzled.
Yeah, I mean, KC Doubles was a player who's been 8th place all the way to stage 4 each time. To take Young, Wild, and Free at
Ada demek banget ini nembakin lele.
that is not something you typically see unless you have a very strong board already. So we'll have to see what board he's got, but otherwise, that feels like a very risky choice.
Ini masih ronde 1 juga udah kayak gini.
Muslim item.
Enggak maksudnya udah banyak reaksi kayak gitu tuh. Mampus lu kami, mampus lu.
Asemo green flag. Terus cakep minusnya kalau main game jadi akustik. Akustik maksudnya apa sih?
Akustik mah itu alat musik
Bener sih.
yang non melodi, yang kayak drum dan lain-lain.
Yeah, I agree. I think early game especially, you know, oftentimes we've seen people prioritizing those damage headliners in stage 2.
Itu mah bukan akustik, perkusi deh namanya. Lupa gua akustik apa.
You can get 2 full tank items on
Maunya gitar bang.
and that can be an insanely
Iya,
effective
cuman adalah
effective
sebutan
health
laginya
all
apa gitu.
that armor, all that health. And
Yang
so
maksudnya
that's
apa,
almost
gue
a
juga
better
lupa.
state where these tank headliners and
Akustik outed. What the heck?
looking at this board, we do have a 2-item Urgot, which is very good in stage 2, but not much front line.
Autistik kali ya sih.
Mungkin itu supaya nggak terlalu kasar. Bang Kuro beneran masih batuk, masih.
Kok dilemes-lemesin gitu kok ngomongnya?
Lagi batuk.
Ya Yuki.
It's amazing.
Potential threat for players like KC Double though who want to get that win streak going.
Yeah, that's right. And also, even more pressure for people like Humbug, right? We just saw that it's
Aninya enak, item aninya bagus gitu, lumayan tuh buat pegangan.
like, hey, why would you want to be 50 HP to even get all these stuff?
Yang nanya itu kan ada thread tuh.
It feels like I have to commit to lose streak, but I think Humbug, that's where he wants to be, and see if he can convert it off that early loss.
So Malala here, taking an interesting choice, takes Pandora's items, but it's already slammed all the items. But I do like this because it gave 3 full items as opposed to 2 full items and a component, which is where most people are at right now. So that's just a little bit of extra power. This Annie's got that gunblade, going to keep the cannon alive a little bit longer. So I do like this slam, even just.
Pantas aku ikutan batuk tertular lewat YouTube, tertular lewat headset.
Relatively easy matchup here against Humbug, I think. Again, that is very powerful in stage 2. But it just feels like that front line is going to crumble very quickly here.
It is true, but they are crowding around for the AoE of Urgot, which is perfect. And you can see why Urgot's such a menace. There's a lot of melee champions if you're not too started with a lot of durability.
Isi akustik gitu memenya. Waduh meme-nya guys.
Red buff is one of Urgot's best
Masih bisa top up TFT sekarang. Enggak anjir, udah tidur admin.
Pada punya Urgot Samira gitu.
Oh iya. Itu Asimo paket lengkap tuh.
Kayak garuk-garuk kepala lagi tuh. Oh enggak deh, dia juga dapat itu Urgot.
Iya makanya. Obat kayaknya dia main itu.
Mana Asimo? Asimo mau ngambil itu tadi tuh si Gragas tadi, tapi udah diambil duluan. Ambil Dazzler nih, ambil Dazzler. Oh enggak.
Deal tuh buat arah-arah.
Sojin dulu coy.
Now we're actually starting to be very like worried.
Nabung sojin
from this position. He got the item.
Tiga Kaisa.
Bener tuh. Dijadiin nggak tuh sojin, pedang sama tir.
The itemization composition they're looking for is Rage Blade, Shojin, and Guard.
Jin is for fake, bener.
We're just at level 4.
Ayo bang, mau yang bintang 2 biasa? Apa yang bercahaya bang? Nah yang bercahaya ditambah yang ini. Nah.
Stop him does have a headliner Kaisa. He has 6
Double Kaisanya.
Oh, wait, whoa! I need to get my eyes checked. That is 6 Kaisas.
Yeah, both of them on board here, and it is going to be a matchup between both of these 100 streaking players that could be quite detrimental to how this game goes on for both of them.
Oh, this is big for Ash. He's able to get it. A win over Double 61 stopped him in his tracks. It looks like
Kaget tuh musuhnya. Ini Kaisa pakai augment mirror kah katanya?
That's a really big outcome here for Ashmu.
Yeah, the Kaisa's again very good in this stage, especially with the Shojin. Kaisa's got that.
Jin kalau nikah istrinya juga 4 ya. Iya wajib cuy. Anaknya juga 4.
The fact that you have 2 of them means they're both benefiting from their traits. They're in a good spot here. You know, maybe we see a Kaisa 3, which not something a lot of people are playing around right now, but you know, if it falls into your lap, what are you gonna do?
May as well. It's a nice power spike if you can just keep on to it.
What? Do you see what we're looking at here?
We're looking at 5 hard steel. Wow, I just wanted to confirm if that was a set in the corner.
Ah, udah hasil 5 bang. What the fuck?
Level 5 natural roll.
Ngeri banget tuh bang, gue lihat bang. Ah ini juga mau hard steal gak bang? Maaf sebelah udah jadi bang. Mending ambil corki sih kalau kata gue mah.
Pusing nih, darah hilang tuh banyak, aduh pusing.
Ya jir. Ini udah mulai nih. Bingung nih, aduh gua nggak dapat disco cuy gitu.
Iya, aduh disco gua mana ya.
Yeah, it's interesting. With Heartsteel, I feel like stage 2, you almost just want to win, preserve that health. But stage 3, when you start getting that extra hearts for the loss, then multiplied seems really, really good. But either way, it's still permanent rewards. That's going to allow your comp to reach higher peaks than anybody else in the lobby. And then, like you said, Broccoli right now, our big streaker, 5 loss streak, 39 gold, 68 health. Not too bad, right? We saw 63 last game, so nothing too bad. And on the top side, our emotional player, Ashmu.
Wih, Asemo lagi win streak, cuy.
Hopefully that puts him in a good state of mind for the rest of the game.
Asemo tadi dia kontrinya jadi bet, cuy.
Dipivotin. Nggak bisa buat pegangan disco, nggak bisa katanya.
Kejauhan aja.
Itemnya nggak ada yang bagus katanya kalau buat disco, nggak bisa.
Oh, jauh.
Wah.
Waduh. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like he was leaning towards country with this state.
Jin kalau fingering, waduh.
Could be a crowd diver angle here. If you go,
itu pertanyaan subuh.
Crowd diver emblem, something like the Zeds, the
Fingering gitar cuy, finger style.
Oh, akustik.
Alibata.
he's trying his best to get to that loss streak because he recognizes this is not that destination, and that's a very expensive purchase. 5 gold, and that's kind of the Katarina, and 1 gold that you sell it back, plus 4. So Bronx is gonna hold.
We've seen that even 7 country is not
Dan Black State doon paling pojok bawah.
can't outscale some of those higher end cap boards at level 9, so it could just be really expensive in that regard too.
Waduh, brokoli gimana nih?
Okay, now the thing about Kevin Parker's spot is is he able to continue to thread that Neo, right? 71 HP is pretty good, but we've seen
Brokoli sengaja lost streak. Sengaja sih sekanja aja tapi ngurangnya banyak tuh.
Sengaja tapi udah mulai pusing.
Sengaja nggak sengaja.
Iya.
Lupa deh kayaknya kalau Hearthstone belum nyala aja.
Blank slate.
Weh, blank slate nggak sih? Blank slate sih bang. Kalau kata gua mah. Oh, tapi kalau kelamaan mikir sih nggak bisa blank slate ya bang ya. Skip aja bang.
Senpai, Miko baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000. All in Asemo.
Yoi, kita all in Asemo sih, dukung Asemo. Asemo lihat tuh, dia udah ngambil spatula XP nambah 10 itu tadi.
And then the other big part here is again, Ashmu still win streaking, Broccoli still loss streaking. So unlike a lot of our other lobbies, this is a very stark, you know, high-low situation.
Look at Broccoli, so many units here that are not
Makin pusing nggak sih? Oh.
going to get onto that, and the big one has to be where are we putting the spatula? What is going to be the goal for it?
Nonton si Ari kok pegangin.
Is going to be a quick slam. That went his way.
Yeah, definitely. We talk about how true damage is a very good one. And this, by the way, has been Broccoli's style throughout the tournament. It's what got him here.
Oops.
He likes playing that loss streak.
Dikit-dikit emblem true damage. Dikit-dikit true damage.
The highest cap or anything, but it
bagus.
Nggak usah sosok ketiduran lo Asemo ya. Nggak usah sosok santai gitu. Kulihat lo nanti di round 5 nanti ya. Mampus.
Kalah. Udah lemes tuh.
Makanya itu aja
beneran lemes.
Kalah sekali udah berasa kayak brokoli aja lu anjir.
Brokoli aja masih chill.
Probably got some big rewards from his Heartsteel cash out.
Check out Malala's Senna items too. See the red buff, also the
Asemo Mr. 100 kak udah turun sih. Dia mungkin lagi di challenge tuh. Sama pacarnya, lu kalau misalnya bisa menang 100 darah, ku kasih hadiah gitu.
Interesting items. We've talked about Nashers a little bit. That Nashers is pretty good on someone like Senna, and it's good in stage 2, but sometimes has trouble transitioning into the late game. There aren't a lot
Berat
of
batu Jess si Bartnya. Nah, hilang.
On the other side, we see Noel with that Bard. The Bard was able to snap the win streak. We've got the red buff on it. We've got the Shojin.
Bard juga kuat banget sih.
But from what I've seen in the tournament,
itemnya juga gokil aja.
out around the 3rd place, so we're probably not sticking with this Bard. We're not rerolling it. It's just going to get us probably.
Gas.
On the back of the board, Noel even, I think, if I saw that correctly there for a second, had an Ari.
Oh ya, untuk kalian yang butuh guide item gue udah upload tadi ya guys, silahkan langsung dicek guys.
Thank you itemnya bang. Bukan, ini gue lagi lawan Tonki, itemnya gue colong pakai Kian.
Aduh, ternyata bukan.
Aduh, kalah aja.
No, pinjem aja item.
Really? Young Wild Free didn't end up getting the first pick.
Yeah, unfortunately he was trying to go for that sword and Kevin Parker manages to snag it away. So a little disappointing for KC Double there. Still going to be able to get a choice. You know, right now Young Wild and Free not giving him full advantage because he's not in first place, but overall still pretty solid here. Rounding out the carousel picks, nothing too crazy.
Gimana
On
caranya
the
gue
augment
dapat
side,
bat
Ashmu does have that crash test dummies. That's been a popular one. KC Double taking that last stand. So it kind of makes sense to be a little weaker here. Wow. That is a, okay.
Gokil.
So again, we talk about how 5 Heartsteel gives so much value. This is one of the more unique cash outs.
Kevin Parker banget nih.
It's a really good one here. You've got a target dummy with a locket. And Locket was reworked a bit, so Locket gives, I believe, it's a 200 health shield and 20 armor and MR. So now that entire...
Apa aku dong yang mikir kemarin Sasuke bakal masuk top 8? Kayak semua orang mikir gitu deh. Faker aja mikir gitu cuy.
Sampai ke Faker.
Aduh, nice banget tuh.
Absolutely, and now that frontline even
Zaman Faker main TFT mah belum ada tuh Setsuko.
as a headliner. And again, it's about the quality of the units you're winning by, but that Ramble Best on Urgot is surprisingly very tanky. Tank Urgot is not exactly something I would
Iya, tank Urgot ya, bener juga ini.
doing something like that. That doesn't surprise me.
Pegangan dulu bang, tebel.
Yoi.
Kemunya itu doang.
Ini badannya gede cuy, kelihatan kayak tank.
Tebal dong tapi. Lama tuh matinya.
To Noel, though, he's been kind of treading the line on Econ. You can see he didn't roll at all in the game.
Sisa manusia ini.
At the bottom there in the shop, it's all gone into leveling, and so that is the board that we ended up with, which is quite common for a lot of these players.
Biasa. Ya, mau lihat dulu, gue mau pivot dulu biar keren. Oh, 40 lumayan. Demi Indonesia, aku akan berjuang.
Lapan bangsa, anjir walaupun disalah.
Bang, you need to sleep. Nanti kita tidur cuy.
Nasib negara Indonesia ada di tanganmu, kelas udah kayak SEA Games.
Jangan itu bang, nanti beneran nggak jadi terbang, nggak jadi menang.
Di tangan yang salah tapi anjir.
Enak rekombo. Akhirnya sukses gue main rekombo.
Wuih, wah kalah tinggal deh.
2 orang.
Satu kali kartu lagi kalah nih.
Oh anjir.
Tipis kok carry.
Karena sih gue masih ngerasa ya headliner 2 paling kuat tuh Bar.
Ya, Gansel gue mau nonton. Tapi
gue juga setuju itu.
Bar infinite scaling kan?
Ya kalau Sena sih ketolong gara-gara true damage. Tapi yang masih bagus, masih solid.
But it does feel like you want probably 1 to 2 more losses to get that biggest cash out possible, then convert.
Pacar Asemo cowok lah, seriusan. Asemo pas unitnya mati 1.
Ada item terbang.
Mana?
Tumpang lewat anjir.
Tadi lo benerin ya. Ada item terbang tuh.
Tumpang lagi kena courier JNE gitu.
Lah iya anjir.
Numpang lewat itemnya.
Lagi dioper ke map depan cuy.
Ada iklan anjir lah.
Cacat aja deh sekarang jadi sering banget kayak gitu.
Belum di fix sama sekali.
Itu iya.
Itu kalau
jadi fitur bang, meme.
Itu jadi kalau super fan bang ya, super fan kan next gitunya lepas.
Iya, nggak cuman super fan semua item yang kayak lu ambil tengah jalan gitu.
Iya, kalau dijual lah.
Itu kayaknya itu cuy. Apa namanya? Thief Glove itu cuy, itemnya baru dikirim.
Sampai urgotnya habis inflow gitu, ngeri banget.
Apa sih Asemo anjing, gua ngeliat Asemo kayak lagi rehat MMA anjing.
Chaos banget tuh suhan.
Iya loh.
Dia masih butuh 1 kali loss kan itu. Ketahan nggak?
Aduh tuh, milih Augment aja tuh, reset Augment aja kayak begitu anjir. Aduh, pengen gua pukul anjir. Tuh, ngeriset Augment ekspresi aja gila banget loh. Aduh, katanya.
Padahal masih bagus loh itu walaupun yang didapat
perasaan.
Dia pengennya tuh dapatnya tuh Augment yang paling kuat, guys.
Disco ya. Enggak, dia pengennya dapat yang disco tuh yang double farm itu.
Double farm.
Gitu, Cok. Viego.
Oh, anjing, bisa nih harusnya pegangan dia, Cok.
Bisa banget ini.
Asemo tuh dia pengen kalau lagi gold Augment dapat itu shopping spree, guys.
Itu kan udah beda tier ya.
Iya, makanya pengennya kayak begitu dia.
Viego-nya sih bagus.
Ini Kevin dak dik. Ini kalau Kevin menang udah auto-win.
Menang ini dari Kevin di sini nih.
Menang ini harusnya.
Harusnya iya.
Viego-nya sih.
Viego-nya juga udah bagus tuh.
Kita lihat temek Viego-nya.
Aduh, dicipok.
Waduh,
tetap menang sih.
Iya, Apelios.
Lihat tuh, dia ada apa sih? Ada healing orb ya, sama bull apa gitu, Augment, sama satu lagi yang pedang. Kayak cybernetic bull.
Ini Asemo nyebelin juga ya gue.
Oh, dia double cybernetic.
Iya, scale apa numpuk nge-stack cybernetic dia ternyata.
Tiba-tiba jadi anjir.
Ya udah sih.
Tiba-tiba ada kain.
Hasilnya dia nggak perlu dibuang jadinya dia.
Iya, Lordnya nyala juga.
Belum mau dia itu kan? Belum mau dia masukin kan?
Find something else to really cap out this board.
He's got double cybernetic.
Ya, ada
He's got cybernetic bulk and uplink. So
itu double cybernetic sih.
Lihat Asemo mulai nih.
hitting everything that you need. And so that's looking really good for him.
Ngomel nih.
Anjing
udah punya Jin.
Speaking directly to Ashmu, who
Goblok
has 40 gold.
Bukannya anjing nyebelin.
Meanwhile, Broccoli do the same thing.
Aduh, Ezreal nggak nge-one shot Jinnya katanya.
Working onto Noel's board, trying to close in on that twist of fate, and the win here for Broccoli will be huge.
Alah, Ezreal gue ke stun, kan punya PSS.
Yes. Mantap, yes katanya. Udah menang gua.
Alah, ya boy.
Padahal nemuin trik.
Ada last stand tuh.
Iya.
Oh iya, double.
Oh iya.
Kemarin juga yang megang last stand kaca double doang ya.
Iya.
Kayaknya dia doang yang mau ambil last stand.
Very popular legendary.
Yeah, I mean just the extra front line it provides with those tentacles is
Weh,
really good.
gue lihat Young Wild and Free tuh.
I am right now potentially becoming a KDA emblem could be the
Double
choice.
lagi.
We'll have to wait and see here. Otherwise, nothing too crazy. Also get a good look at these augments here. Ashmu with that little buddies. Broccoli we talked about with that.
Tapi gitu-gitu dia rank 3 leaderboard, Jir. Oh, dia rank 3 leaderboard si Asemo Tit ini.
Such an interesting board, right? We've got KDA.
Nggak tahu.
Ya, mau berapapun ya kalau lihat mukanya gitu sih sama-sama kesel.
Coba kita lihat guys ya di global. Mana guys nomor 1 sekarang Klicorne. Apa nick dia guys?
Ya itu Asemu nggak sih?
Ini sih kalau di sini. Leaderboard apa sih? Leaderboard Tourney guys maksudnya.
Udah nih enak banget item
Item bagus. GG.
Dua hit.
Ini Asemu yang sama atau bukan? Ini kalau gue lihat Ena 1, Asemu ranknya masih Diamond 3.
Halo Bang Kur, halo.
Dia nggak main Ena bang ya? Dia mainnya di Las Vegas.
Woi.
Kalahnya kena pop.
Bisa begitu?
Ya,
begitu Bin.
This is a bad situation here for Kevin Parker. He needs to roll down and stabilize, and he didn't want to roll at 8. He wanted to stabilize 8. I'm kind of worried for Kevin.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Just again, the strength of the lobby here. Still playing around the Senna. You got the Senna killing. Right now, the big thing for Oz is not been able to find a Karthus.
Let's go.
Karthus would have really powered up this comp a little bit. Yeah.
Wincon langsung gua anjing.
Unfortunately, just not finding that. He has the Morello. He has to put the Morello on the Yorick to try to
Tuh backline-nya tinggal cari Sona ya. Si Kevin ini. Apa nggak akan dibuang?
Kan kemungkinan nggak dibuang.
Seret. Oh,
sakit banget.
Ups. Oh kena. Lagi di jalan tuh skillnya.
Iya. Bubble Naminya clutch mulu ya di sini.
Iya keren, di gua enggak.
Iya.
Kemarin gua Nami bubble ke tanah nih.
Udah mati.
Iya.
Udah mati di bubble masih. Personal namanya.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he didn't quite proc the last stand, I think is very awesome here. He's got one.
Nggak sekali lagi, kayak 3 ronde berturut-turut tuh.
Right. Look on the right side here. Ashmu 60 gold, Noel 48 gold, Broccoli 39 gold. They've got health and gold to work with. Whereas the bottom of our lobby, Kevin Parker double. Those are the two people that could be in check. They're basically got nothing left, right? They've got to strengthen their board here, try to solve it. Get into a good situation, and even Zaza at 10 health right now. These are all at 1 life basically.
Nggak ada lagi.
Kalah bang.
Nggak ada
Lihat darah.
Biar nggak keber juga sih nggak salah.
Tidak buat Tourney ini.
Enggak.
Tourney rank 1
Dia nambah darah dikit gak ngaruh.
Terus tuh kan buat
Alas.
Nambah dia butuh damage gitu, nyariin damage.
About Broccoli's position that's really nice is that if you are win streaking and you still have 50 gold, you don't have to level right away to 9.
Tapi Nasor masih lebih mending daripada Guinzo sih jauh.
Iya.
Soalnya kan lu casting cepet jadi kayak nge-stack attack speed-nya jadi stacking adanya juga.
Gede juga.
Ini kenapa kuat banget sih di sini?
Iya, tiap kita yang pakai lemah.
hilang sulap.
Kemarin kok sukses bikin bagus satu.
Gue belum sukses ini.
Itemnya harus bagus.
Tadi pagi gue udah ngerasain si Ken 2 sukses. Enak.
At the same time though, Broccoli, you were talking about it more that he needs this first place. In a sense, he's already playing checkmate without
Ezreal 3
Kok gak semo Kur? Idola lu.
Dia masih di level nomor 1 cuy. Hairstyle nggak sih bang?
Ezreal 3 nggak sih?
Dia sih masih banyak.
Double 61 on his last stand has RE2 and that Akali 2, and this is his last stand for the 7 KDA board. Is that good enough as he's matching up what looks like to be a pretty healthy player with Noel?
Kopinya tuh.
Don't think it's very threatening, and he should be able to collect the
Kopi
victory.
Tapi kayaknya
Bentar.
Enggak kurang last stand-nya soalnya udah nyala.
Iya.
Oke.
Kur bangun. Apanya yang bangun cuy?
Unfortunately, Zaza goes out in 8th place.
Kopi tapi surprisingly kuat banget ya.
Emang iya.
Hidden OP.
Kan tadi gua udah sempat bilang
really
gitu.
difficult to come back at this situation.
Orang belum nyadar.
11 win streak here.
Ini berapa nih hasilnya?
Dia nggak ambil.
In this lobby, but again needs that
Yang lebih amazing buat gue Kane sih. Hidden OP ya.
Kind of a nice mishmash of things here on this board.
Out of nowhere kuat.
Iya, tiba-tiba serot-serot kuat. Bagus ya.
Saat kita melihat orang
Ya gara-gara kemarin buff kecil sih soalnya. Kan di patch kemarin ada buff kecil. Gue pikir sih kekecilan, ternyata lumayan.
Saat melihat di Vegas, oh bagus.
Ternyata oke.
Tapi itu KDA 7, oh berarti super fan-nya nggak bisa dilepas sama sekali ya?
No, Kaci udah sekarat. Santai cuy, masih ada 1 darah cuy. Last stand itu dia.
Iya last stand.
Iya last stand cuy. Last stand as of night, young, well and free.
Sudah sangat free itu Kur.
Itu lo lihat nggak sih Asemo? Udah siap-siap disco tuh.
Gak gitu deh.
Itu ada siapa tuh BC udah siap-siap deh cok. Kalau dari Scarlet dia pivot disco.
Kalau sekarang pivot disco aja.
Enggak, nunggu si Noelnya meninggal dulu dia megangin disco.
Noel mati.
Sampai ditolak Ezreal lagi.
Sini disco gua bangsat gitu.
Astaga. One trick disco.
Cara cepet hafal hero sama item gampang hafalin Al-Quran. Waduh, berat banget tuh.
Beda server. Itu Viego sih.
Someone's gonna buff 4 between these two top point finishers right now. And double 61 is getting closed on. And I think this Viego might be able to get rid of the Ahri very quickly. And the Akali has to do 1v6.
Senggol kah itu?
What's gonna happen here?
Enggak ada lifesteal Gabi.
Enggak ada.
Ada lifesteal. Tapi itu gimana Gagas?
Enggak bisa.
Doubler NT.
Gragas 1 dikasih 3 forward.
Coba KDA 10. Ayo.
Easy. Ongkang-ongkang kaki menang.
But Broccoli now on a 13-round win streak with that true damage Caitlyn. It feels like it's really up to Ashmu Ashman with this Ezreal board is level 9, has a lot of
Kayaknya Asimo paling banyak disorot anjir.
trying to go level 10.
Iya, dia paling heboh.
Iya, paling heboh.
To try to strengthen it. Ashman might need to be the hero.
Kagak jelas tuh gerakan-gerakan tambahannya.
Udah sorot ini orang aja, ini orang dari tadi gak jelas ya.
Kena tampol nih. Ezreal itu tuh. Lagi.
Chatting ngedeketin anjing.
Aduh, kata Ezreal goblok.
That's exactly what Ashman needs to do though, right? He needs to try and find that
Yang
first
ini
place
sih
to deny broccoli from
ini
the
stabil.
He needs the first. So
Gimana nggak stabil 14 win streak?
Hilang.
Sejak dapat ketlin tuh damage udah nggak bisa kalah anjing.
Enak banget.
It's fascinating because I think if you break
Bocor
it real
semua.
down, you have to stop both
Itu
of
di
them,
bab
right?
itu
I think
box sama
we
tos
know
itu
has the
hokinya.
advantage from those heart steal items that he generated earlier. So that's gonna make his board really strong at level 9. Broccoli has been on this win streak.
Semua yang dorong cut.
It does feel like
Ayo, brokoli, take my lot aja.
Ini goku aja bang.
The problem is I think he's just short on gold.
Yeah.
He doesn't,
Ziggs
by the way,
2.
unless the
He's
thing
rolling his gold.
Ayo,
He's
Mas,
rolling, he's
aku
not
dukung Disco.
level 10.
Ziggs
So
2.
it's really just a question of how strong does this board get, right? We see
Anjing.
7 Ezreals.
Ezreal 3.
If this
Main
is 3,
2.
that is the other out here.
Oh.
Main 2.
His gold resources.
Ping.
Looking for it. 2 more copies are needed.
Udah pada lihat sih, harusnya bakal megang kalau nemu.
And that means Kevin is up against Broccoli.
Anybody noticing as well, right? We haven't actually seen someone chase 4-cost 3-star.
Kopium banget berarti nih orang.
Gila, item Ezrealnya dua-duanya ya, satu lumayan, satu bagus. Enggak, dua-duanya lumayan. Woi,
Udahnya playable.
Ting, yoi.
Oh iya.
Dapat trouble exit.
Kopinya?
Oh no, that's not enough damage.
Kena rungkatnya kena popi.
Win here for Noel.
Tebel tuh popi di deadly.
That's not enough.
That's not
enough.
So it's we're marching very closely to Broccoli being the solo player that's able to get
Gatel
that
gak sih?
check threshold.
Yes.
Oh, masih ada satu round ya, ngumpulin duit dulu.
18 points right after this, and as we have been saying, Broccoli needs
Gak
that.
ada yang pegang Ezreal ya, aman.
Can actually deny that for Noel, although I don't think he looks to be in the position to do just that.
Cuman harusnya si brokoli itu sih kalau emang beneran mau menang nyari.
The story here is, will Ashmu hit the Ezreal 3? He's got 7 of them, so will it be enough?
And that's
Broccoli
actually,
chasing Caitlyn 3 as well.
yeah, I was gonna say though that Ashby actually played around it
Ketlin,
one of his
kasih
games
gerakan.
yesterday.
Tapi
Wait,
kelamaan
now
itu
on
nggak
top
bisa.
Kiana. Mikir tuh.
Ketlin-nya bisa tukar sih.
Lagi mikir tuh. Ketlin gua udah 2 sih. Oh shit, oh damn.
Ashmu barely survives,
Enggak
and now Broccoli was rolling by the way, because I think he's caught on to the fact
Apaan
that he
itu
has to
tuh
deny
make-nya,
Ezreal, but he
anjing.
hasn't seen any yet left.
Pegang Ezreal bang, Ezreal bang. Bang, Ezreal bang.
Tapi dia nahan cost 4 kayak gitu, ngurangin pull buat Ezreal. Nggak dapet tapi. Nggak dapet.
Bukan ngurangin, bantuin.
Iya bantuin. Kan ngurangin pull cost 4 ya.
Iya. Ngebantuin.
Jadi ngebantu. Iya. Cuman dia nggak ngehit.
Kiana
Ente ini mah. Ente.
I think this might be too much damage. Just blaying down true damage. Caitlyn board has gotten him a 16 streak all the way to
Udah dijual tuh.
maybe somehow the
Nah,
SSG
kedua.
combine their forces to
Tinggal
win this
berdoa.
time, but look at
Ketlin.
Pasti kalah ini. Ezreal true damage soalnya.
GG.
Broccoli has now entered check and takes round 3.
That is a massive deal. Listen to that crowd, by the way. Yeah.
DSG chants are now erupting.
Udah kayak TSM tuh.
Ashmu saying this is fun.
Demi TSM itu.
Cool as a cucumber. My goodness, that is some firework action, but what a dominant performance. We talked about playing around true damage specifically. We mentioned the previous game.
Kesel lagu favorit
Caitlyn
lu.
is a really underrated unit.
Nil, tetet.
We've got me and Meeks on the desk here. We just got players. Are we gonna see
Ini tuh berapa round sih?
Tahu nggak salah 7 atau 8, lupa gue.
All he needs now is a first place in this.
Brokoli kalau menang sekali lagi udah auto lolos gitu.
Kayaknya iya. Ini game ngobrol 3 kan? Ya harus menang sekali lagi.
Kalau dia menang sekali lagi,
auto win.
Iya, udah dia yang juara udah. Nggak usah dilanjut lobby.
Lah bang, cari juara 2-3-nya bang.
Pegang kaki anjir brokoli.
Gue nggak tahu katanya udah menang juga. Siapa mau dipegang?
Ini tukang pegang anjir paling bawah.
Semua tuh pegang.
How does he just get all of them? That's very interesting indeed. Very curious. Also, again, I find the blink out, and what I really like is people talk about blink out being actually a little bit on the misleading side. People say, hey, it's really good with reroll, but do you actually want it for some of these like late game damage more? The answer is yes, if you can unlock its power.
Yeah, for sure. Blinged out just getting so much power to that Caitlyn combined with the
Gila, pakai bot sendiri lihat.
A lot of power. We saw some good play around.
Mononjok itu yang sebelah tuh anjing berisik.
Manusia. Bot sendiri nggak jelas anjing. Oh ini keren nih, Captain montek-montek.
So close here. You can see Noel just so close here.
Tipis banget. Itu bener.
You know, just so much power.
Ancang-ancang anjir lagi ancang-ancang nembak.
Close here. The Caitlyn just being left
Kigoro mana nih?
Clears the fight. The
Tiduran.
Generating a bunch and
Live
popping off here. Just a great stage.
Halo penonton, halo penonton
masih makanya.
Astaga.
Tenang kita ngisi guys, nggak apa-apa. Nobarnya
kita joki streaming Kuro.
Ngisi dulu aja.
Kita yang nge-caster aja.
Ashmu 18, Kevin Parker 18, Double 61 18.
But look at Double's board. I feel like he got baited by that young Wild and Free, playing something he's not as comfortable on. Then being behind on what he normally has in Econ, not being able to capitalize on that. Him and Kevin,
sekarang gua rasa
like both of them
Ketlin
riskier than
udah nggak ada obat.
That's definitely true, and I think props to Ashmu by the way.
Pecah tuh, sampai belakang-belakang.
Semua pecah.
Ya, lebih ke true damage-nya.
20
Tapi Ketlin emang kuat sih sekarang. Ketlin emang lagi kuat.
It just doesn't work out.
Dapat bonus true damage-nya juga kan yang dari 6 true damage.
Iya.
Terus blink-nya nambah lagi ekstra. Blink tuh nambah 10 gitu lupa gue.
Iya 10%.
Iya benar. 10%.
Itu tai sih. Kuat banget aja.
Kan ya, tank tembus semua itu.
He found a different win condition, which is chasing the Ezreal 3, which I wasn't even seeing. So good on him to spot that.
Yeah, we can look at our standings.
Karena sampai game 8 ya, seharusnya belum fix juga walaupun next Brokoli menang lagi.
All he needs is a place. If he gets a first, this tournament is over.
Sampai round 7.
Anjing, banyak banget dapat mulu.
20, 18, 14.
488.
Itu yang bawah udah boleh pulang aja sih. Udah tanggung mas, udah pulang.
Jangan pulang dulu, Pit. Itu pegangin dulu orang-orang yang lain.
Iya, pegangin yang atas.
Pegangin dulu yang atas. Gue udah pasti kalah. Gue harus bawa orang.
Nyeret kaki orang.
Aku gak mau kalah sendirian, seret.
Sean's president, CEO of Team Aegis, all the way from France. Sean, this game, Broccoli really did pop off. Have you been catching his games this weekend? What do you think about him as a player?
Rebahan turun.
Bukan rebahan Kuro tuh. Majemin mata bentar ya guys.
Di kasur.
Terusan.
Di kasur. Cuma
Looking at the only French player in this final day, Double 61. I think everyone in the crowd knows him already. You definitely do.
Iya juga, gue aja sendiri aja belum tidur. Gue yang baru balik aja.
Tahu bang.
Yang baru balik, Kuro yang tidur.
Belum tidur.
Tapi seru sih nonton ini. Lumayan belajar.
Belajar lihat Asemo jadi
Karena nasib Indonesia.
Udah bang.
Nasib Indonesia di orang yang main.
Capek bang, udah bang.
Nasib bola Indonesia kayak gitu tuh. Di main sebagai big water ya dia.
Kebetulan nasibnya sedikit murung.
Oh, I'm so proud of the French guys because like they all flew and they decided to give it all, and even like the teams decided to support the French players, sending them. So we think we are like very strong as a country, but recently America has been showing that they are very good too. So yeah,
kalau tukang tidur nih yang stream siapa, ntar juga dimatiin. Tungguin aja. Ntar dia kebangun. Oh iya ya streaming ya. Halo guys. Tadi aku.
Halo. Selamat tinggal. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much.
Tes. Tadi nggak lagi. Sambil streamnya masih jalan. Tapi kalau lihat dari turnamen ini, Disco sih emang solid sih. Kayak easy top 4
doang gitu.
Bukan
kalau lu
ke bawah
iya gampang. Cuman kalau lu mau juara top 2 harusnya lu harus ganti.
1-2 biasanya yang udah level 9 board jadi
line board kayak Zigzona masuk lah, apalah masuk diganti ujung-ujung diskonya.
Turunin bener-bener ke disko 3 doang.
Rehat 3 menit.
Gue tadi main riven 3 nggak sekuat itu nih.
Itemnya perfect nggak
ada KSS.
Ya udah.
Kece.
Wajib bang KSS.
Nggak perlu diteliti lebih jauh, ya udah.
Gak nyampe belakang diem aja.
Kalinya kelepas dikit kan ceplak.
Iya, begitu kesini hilang. Tadi lagi ngapain katanya?
Mana bang item sadanya itu? Aku ngikutin meta slam. Aduh sih dapetnya ini.
Slam lupa KSS anjing, KSS mana
ya? Nggak bisa diambil makanya kalau lu ngikut meta juga cuman kan item yang lu punya apa?
Pepet bang, udah jadi semua.
Yang nggak tahu.
Slam kan? Iya ya, KS mana?
Dia mau ke 8 nyari Vego, meletus. Ya udah yang ada riven level 7. Gon.
Bayangkan.
Tapi di Vegas Yone jarang.
Ada beberapa.
Masih ada kok.
Cuman jadinya bintang 2.
Karena lebih susah karena banyak yang kontes Starsteel juga kan. Biasanya udah di Yone 2 ujung-ujungnya jadi ke Z Gearing.
Iya Vego Z bisa. Kalau nggak Vego Z kan yang gitu-gitu lah. Kalau nemu Kiana aja langsung ke Kiana itu.
Tapi nggak nolak sih itu.
Kombokin Kiana sih kuat banget anjir. Sama posisinya sebelahan bagus gitu kan. Tanknya dibuang, sisa 1 unit, cot, mati aja.
So the lab group was originally just a small Discord friend group that slowly started to expand. I was one of the later additions to it. We also just wanted to give ourselves like a brand name on the ladder. Our names are like Lab 0XX. I am number 23. We range from 0 to 26 right now.
Yang disuruh bulan.
Outliers like
paling bawah aja bau banget sih, dia kasihan banget.
Of course 420.
We
usually study all together. We usually prepare for tournaments, a new patch, and we usually just talk about like what's good, what's not.
Sebelum pulang pegangin dulu anjir yang tengah.
We're probably just playing like League 5v5s.
Itu tapi si paling atasnya siapa sih tadi brokoli masih bisa kepleset gara-gara dipegangin orang.
Bukan kepleset anjir, itu langsung ditonjokin nih.
Kamu mau menang sini Jing.
Now know that me and Ashby were pretty good friends. And so when we both make it together, both out of the same lobby, both of our main groups, we're just all ecstatic. So you have 50 people all yelling, humbug, Ashmoo, humbug. I've like never gotten support this loud before. It's just made me feel a lot better about myself. Like I did it, like I can do it again. It's hard to put into words, but you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
Pas udah main, kenapa nih?
Go Nick.
Dari final kan, loh pindah aja.
For team fight tactics, we just closed round number 3, but we do have one player in check. From DSG, it's Broccoli. Who will be able to stop him? Will it be somebody at the 18-point threshold from EMEA? Maybe Ashmoo, or perhaps a member of the lab. What a powerful segment that was to show you that TFT is a lot more about strategies and meta and stats. It's also about community. Lab members pooling together their resources, improving together as a collective whole. And my God, that was just like some of the best moments we've seen all weekend. Ashmoo being happy for his friend, watching all the labs pool together.
It's by far my favorite moment. I was actually standing right there, looking over Ashmoo's shoulder because I knew how close he was. And the moment it happened, they just exploded. He stood up, everyone's yelling, he runs over to Humbug, the game's still going on. It is by far my favorite moment of the event so far.
Yeah, welcome to the couch, by the way, Cass. I know, hope you had a great weekend. Panda also is joining us. Well, what's it like out there right now?
It's looking really fun. I had some great interviews, some great people in the community. But overall, I think this level of play has been fantastic out all 3 of these first few games. Looking forward to this game 4. As you mentioned, there's been a bit of a curse.
Gurita mau like 30 menit lagi, 15.
The final game. We'll see what the case here with only Broccoli in check.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping not. We're really going to have to see everyone try to like counter draft a little bit, things like that. The other fun thing that's been is the sort of natural evolution of the meta we've been seeing. In this particular lobby, there's been a lot of true damage. We usually see 2, almost 3 players per lobby really leaning towards that true damage Akali, those true damage emblems, and those have been very powerful.
All right, we're getting ready. The players are loading in. It's game number 4, the beginning of the end. Or are we just getting started? It could be any of these players stop it. We just saw Malala. Can he do it? The open bracket hero that can stop the Broccoli onslaught.
Andre nanyain mana lu katanya.
2, 1.
Ya kan gue kemarin udah ngomong pas nggak datang.
Oh iya ya.
Masih dicari gitu. Masih ditanya.
Jelas-jelas subuhnya teh nanya aja.
Oh iya ya.
And you need to remember
maaf bang, belum tidur.
Third in the standing.
Gue juga belum.
6 to make it.
Nanya.
Terakhir aku bangun 24 jam yang lalu.
Lah sama.
Another way to think about it. 2 players
Lu nggak tidur sejak yang tadi pagi?
Saya sih. Tadi udah tidur cuma yang pagi.
Ya udah tidur. Beda. Udah dibangun, berangkat, catur. Pulangnya catur juga. Terus pulang sampai rumah catur lagi anjing.
Mesnya catur, di sini catur.
Saya bukan salah aku. Udah bang, capek dengernya. Iya, gua tau nasib negara ini tuh ada di tangan yang salah.
Di aku anjing.
Dapat diburu. He's getting all the roles. How good is something like early Lilia here in your opinion, Mort?
Like I said, I think early
Udah, makin sering lu ngomong, makin gak ada yang orang yang mau percaya kopium, coy.
Iya.
Both of those open up a lot more light.
Enggak, gue pengen menyadarkan orang-orang jangan. Belum terlambat.
So it's kind of not the most desirable one. I think for now we're going to let it roll. And the other thing is we've seen with Broccoli, this has been his strategy, right? He usually doesn't buy these headliners in stage 2. If anything, he lost streaks. And then we're going to see that level 6 find the 3 cost that we've been seeing throughout this tournament.
Yeah, realistically, unless he sees an opening that feels like a guaranteed win streak, it feels like he's a lot more comfortable with just the full open for stage 2. A lot of other players have not liked that because HP preservation has been such a big part of this tournament, especially with those harsh cutoffs.
You think about Broccoli, and the word that comes to mind is potential. Everyone talks about what he's capable of at his ceiling. And this weekend, he's showing what he's really made of. Because he has gone last in tournaments before, even though he's qualified. Can he get over the hump as we take a look at the 2-1 augment?
Ini match keberapa? Match keberapa ini? 3 apa 4? 4 berarti kanan atas.
Nothing too crazy. It looks like from all the other sides. What doesn't kill you for Kevin Parker, we saw it from double in that, one of the first few games.
Crown buat
Can work out from a blue streak angle.
Before danger.
Yeah,
terlalu kopium.
the lucky.
Kalau yang dapat si brokoli mau diambil itu yang live for danger.
And again, for Broccoli here, he's got to be
Broccoli body treasure.
Right. So every item slam,
Body treasure paling aman guys, sekarang.
There's got to be things that cap that board. But Broccoli has shown throughout the tournament he knows how to.
Masih
enggak, paling enak soalnya item lu banyak ya lo.
Dia naik level kurang.
Nah, sengaja itu biar nextnya itu.
Iya, biar nextnya cost 2 ya. Kopium dong berarti dia anjing, kopium banget.
Nextnya cost 2 apa? Itu kan dia udah headline apa nih?
Ya udah headline up juga sih.
Nggak, dia apa? Dia
pre-level cost 2 apa aja dia.
Dia pre-level. Udah gitu keluar Apelios di next shopnya. Berdasarkan pre-level itu nggak mungkin nggak.
Gue sering tuh kayak gitu sekarang. Gacha kan? Iya.
Halo guys, tadi ini guys, tadi apa namanya ke toilet bentar tadi guys.
Oh, toilet.
Udah round berikutnya ternyata guys. Aduh, tadi ke toilet guys.
Untung nggak tes dulu.
Iya,
harusnya tes.
Iya sih.
Tes. Biasa koneksi.
Toilet ya Kur. Iya cuy, ke toilet tadi. Tadi gue udah bilang loh cuy, sebelum itu tadi mungkin lagi ke mid tadi cuy. Tadi gue udah kasih tahu sih.
It's not great, I'm not gonna lie. But I will say that doesn't mean that you can't play it, and also it is a melee carry-oriented meta.
Jual headliner, nextnya naik level.
But they can do well under the right circumstances. The one unit lane,
Crown
that's
buat.
my favorite. I love playing
God Army.
Mau D3.
Jump up and down.
Win connect.
So Casey double by the way level 5 on 2-2, so definitely not playing his role.
Amat bego, gue aja udah gak pernah pakai.
Again, all he has to do is not go 8.
Lah, gue ngajarin grup sebelah bos.
But again, the other thing here is that with Broccoli, only player in check, you've got to make sure to stop him. And so I almost wonder if like everyone in the lobby should be playing really hard to stop him. See if they can make sure never
Enggak maju juga ujung-ujungnya.
Iya.
That's a really fun thing though because we talk about
sih keren.
championship title did it in 4 games and everyone was
Itu satu unit pasti mati. Lumayan hemat nyawa.
and then pop those tomes so late to go into his composition and this is kind of reminiscent of that with
Terus ke kamar ketiduran fix. Bukan.
go into whatever composition he's going to play after other players have started to settle.
Yang di game sebelumnya siapa yang menang jadinya?
Brokoli.
Ini double G begal handal kak.
Samiranya sampai B.
Diem lu.
Goblok aduh anjir. Aduh.
Urgot and Samira and a Deathblade slammed as well. On Noel's side, we saw Sniper's focus picked up from that portable forge. Could lead into things like Karthus, potentially Ezreal as well.
Yeah, definitely a powerful.
Ke toilet lama amat lo buang aja apa buang beban hidup. Tadi lagi ada ini sedikit tadi. Ada info tadi.
I like the level even more from double because you know
idol meeting beneran tuh anjing.
Lagi ada meeting dikit tadi.
you might be able to make up that 1 or 2 gold that you might have missed by not going to 10 as early.
Pas 9 awal-awal enak main apa, Kur? Bisa main super fence, hard steel.
Interesting spot where theoretically it's just like the
Kalau
best
ditanya
technology
paling enak main apa sih, jangan hard
Is it
steel.
because of sword economy more? Like, is that why people are feeling
Disco,
deathblade more?
I think it's part of sword economy, but also a
Gue
lot
gak
of
akan bilang
these
disco
have,
sih.
like, built-in
Disco di
attack
8-nya
damage
PR.
right? Like
Enggak, kan yang
shot,
penting
for
first
example,
line.
already has that, so it doesn't
Ya.
necessarily need Deathblade. They want the multipliers of things
sekarang
like
saya
Infinity
disco.
Edge or Giant Slayer, things like that. So you end up not really.
Yang paling gampang kayaknya KDA deh.
Kalau kalah terus diomongin kan level 9 nggak? Iya.
Every Deathblade you're making Trojans you might not see, and so
Tapi kan level 9.
Iya.
Phase 9. Cepet.
Udah paling tai itu digituin.
9 nggak?
Tadi nanya
Pakai country juga oke, guys.
Country nggak 9
Bisa
Kur.
susah ke 9-nya.
Country nggak 9.
Seenggaknya ini dulu sih kuat di win streak awalnya sih.
7
Bisa. Lo udahnya nanti country-nya turunin.
Leveling to 6. This is something that we've seen not once but twice today. What do you make of it, man?
Berarti country-nya berpegangan nih. Kalau main kayak gitu mah.
Bener-bener cuma buat pegangan doang. Yang penting 5 country, kudanya kuat, samiranya holder ya udah.
Ambil pang gak sih, Bang?
It could have been a problem. Yeah, I think also with the augment, right? With the extra Deathblade, the ability to generate.
Bang, sampai kapan kamu pegangan? Tadi aku gamenya kayak gini juga main hard steel. Kalah loh bang, aku kasih tahu.
Tadi dia menang tapi bang.
Iya sih, tadi menang.
Ampun bu,
Beda skill bang katanya. Kebetulan beda skill, beda pilot katanya.
Try to see if he can lose this fight. No item slam, 3 hard steel in. He probably was even willing to sell some of his other units, but he waited to see the
Flame.
Slam biar nggak bonyok. Minimal bawa 2 kalau dapat.
Satu doang.
Yang ini gitu loh kuat.
Satu iya kuat banget. Kebegal.
Berapa tuh damage-nya?
Kayaknya 10 ada di. Enggak.
Already was going
Kayaknya
to
nggak nyampe
overwhelm the
10.
stage. It didn't matter if he had hard steel or not. He was
Di
playing
atas
hard
5
steel.
lah yang
So if
pasti.
you get to tech in hard steel, you're just getting an extra bonus from something you already wanted to do.
Yeah, we've talked about it before though, that like 3 heart steel stage 2, this is 6 gold, right? We're not swinging the fight anything. This is nothing crazy. But like I said, the fact that we're lost streaking level 5 40.
Enggak bang. Ini nggak super fan bang.
Gue udah nonton di Twitch kok nggak dapet emote TFT Vegas. Nontonnya 30 menit lebih sama konekin ke akun Riot cuy. Masuknya juga agak delay dikit sih. Jangan lupa diklaim dulu di Twitch dropnya.
What is it that's going to spike us? And again, with Broccoli, he's been playing around, I believe it's the 3-2, level 6, find that 3 cost. What 3 cost will he find?
Taking a look at Sasa, Rage Blade Slam, which might look innocuous, but Rage Blade is actually quite an unusual item to choose right now unless you want to play for a level 9, but that's sort of indicative of what's happening.
Hitungan damage kalau kita kalah tuh gimana? Ini juga apa sih namanya, tergantung banyak champion kita yang masih hidup.
Satu pom tuh 2 damage. Yang kalau 4 hidup tambahan 2. Lupa
tergantung bintang, nggak tergantung pertama tuh bintang, terus cost, udahnya tactician lo.
Sama roundnya juga.
Sama round
itu cuma ngaruh ke tactician kan gua.
Rasanya round itu tiap naik round nambah berapa gitu bang?
Iya, tacticiannya. Jadi kalau di awal tactician tuh ngasih berapa. Kalau lu kena mirror, kagak kehitung yang tacticiannya.
Here we go. This is the matchup to see who is going to keep the win streak. Humbug really needs those points. KC double trying to keep that momentum going, but the Senna just
Akali level 5.
Anjir. Double skill 1 tuh akalinya.
Ditinju.
Cuman ini masalahnya kuat ini bintang 2. Aduh, mau harus muter banget tuh Gragas.
Skill 3-nya nggak dinaikin gue.
Bener sih.
Golden ticket gak sih?
Latih string, siap treatment. Gak ada. Latih string mana? Crown gua. Enggak.
Could potentially commit into the country line. And we haven't seen much 3-cost reroll ever since we saw the MF incident on game 1. And I think Freezer Crowd is one of those augments that really elevates and
Ya
takes
itu
over
trick
top
crouch ya.
Yeah, I think threes are crowded in particular with
Kayak apa brokoli?
Iya.
Itu kalau nggak salah yang Little Badis deh.
Oh, yang banyak
Five
satu
cost.
dua sampai 45 ya.
Iya.
1-2 tuh darah, 45 attack speed ya.
Enggak, jadi yang dikuatin 4 cost 5 costnya doang. Tapi tergantung lu punya berapa unit 1 cost 2 cost.
Oh.
Bagus buat main chess dong itu.
Enggak juga, itu buat yang lain itu bagus.
Itu mah apa? Lebih ke apapun juga.
Apapun bisa, iya.
Yang ada super fan-nya ya.
Yang ada super fan atau nggak kayak lu mau nyalain true damage gitu.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
Ya, Oakman solid lah ya hitungannya itu.
double 61.
Lumayan.
And Ashby does have a very good item set for melee
Kontri, oh.
really screams that Ashby
Iya duit.
Masemu mulai gatal nih,
And for double with that win streak as well, it's just the perfect augment.
Kena lagi dia.
Udah lagi diem ya.
Lagi kalem kan Benji kena lagi.
Ini dia udah komit ya itu mah.
Enggak, itu siap-siap ganti headline.
Iya, tinggal dijual jadi Pego.
Vego, Z,
Pego unit Z.
Pego unit Z.
The other thing has that idealism, which is also going to
Ya
power that
komitnya ke
up
arah
quite a bit
situ.
more. You've got that hand of justice going up against Noel here, who has a pretty strong front line here. Although I do like the infinity edge.
Keren tuh santai.
Mau carry ya?
Enggak, itu
holder. Cuman ya.
Bang, mereka santai carry bang.
Cuman ya
Tapi bisa juga sih tuh belakang pakai rapid fire ya kan?
Sentinelnya tuh masih banyakin itu kalau mau kayak gitu.
Lagian itu dia slam IE di situ.
Iya, HOJ.
Iya, HOJ.
Beres ngeden, hilang.
Iya. Tujuan dia yang penting sekali ngeden hilang satu udah.
Karthus was popular for a while, but I still feel like with Karthus it's just not quite enough.
Double loses. Double. Oh wow, we lose two. That's a big deal.
Oh, waduh. Spatula banyak.
Wes, betul dikacau nih.
Kacau nih game.
Weh, brokoli seneng.
Belum pakai finger.
Iya, brokoli seneng ya.
Udah seneng banget dia.
True damage udah bisa dijadiin tuh.
KDA 10.
Waduh, belum butuh satu lagi.
Udah. Sampai.
Nah, makanya simpen dulu spatulanya.
Enggak pasti dia langsung jadiin di sini.
Sampai jam 6 nih nggak tidur kok, selesai jam 8 ini. Enggak, gue masih semangat bener dari tadi gue.
Harusnya sih dia udah mau jadiin ya. Dia udah ada tuh kan. Udah ada Eko juga soalnya. Pasti anjir.
Wah. Itemnya oke sih.
The question is, do we find another Caitlyn? Is that how we?
Oke, kemana tuh bang? Langsung deh.
No need to think, just press win.
Udah menang nih abis ini nih, brokoli.
Brokoli harusnya udah enak lagi nih.
Maybe we switch POVs to Kevin Parker to take a look.
Udah brokoli.
That is interesting because he is on the poorer side.
Tinggal nunggu 8 dong.
And he's gonna need a lot of gold to get to 8.
Itu nggak breaker buat siapa sih?
Looking at your damage, Caitlyn.
Nggak tahu banyak banget yang bikin sih.
Guardian ini udah.
Biar itu sih, nggak kayaknya gara-gara ya early game kan pasti banyak yang pakai Guardian juga. Kalau lo emang mau ngincar menang, paling cuma gitu doang.
Kalau late game sekarang gue suka GS. Darahnya tebel-tebel. Bocor. Oh, kali lagi.
Enggak, yang tadi itu. Bug vision. Enggak, bukan kali 2. Kali 2 dia udah megang kaki.
Kalau jumlah KDA sama true damage Sena, Akali jadi ngikutnya yang mana? Yang terakhir kali ditaruh kayaknya cuy.
Iya, yang terakhir kali ditaruh.
Ada jawaban lebih ngeselin tuh.
Apa tuh?
Tanya Akalinya aja mau kemana.
Bener sih, tapi kayaknya dia nggak bisa menentukan hidupnya si Akali kayak.
Caitlyn as well will be a priority for
Karena dia udah dewasa, kok bisa menentukan pilihan sendiri.
Nah, yang ini belum dia cuy.
Yang ini masih remaja, masih labil.
I'll say here's the thing though is that true damage emblem is so
Nah,
versatile.
bekal.
It makes it so insane. It's not
Nggak, dia belum dapat headline.
Gajian dikit, dapat baju.
champions can use true damage. Who doesn't like true damage on
Brokoli
top
mau
of their
all
carry
in
output?
next round kah?
Yeah,
Iya,
for sure.
harus ya.
Usually it's just Caitlyn because it gives you that 2 rapid fire, which gives your team that 10% attack speed. That's kind of the
4
natural
setting.
one. But like you said, there are so many other choices. You could slap it on something like a Yorick. You could slap
People love it Zed.
Zed's another one. Yeah, because it gives you that crowd diver. So definitely a lot of options. It's not just one, and that's why it might be kind of
Berubah
hard
dari
to
top sama
counter
box nih kopinya muncul lagi.
too many things to
Ngambil
hold.
Twitch or
Twitch headliner bot.
Berpegangan itu.
That's a little unusual.
Dia butuh
Udah bawa Sona tuh.
Headliner.
lu butuh sekitar 2 round lagi.
Ih, level 7 Sona.
Maybe he's trying to he wants to get to 8. Obviously, that's his plan, right? And playing at 8
Bisa ya.
cost is going to give him
Bisa nggak Kur kalau punya 2 akali, satunya KDA, satunya true damage? Kayaknya
Udah ngebug kalau gitu.
bisa ya?
Udah enggak ngebak. Udah enggak. Udah di fix di patch sebelumnya.
Oh, yang kemarin ada ngebug gitu jadinya lu kanan kiri beda itu, baru bisa naik level keduanya next round. Atau enggak ya lu manual masukin satu-satu biar sama.
Illuminating on a big
Di
shiny
WoBA
play
juga
that are
aktif.
underplayed. In the meantime, Ash moves, kind of leaning back into this
Asemo.
chair a little bit. It's a little bit different kind of body language for him.
Kan dia mau
Going up
kenapa
against
enggak
Sasa's board.
Vigo?
Sasa needs to come up big. Sasa does have a ton of gold.
Dia kayaknya
and
mau
Ash,
copy
by the way, level 7,
Enggak tahu sih.
making 10 gold this turn.
Yeah,
Very poor.
What I'm reading from Ash moves, it looked like he was either
Level
trying to commit to
7.
the Yone reroll on the level 7 with a big roll
No
down, trying
gold.
to find it considering what his items were.
Wah.
He ended up
Kevin Parkernya udah kuat nih sementara 3 round mah udah kuat.
Ayo, argumennya mantap bang, argumennya mantap bang.
Tactics baby gue udah lihat.
Wih, true damage tuh bang.
Support
Bener langsung diambil aja.
Tidak apa yang dapat tuh damage.
Yang tengah kiri.
Wah.
Oh.
Apa cok?
Jual nggak sih bang, udah nah.
Udah nggak usah mikir.
Udah kelar Ajir itu Ketlin-nya. Ini jual nggak sih? Bener kan baru ngomong gue.
Pastilah, pasti dijual.
Pasti lu nyalain lagi langsung. Ah, udah chill.
Di bab itu tos sama box ini brokoli.
Nah, terus ada juga saya itu tukang attack speed 1 ya kan. Item dulu nggak sih bang?
Bos ada sih kayak ada booster.
Nah,
Lengkap banget
Udah
anjir.
gacor ini mah udah.
He's only got 34 health, so he's
That's the thing.
Yeah.
His HP count could end up dodging it because
34 darah cukup anjir udah kayak gini mah.
Iya, sangat cukup anjing. Tak hilang. Sakit malahnya juga semua.
makan tuh asemu. Pertama kali Anda menikmati tuh.
Anjing, bisa lo hit. Itu cuma 20 gold ya itu dia ngeroll.
Itu dia nggak niat nyari Ketlin sebenarnya. Lagi nyari yang lain loh. Nggak nolak.
Oh, dia juga ngontes sih ini. Cuman
Ya,
nggak hit.
buat apa? Dia udah bukan headliner kan, itu masih satu.
Iya, masih satu. Cuman nggak,
Itu susah.
kayaknya nggak hit itu, nggak hit Ketlin ya, makanya ngambil Echo. Oh, dapat bintang 2.
Ngadu dah, bewan dah. Burning gold deh.
Itu udah megang sama
Kayaknya tetap menang yang si brokoli sih.
Tutor tutor
Brokoli
apa?
Lebih solid. Buat dia lebih solid.
Kalau dihitung boardnya lebih solid, kalau diaduin Ketlinnya harusnya menangan ini.
Sumpah, itu gara-gara spatula pro damage semua deh.
Iyalah. True damage lagi kuat sekarang.
Bukan lagi kuat, emangnya gampang soalnya ngeproknya.
Pusing nih kiri kanan Ketlin.
Yeah, like I said, the true damage. We saw it especially in this lobby, right? Sometimes you have these lobbies where they have their own metas when everyone's
Ini
playing.
siap-siap besok nih kiri kanan Ketlin.
Is so highly valued. We see 2 different true damage cases.
Ketlin true damage kiri kanan. Oh iya, siapa?
Yang bawah udah pasti kadun.
Oh, ambil bang. Item juga oke.
Sial kata si brokoli.
Siapa tadi dapat Noel ya?
Brokoli.
has a chance to
Kalau dia
capture
kalah
the
sekali
card
bisa
as well,
dapet itu.
potentially. We don't know yet if he's re-rolling country, if he has a
Coba
chance
belum
to
bisa
Dia kasih Noel
So
juga.
I was talking about how health is
Arahnya
Iya,
kasih Noel
arahnya
juga.
kasih Noel sih.
Nggak bisa.
for example,
Noel
is gonna have very high health
terlalu
cost and
bonyok
heal
untuk
it back
nggak
up. And that's
ambil
gonna be
pertama.
something true damage will struggle against. So there are definitely things like this isn't over, but Broccoli is definitely in an amazing position.
Makin sakit itu scalingnya apa? Kurohiko 8 bit nyala damage-nya.
Not trying to connect because he knows that Ashman was holding those Yone.
Baik banget, 8 bit nyala.
The fact that Kevin Parker and Ashman were
Enggak,
testing
lewat.
Yone, so that's going to make it harder for us to actually see that
Viego tuh.
Yone come
Viego
into play.
harusnya.
Oh,
Tuker nggak sih bang? Oh enggak.
Kayaknya dia apa anjir dia?
Dia nyari apa?
Dia mau kopium.
Balik
Apa bang? Pakai dulu bang, pakai dulu bang. Aktif dulu yang penting gitu ya.
Jual MF, buang 30 gold, beli lagi MF.
Atur.
Comeback.
Dia mau kopium itu.
Terlalu kopium nggak sih? Udah
Ketlin
udah nggak mungkin bisa malah.
Dua orang loh sudah itu.
Kevin ya udah nggak akan keluar.
Udah 6 keluar dari pool, udah lebih dari setengah. Nggak mungkin headliner.
Tidur lagi core? Enggak dong. Belum lebih tepatnya. Belum ke toilet.
Oh, ke toilet.
True damage, sentinel kurangin 1. Mana sentinel satu lagi? Oh ini. Si siapa sih namanya itu?
Dikasih apa?
Gak tahu.
Dead Blake.
Dead Blade atau IE kayaknya.
Ini nih. Beda.
Test the max.
Hilang.
Ini Ketlin lethal nih sih.
Das Vitality, Das Blade.
Mulai ya, saya mau mulai. Kenapa full jaket gitu? Saya mau lagi dingin kah?
Palanya bang panas dingin tuh.
Lagi mode cool.
Enggak itu, di luar dingin soalnya palanya panasan.
Kok gue kagak liat kartus dah ini. Ada tadi di game pertama tadi main kartus.
Oh yang ini mau komit nyari.
Oh dapat anjir. Oh dapat. Wah.
Dapat apa dia? Oh oke, lain-lainnya. Wah kurang 1 cuy.
Iya. Pasti hit itu.
Oh,
Juga 2 lagi.
Iya.
Kapan ya gue main country begitu?
Nah, gold dia
Anjir di level 7 ya, dapat ini bintang 2 trash.
So we're going to see a big roll down here. Keep an eye on KC double. Can we find the Samira 3? Again, things like the Amumu, stuff like that.
Oke dapat.
Oke dapat. Kelar itu tinggal nyari item doang tuh. Waduh, itemnya ngambil apa dulu nih? Pedang apa sparring glove ya katanya? Glove dulu sih. Oh enggak.
Enggak belt.
Itemnya tapi aneh
Butuh anti
sih.
heal, butuh anti heal.
Benar butuh anti heal cuy. Tenang cuy, tinggal nyari panah jadi attack speed gitu ya.
Tapi ada Z true damage.
Santai cuy, ada trash bintang 2 cuy, nggak gerak itu katanya. Oh, lagi nih. Cetas. Lah, hilang aja.
Nggak gerak
ZT kebanyakan kena CC sih itu.
Pusing gitu.
Gue turun nyebar ya?
Kayaknya tadi gue ngeliat ada yang nyebar.
Iya. Keren juga. Catat.
Budget Samira nih.
Catat ganti
Samira Dino pindahin ke gue katanya.
Budget Samira. Oh ini mau Yone 3 ya. Tapi nggak hit dia.
Kurang 1 ya, duit habis sih.
Iya kurang 1.
Mau dijual juga bingung apa mau dijual deh.
Nggak mau ngomong nahan.
Kayak taruh kiri nggak sih? Oh iya benar kan.
Ini Kevin udah kecil ini Kevin nih.
Darahnya juga udah lumayan stabil, aman.
Getting the stuns onto the Samira. This is really good for Kevin Parker. But kind of running into the country wall. There's just so much
Still, Yone, aduh penuh lagi. Penuh lagi Yone aja.
Didn't even fully stack the 40 on the Titan.
Counter sih counter, nemu ginian sakit pala bang.
Nih contohnya.
And Ashmu has 2 duplicators. And at this point, he's at his
Ashmu tinggal nyari satu doang tuh. Mana ya katanya? Tuh nggak dapet anjing.
By my count, almost all Yones are gone from pool.
Sama-sama -1 sebelah sama sini.
Iya, nggak dapet sih itu skepin dia ini soalnya. Ada sembuh ya.
Iya. Tukang pegang.
Iya. Udahlah, rugat aja lu.
Itu 9 nggak ada attack speed, lemot banget.
Gak ada.
Yang sebelah min 1 murni, yang satu lagi min 1.
Min 1 dengan tambahan dupli.
Itu kalau akalinya udah ke depan gitu tadi tetap dapat attack speed ZK nggak sih?
Iya.
Tetap ya.
Yang penting startingnya doang.
Di Solo nih, nggak ada item sih.
Counternya hit sih, cuman yang lainnya udah kayak begini kan.
Enggak, Samiranya itemnya belum jadi. Meskipun bintang 3 juga ada.
Oh,
Damage 9.
Anjir.
Harus ya. Harus
Dinai. Damage 9. Bentar. Itu Milalala.
Oh, Milala juga ada true damage.
Milala juga dia true damage.
True damage 9. Udah jual semua, cari true damage menang.
Nggak gitu.
Enggak, gitu sih.
Kan headliner dia ketlin ya.
Enggak, headliner juga.
Dia harus ganti headliner berarti.
Bang, true damage 9.
Kenapa harus ganti ya? Masalahnya Ketlin nggak akan bisa.
Let's see whether or not Malala can make something happen with that second true damage emblem. Ashmu also on his last chance.
Puting untuk malah Asemo untuk min 1. Dipegang.
Saling pegang yang kiri kanan.
Enggak bang, posisinya dia yang lengkap, dia yang megang ya.
Iya sih. Nah ini orang udah gonek sih harusnya.
Inilah yang terjadi adik-adik, kenapa kalau udah ada yang pegang
Pivot.
Nanti muka kalian kayak semua.
Z true damage.
Bisa dilihat kan dia ke berapa?
Kalau yang terjadi, jangan megangin orang.
Tidak baik, nabrak-nabrak.
Orang sih udah solid nih.
8 bitnya lah, anjing mau dinaikin tuh 8 bit.
Kayaknya enggak, mending turun.
Executionernya. Oh nyalain.
Nyalain sentinel. Oh iya nyalain sentinel.
Enggak.
Traffic jam as well. You saw there was a moment where Kali could potentially have not gone through, and so Broccoli has to be careful about it. But unfortunately, works its way.
Enggak, ini masih bisa kali, masih ada Eon.
Op. Uis.
Kalinya ada Eon soalnya.
Aman tuh.
Ada Eon, Sterak.
Akhirnya udah gak ada yang megangin gua katanya.
Bintang 3 nggak sih?
Bintang 3 nggak sih?
Estemik Ketlin.
Menang ini brokoli WS 9 terus punya tabungan bangke. 10 win streak cuy.
Udah gak akan kalah kalau di sini.
Dia udah berapa game anjing main Ketlin?
Ada nggak dapat mulu nggak nol?
Juara 1 aja turut-turut.
Sama kayak lu lusuk di awal udah spatula melulu ya.
Lah yang nggak tahu. Tadi brokoli juga bilang sama, nggak tahu bang.
Tahu bang nggak nolak.
Nggak tahu bang, udah didoain box.
Didoain Mordak di buff itu, box.
Ini naik level 10 juga udah aman ya.
Si gatel cuy. Yang bawah apa ya? HOG aja nggak sih bang? Oh enggak.
Gosh, doesn't go for it. Yeah, the fact
Kunan semua tuh.
Here, I feel like Double's out of it. It's really just down to Kevin Parker. Can Kevin Parker stop this? Right now we get Broccoli versus Double, it looks like here. And again, that Samira just does not feel that threatening here. We're seeing this fight here. Every Caitlyn ult with the true damage wiping out just a ton here. The Urgot is alive, but again, watch the Akali. It's going to be able to drop the aggro.
Gila, panahnya banyak tuh. Kecil-kecil.
Habis ini di nerf tuh true damage Caitlyn sama Murdoch pasti sih.
Caitlyn sih kayaknya nggak di nerf true damage-nya.
True damage-nya paling.
Caitlyn tadinya kan ini jelek banget soalnya.
Iya, kalau habis di buff di nerf lagi sih
jadi kalau lagi anjing Caitlyn-nya nggak guna lagi.
Cuma gara-gara true damage.
Jadinya nanti true damage-nya Ezreal loh.
Iya bener aja.
If you look at Kevin Parker's board, there's just not a lot to strengthen here. You have the 2-star Kiana, you have the 3-star Yone. We head into this fight, and it is going to be Kevin Parker versus Double here, so we're still not seeing the final fight here, and I feel like this might be the end of KC Double. The Yone is just going to be a lot here. Can the Yone
kestun tuh. Vex bakal kestun lagi.
Skill bro. Satu kali skill 2. Sedap. Wah, gearlive steal-nya. Dia dapat Titan Resolve ya?
Iya, Titan Resolve.
Gila.
Itu yang paling kiri itu Titan Resolve ini ya, Augment ya?
Iya. Bergantuan Resolve.
Sekalinya lepas dari TT penuh bangke.
Ya anjir gak logis cuy. Skill 2 ngedash dikit, tiba-tiba penuh darahnya anjing.
Udah chill tuh.
Level 10.
Level 10 sih anjir. Dia ngincar Yorick bintang 3 ini, Cok.
The CC from coming through that Yone has to go through the hard way.
Ada Jess belum?
Yeah, the
Iya tadi di carousel.
Dia nggak dapet true damage yang belum lagi kan, ya udah udah Jess belum.
Tidur bang, nanti tidur Argra.
Oh kestun. Oh.
Sedap banget acing lifestyle-nya cocok.
Hilang kena sabet.
Lagi
harus ngurus posisi.
Ini brokoli lagi record nih.
Masalahnya nih lu urus positioning di plek-plekin nama itu ya. Tuh damage lagi. Tuh damage di deny.
Diambil sama
dia.
dia.
Nggak bisa. Ya udah ilawi 2 berarti.
Hampir tuh damage 10. Kayak konten gue tuh jangan lupa dicek ya guys. Tuh damage 10.
Yone-nya nge-carry, iya. Apa namanya? Yone reroll guys.
Like you said, it's all about this positioning. If the Yone dies quickly, that's going to be a big part. And then the key.
Ya posisi dulu nggak sih bang? Yone taruh nomor 2 nggak sih bang?
Really watch, see if she can generate that value, and then the Yone, he needs to stay alive.
Oh no. Langsung kena fokus.
Anjir langsung mati cok.
Positioningnya ngeri banget.
Iya.
Langsung mukul anjir, langsung mukul itu.
Kathleen harus kena ke Yone langsung.
Iya, langsung mukul Yone.
Catat.
Kevin Parker though has 50 gold. He's going to be able to go 9.
Itu kesampingnya buat
another unit. There is a chance here for his board to get a bit.
Nah iya yang gue bilang dari tadi, kenapa ke Sante ya? Nggak ada dapat Blitzcrank gitu bang?
Sentinel dia juga udah 3.
Lupa masih punya.
Lupa kayaknya sih, taruh di belakang dikira ini tadi. Dikira Ezreal kayaknya.
Pasti itu lupa masih punya ya.
Bingung nggak ada jalan. Ada deng. Anjir. Udah kemenang ini yang ini Kevin Parker.
Hilang tuh Yone kena.
Anjir, enggak ternyata cok. Masih ada kali ya. Oke, monster dulu, kasih item yang bagus gitu ya.
Pilihannya berarti ada 2. Kathleen yang mukul langsung atau enggak
The big thing here is that you look at this Yone and you
yang
think
lainnya hilang duluan,
but the
baru
problem is
Yone.
the second that Caitlyn gets that ult against
Cuman yang
that
tadi riskan
single
banget.
champion, that is 4 bullets to the face. That is a dead
Bang,
Yone.
kalau kata dia mah
That's not
apa
gonna be
ya?
enough. So now it's really about watching Kevin Parker's board.
Itu tadi
What
santainya
does
datengin
this
Yone
level 9 spike, and does this Mantle make a difference? Because again, his board team
Iya
is
sih
stronger,
bener.
but Broccoli is relatively capped here. So watch this roll down here.
Yan.
We level up. What do we see?
Dia
We
udah
see
bodo
a
amat.
Kiana here that can help a little
Iyalah
bit.
anjing
Sorry, got that in,
Ketlinnya yang carry.
though. What are we finding here?
Laui comes in for now, but again, the ammo
Dia
problem
ngerol
is
nyari
on the Zed, still not too well with only the gargoyles onto the Zed right now. Karthus
Lebih tepatnya nggak ada yang bisa dicari.
I like that Laui is going to have the technical block the Caitlyn ult. That's a big thing here. Yep, so here we go. This could be the final fight. Let's see who wins this.
Will this be the fight that determines it all? Where is the Yone positioned to load in? Yone's on the opposite side of Caitlyn. Kayla now working out to the front line. Yone trying to work.
Itu apa sih teriakannya broccoli ya? Broccoli. Waduh Yone anjing. Skill 2 lifestyle.
Oh my.
Waduh. Wah anjir. Freestyle dulu sih tadi dia cuy.
Udah sini tinggal positioning doang. Gak bisa apa-apa lagi. Gimana caranya biar Ketlin bisa bunuh Yone tapi nggak kena stun pro diver?
Itu bang, jual cannon yang ada itemnya, masukin cannon, pasang lagi.
Cari cannon.
Guna sekali ya, sekali nih Luciannya juga tuh.
Udah gam.
Yone nerf, harusnya nanti bakal di nerf sih.
Oke, ini saya lawan Kevin tuh tackle di belakang 2.
Iya, kurang lebih sama. Sama
Kayak lawan Luck sama ini.
Yone kelamaan.
Oh,
Yone, ya mati sih itu. Anjing kagak mati cok, wah anjing. What the fuck?
What the
fuck? Gila. Wah anjing. Gua kira mati loh itu cok, skill 2 terakhir itu tadi anjir.
What the fuck? Oh, ini broken anjing.
Tolol itu Yone
Sumpah. Darah tinggal 1/4 zombie ngedatengin di skill 2 penuh aja.
Pusing tuh pala brokoli.
Ya nggak pusing banget sih.
Tuh sih. Yang kedua saya tahu gue kemarin skornya sama. Kayak ke 1.
Tadi tuh yang si brokoli itu poinnya 20. Yang keduanya gue nggak tahu siapa 18.
Yang keduanya tuh siapa? Beda dong kan dia so gue.
Nggak tahu gue juga lupa yang keduanya siapa. Wah anjing.
Cuman itu tadi sih.
Tadi sih.
Tai banget anjing. Anjing unit curang.
Tadi bener si Kevin Parker kan ya?
Iya.
Iya.
Coba Asemo hidup lebih lama megangin.
Udah ngamuk-ngamuk tuh anjing. Fuck.
Asemo sih lengkap duluan.
Iya. Kan padahal butuh satu Yone loh. Jual bot padahal.
Gue jadi brokoli kesel sih. Anjing tuh damage 10 buah.
Di-deny 3 kali.
Iya, anjing kasihan banget. Tiap round ada tuh damage hilang.
Tuh damage gak bisa sih soalnya masa terlalu solid juga itu sepatu lain. Kayak sejelek-jeleknya kiri tambahin tuh damage ya udah jadi bagus deh.
Itu Yone kalau Titannya ganti 1 true damage gimana ya?
Malah jadi mati tadi.
Turun nggak sih ya?
Jadi turun.
Ini sekalinya lepas dari stun langsung seret mati semua.
Ganjil.
Ini nih, nah udah 1/4 zombie nggak deketin darah. Lagi.
Itu dia punya inspiring epitaph juga, pantesan.
Apa tuh inspiring?
Oh,
yang kalau unitnya mati, temennya dapat
nambah shield sama attack speed.
Oh, gitu.
sama Jewel Gauntlet, Jewel Lotus. Makanya kritikal kan, pak penuh aja.
Naik damage critical nih.
Gila banget sih.
What an amazing game. Like you said, Froden, if you don't like that, I don't what are you doing here? Why? For the regional rivalry as well, 2 players from NA, 2 players from EMEA.
Tio ini cooldown Crowddiver kan bukan edgelord. Dia 3 ininya dia. Kalau nggak salah.
Cuma buat dinyalain.
Crowddiver sama Heartsteel.
Heartsteel.
3 thread ya.
Enggak, itu dia nanya yang nyalanya apa. Enggak sih?
Yang nyalanya tadi Crowddiver headliner. Makanya dia bisa 6 headliner. 6 headliner, 3 edgelord, sama 3 apa gitu lupa.
Itu tadi kalau nggak ada call bisa menang kayaknya brokoli. Goal. Iya. Dia dapat heal dari ini ya Yorick ya. Anakannya Yorick.
Iya, dapat heal dari anakannya Yorick, nge-skill 2 kan. Penuh lagi. Cing, tipis banget skornya.
Sakit nih atas. Yang bawah gue next.
Anjir, itu tiap round apa gimana tuh?
Dua satu iya di connect semua anjing.
Sakit kepala dia. 7788 nih.
Box.
Wes. Woi Nardi, Jo. Nardi dah aja.
Tapi dia one trick disco.
Seeing this live event, this audience is amazing. I've never seen a full crowd of TFT fans. I am so happy that I got to be here to witness the fight that just happened, the $100,000 side swap. This fight, this event is gonna go down in history. This is amazing.
Wait, like talk me through those final moments. Did you think that we would see a
Jokes.
or was Broccoli gonna take it?
We were doing a co-stream over there on Toast setup, 4 of us from DSG, and when we saw the 7 Yones with
Ceweknya ngeliat ke arah ini terus aja, ke arah dada sama mulutnya, nggak lihat ke muka orangnya.
and it was very close. We saw him
Agak tinggi sih.
he was on the correct side. It was just a 50-50. Yone always goes on the left or the right, and Broccoli just he has to guess correctly, and he lost it twice. It's not really his fault. He has to move like 6 units, while his opponent has to move 1. So it's always.
Aduh, mulai nih jawaban nerd gini nih.
The best moment of TFT spectating I've ever seen.
Well, it's kind of fun when a coin flip happens in Vegas and sometimes can decide some of those final moments. But now we've got 4 players in check. Who do you think can take it?
Oh, if there's one thing I thought was incredibly standout, it's that at the end of every single game today, it was always KC Double, Kevin Parker, and Broccoli at the top. Like, this they might high roll occasionally, but this is definitely like, they're just on another level. All right? They're absolutely nuts level players. I'm a guy who likes to complain about bad RNG when I lose, but like, I have to show respect to these guys. They're crazy games.
Ngaku akhirnya.
He turned his pleasure games into first, seconds, and thirds.
The real.
And so did KC Double. One of these 3 is taking it, in my opinion, every time.
I think you're right about that one. Thank you so much, Box, for sharing your insight. We're gonna go to a short break, and we're gonna find out if that prediction is right after this.
Akhirnya mengakui. Duh anjing, gue butuh kopi.
Lah pagi kur, sarapan dulu lah. Iya, jangan lupa sarapan adik-adik.
Gue pengen ngopi anjing.
Gue sih pengen makan.
Pagi-pagi kan beli makan, beli kopi, udah tidur kan ntar siang anjing. Seru banget.
Iya, ramai anjir ini terakhirnya. Finalnya ramai. Kalau yang kemarin masih banyak yang bosan.
Cepet rehatnya cuy, cuma 3 menit.
Gila gak kayak wingrip
Bintang 4 tuh gue lihat tuh.
Lah, itu ngebug ya.
Si apa sih namanya tuh, sampai lupa gue sama championnya.
Seri.
Iya, bintang 4 Zeri itu, Cok.
Enggak ada sebenarnya.
Aku udah sarapan, mantap. Jam segini enaknya sarapan nasi padang, berat banget tuh.
Nggak tanggung-tanggung.
Gue sekarang lagi ada itu tuh guys, lagi ada ayam teriyaki tuh.
Mau Bang?
Lapar, tapi kalau gue makan dijamin langsung ngantuk aja.
Oh, makanya sambil pesan kopi sekarang.
Aduh.
Nanti ambil kopi, beres makan kopi.
Itu yang ayam itu apa ya?
Ayam.
Itu sama yang warna ungu tuh.
Ayam. Itu tuh apa ya kan? Oh itu tuh kayaknya Daeja deh. Kayaknya Daeja atau apa itu, nggak tahu, gue lupa. Kalau yang ungu, lupa juga sih yang ungu, gue udah lama soalnya.
Galio itu. Masa Galio?
Galio mah nggak ada skin gitu.
Gargantuan resolve, Titan resolve bakal di-nerf sih, bisa dipakai sama edgelord manapun. Fighter mah pasti bikin itu anjir. Fighter dapat augment Titan resolve. Udah. Terus lagi main edgelord.
Itu apa ya yang ungu sebelah saya?
Harusnya sih mampir.
Mampir?
Kalau ngeliat skin kayak.
Kalau di sebelah kanan Zeri apa tuh warna pink kayak cong anjir?
Itu tuh lupa gue namanya tuh Grom, yang Grom aja pokoknya mas. Cuman namanya gue lupa waktu itu apa. Nambi itu dulu tuh dinamainnya.
Bambi.
Bukan Bambi, Numbi gitu.
Gue nggak mau nyoba lele pakai gunblade. Buat apa tuh gunblade lagi?
Apa itu? Referensi Yuki kan? Iya, ini kali yang ngomong. Referensi Yuki ya kemarin. Kemarin si Yuki bikin itu lele bintang 3 pakai gunblade.
MC yang notabene auto battle lama masih gak ada tur resminya, heran. Katanya sih kalau nggak salah tahun kemarin ada turninya deh katanya. Anjir, ini kayak orang-orang mabok diajakin ya aja, diajak interview Jo. Yang tengah kaku banget, yang kanan nggak tahu mau ngomong apa.
Lagi enak di pojokan katanya.
Tiba-tiba ditarikan sini bang interview nih.
Yeah, I mean I've been hanging out with the German players all weekend and they've been really nice to me, so I almost feel like I'm gonna be German after this. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, both of you hang out a lot with Kevin and Zaza as well.
What you mean?
About Kevin Parker as like a player. I know you see him a lot on the ladder as well, Zolo.
Yeah, he's hanging out in the chat all the time. He's like a really great player, one of the best Germans.
Berasa denger bahasa Cina nih guanya.
He performs every time in the solo queue, but also in the tournaments. He definitely has a really good shot.
Jakutnya TFT banget tuh. Jakut, oh jaketnya. Iyalah. Gua ada tuh yang itu. Jaketnya yang kiri tuh. Steve Fight Remix, Steve Aoki di Mark ini. Harusnya Kimak sih.
With only one game win, are we
Utang-utang VTuber anjing nggak diuber.
is he just ramping up?
He's definitely just ramping up. Yeah, don't have to be worried at all. I'm pretty sure Sasa will perform well in the finals, like he always does. He's like an amazing player and like he won 2.
Kok bisa Riot bikin Tourney Vegas Open tanpa sponsor? Itu ada HyperX, ada kursi, ada AWS, Kurohiko top up. Nih itu kan ada banner Kurohiko top up guys. Di endorse tuh cuy.
Mana nggak kelihatan.
Ada si botak lagi.
Iya.
Oh my god, have we recovered from game number 4?
Deddy Kobuzer.
Are you ever gonna recover from that? That was insane. I was watching it over there, you know, with a lot of the pros and coach streamers, and everyone's like, well, it's over. I guess that's it. I can't believe it. Only 4 games. It's happening again, just like the Sett championship last time. And then the Yone just going beast mode, chop, chop, full health, over and over. It was crazy.
Chap, chap.
We had those fights back to back where Broccoli took the one.
Ini Mordok lagi mikir nih. Ini harus nerf nih anjing. Ini harus nerf nih anjing ini.
We have some people rooting. We have a new Kevin Parker the fan in the mid. Ashmu is
Asemo.
Tier 3 sub.
I mean, we need Ashmu at every tournament. This guy.
Asemonya tipe yang ini nih, disuka dideketin sama cewek nih. Tapi buat temenan doang.
Oh my god. And I mean the rest of the desk obviously cheering for Kevin as well. But I mean no one cheers harder. Yeah. Is that
Wih, HyperX Cloud Alpha cuy.
We talked about the stress, right? The pressure.
Very stressful.
This is a lot of stress. This is a lot of pressure.
Hey, Las Vegas, can we show some love? Ashmu needs your support as well right now.
Ini game keberapa bang? Kelima harusnya.
4 players now that is in check has a chance here to win the TFT Vegas Open.
That's right.
One good game is all it's going to take for these 4 players, but no one is out of it just yet. Because if you can string off a couple good.
Abis ini kursi itu dipakai kemana ya kira-kira ya?
From getting those first, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, let's talk about like.
Apa dibersihin, dibungkus terus dijual ya?
He's the first world
Dibalikin ke Secret Lab.
from the Galaxy's championships. It's almost fitting if he wins the LAN. You see Kevin Parker.
Selamat hari Senin guys.
Player from EUS for a long time, always ranked 1.
Bentar. Ini kalian belum libur guys, sudah tanggal segini cuy. Lagi ujian kah?
Harusnya masa-masa ujian sebelum
biasanya iya. Minggu sebelum liburan.
Going on right now, right? You have these underdogs like Ashmu, Malala looking to show that he can clutch it up on the final day, and it looks like right now we've got the games ready. Everybody is loading in.
Cuti.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1 into our
Lagi UAS bang kampusku. Kampus lu lagi UAS cepet dulu. Biasanya kampus Januari Februari nggak sih UASnya?
Januari Februari udah masuk semester baru.
Iya.
Biasanya suka gitu kan. Dia agak telat gitu biasanya kan.
Ada sih, enggak ada yang gitu. Ada yang gitu. Ada yang jadi rada gitu, diliburin dulu baru diituin di ujian.
Jadi awal semester itu mulainya kalau nggak Maret, Februari gitu. Saya UAS tahun depan bang. Nah kan.
This is going to be wild.
Kalau negeri emang cepet kur.
From that last game, so I can't imagine, you know, where the players are at right now mentally. The amount of adrenaline that's running through your veins. You have to be able to, all right, take a breath, compose yourself, focus on the game.
Ya daripada skatel pandel, lihat ke santai kadang dulu.
Ini siapa nih? Layar siapa nih? Brokoli.
Kandidat pemenangnya masa nggak disorot.
Goals at 19.
Dark Hydra, yeah, exactly. We might potentially see an even crazier scenario
Lihat jedak-jeduk.
if it doesn't end here.
Yeah, I do want to go back to what Azale was talking about with the mental, right? Broccoli being that
sampai hafal.
Average throughout the entire tournament. Do you just keep it in line here? Decides to go with the Pentakill Olaf, a pretty good start.
Do you like the Pentakill version or the Bruiser version more? I feel like a lot of people say Pentakill is so hard to play around, but with a 2 out of 3, that makes it much easier.
I'm a big fan of the Bruiser version. It gets you into that 4 Bruiser sooner, and 4 Bruiser is really good in stage 2. Exactly. Find the Groggets, whereas Pentakill doesn't really start to come online until like level 5 and 6 when you've got more units to take down.
In some ways, 4 people
Rank TFT apa rank apa bang? Maksud? Yang UAS tahun depan biasanya swasta. Sebeda gitu. Gargantuan tuh. Let's go bang. All in bang. Oh ya, ada patient study tuh.
Someone has that jazz, baby. I'm not entirely sure that's the
pusing tuh,
from this spot necessarily from their perspective.
Tergantungan yang diambil.
It is something to think about because that augment still can do pretty well. We'll see if there's anything else special.
Yang ini Richard.
Patient study sih bang, Fast 9 nggak sih bang?
headliner from before. So maybe there's going to be some sort of edge lord or crowd diver angle somewhere in this.
Yeah, Kevin Parker with Gargantuan Resolve, so
Gargantuan Resolve udah fix.
Petis kayaknya si Kevin nih.
Much more scaling.
2 game berturut anjing.
He has been so heavily stacking the early game.
Kevin Parker with a Gargantuan Resolve.
Ya, sekarang kebanyakan yang melee carry kuat-kuat. Kenapa enggak?
Emang dia aja kayaknya sukanya ke arah sana.
Petis.
Coba tadi kan Asemu hidup lebih lama. Iya.
Oh iya, Kevin Parker lagi ya Gargantuan Resolve. Nah, mulai si anjing ini nih.
Bang baru mulai udah tepok jidat anjing.
Iya, dan Just Baby juga.
No, katanya no. What the fuck, Ani? What the fuck you doing, Ani?
Oh, dia pengen win streak tapi kalah di awal.
Gold right now on the side, Broccoli with 15 gold, Humbug.
Nggak tahu kalau nggak ada Sojinnya, headliner Ani nggak worth anjing.
Ya, belum ada headliner bang tadi.
Ya tadi belum ada headliner.
Oh iya. Itu Ani 2 doang. Terus dia berharap pengen win streak.
Oh blok.
Kan bintang 2 gue banyak.
Pukul anjing.
Cuman, nah.
Tumben brokoli kagak nyari bintang listrik.
Tumben gak kayak turun damage.
Nggak bang, belum ada bang. Siapa?
Masih pagi.
Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's how.
Even though Ashmu's losing early, he looks like a little distraught from losing. But if he picks up that spatula, we've seen crazy things with Trinity Emblem. Don't see it on Jazz Emblem with that Jazz Baby.
Exactly.
Vampirism.
Grab that extra Jazz Emblem, then you can be all of a sudden scaling up another really
Bentar,
powerful
dia dapat
unit.
duplikat.
You know, that can work incredibly well. But I
Ini
feel like
yang si double yang
Suwe, Sentinel.
pick up an MF early. If you don't find
masih lumayan sih.
because all of a sudden
Suwe.
you're in this weird position where you
Ini orang kayak main pasar.
early for one of those to start scaling them up. You also need to hit all your trades.
Yes, dapat yes.
Yeah, you've got the bar.
Senang banget tuh.
The other thing is that for this trait to do anything, you need more trade. You need 3
Kampus gua baru beres UTS. Anjir, UTS.
Right, you know, generally when I played it,
Kapan tuh UASnya?
super fan and that sort of
Baru
angle
beres
is
UAS.
you hit some early trades, you know, get that active so you can start
Ya kan ada
scaling,
juga
but,
yang
he's gonna
ketukar
be playing loose streak and
kampus
he's
itu.
gonna be playing hard steal, so
Ada.
maybe try to economy up a little bit. Hopefully he's
Kampusnya ketukar apa gimana?
and start to get those trades online where you
Ya,
can scale.
ditukar tuh tempat itu.
That you can build a very wide
Pukulan itu ya.
synergies with low cost units, right? That is the power of Jasmine. You're able to ramp up.
Ya ini
It
Kevin
eventually
Parker
allows
sih
you
udah
to scale
mau
up.
double itu lagi, double titan lagi.
Does find something like
Itu udah ada yang pegang-pegang kepala lagi.
that he drops the hard skill entirely.
Itu mah udah biasa nih tiap game kayaknya.
I think that's the play, right? Is don't worry about the item. Find an MF off the carousel if you can. Ditch the heart steal. Get them stacking. That's at least your play here. Because if you don't do that soon, you're in a lot of trouble. One other call out, by the way, Double did get a champion duplicator. But there is an MF. There is an MF. We'll have to
Oke,
see.
aman. Nggak ada spatula.
Oh, okay. He just cares about the
Belum.
boom. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he recognizes
Ya biasanya class pertama nggak ada, kedua ketiga udah nggak ada. 3 masih mungkin deh.
3 mungkin, kedua jarang banget. Kayaknya emang nggak ada chance.
Ada, cuman kayak lebih jarang.
Maybe it gives him something kind of crazy.
Another interesting augment choice here. Broccoli going with pumping up. That's another one we have not seen a ton of here. But that's going to allow him to be strong from that lost streak position as the game goes on. That's going to be a bunch of attack speed. And in the late game, that is one of the most
Hadiahnya gitu berapa dolar? 300.000 dolar atau 4 miliar prize poolnya.
He's been absolutely incredible at being able to do that, at being able to manage loss streaks, at being able to lose the minimum, at being able to turn those loss streaks into successful mid games and into dominant late games. That's why he has had, the best first place rate. That's why he has had the best average placement at this tournament.
Siapa nih Disco Milala?
Casey Double sitting with that champion duplicator on his bench. It is the full champion duplicator, which is a little bit interesting when you get dropped to stage 2. It always feels a little
Portalnya apa?
Confusing. Do you want to use it on a 3 cost? Do you greed for those big roll downs at level 7 and try and get a 4 cost online as fast as possible?
So now basically
Di sini mah nggak ada yang main pot of gold ya?
it replaces 2 gold.
Ya.
Siapa yang mau anjir?
Iya anjir.
Orang berbiji.
Tiba-tiba round 61 kan nih. Jing what?
Enggak, itu nge-throw yang tadinya menang bisa jadi kalah ya.
Bener.
Ya udah berarti udah tahu kan siapa yang mau? Yang paling bawah.
Ya enggak, kalau yang paling bawah mati duluan di situ. 61 biasanya udah kayak top 4. Iya. 61 mau biasanya udah daerah top 4.
Kalau nggak daerah top 4, 5 atau 6 orang yang udah sekarat semuanya.
Oh enggak, maksudnya yang mau ke Poketal itu yang paling bawah di klasemen.
Oh.
Gue pegang lu semua biar lu pada pusing.
Sini lu, sini.
Yeah, Kevin's in a big lead.
This should be a 5 streak, I think. I doubt anyone has a board that can take him down, but it is going to be Malala.
The only thing is, this board has to be an anti-heal check. Oh, he has a Morello, that's right. So he should have every box check. This should be a 5 streak for Kevin Parker.
Oh, but is the fresh going to cast? It didn't cast. So
Nggak cast.
Oh my god.
Tidak, 5 streak hilang.
And the Yasuo's directly onto the Olaf as well to fight to the
Ya,
finish.
5 streak hilang.
Yeah, and looks like Kevin Parker just can't be done. That Hecarim is too much HP.
Oke, Milala yang dapat 5 streak.
Ini Kevin katanya pegangannya gini terus ya.
Really does give you so much.
Solid ya.
Semua kenapa sih ya sih?
Gue Januari masih ada satu pertemuan anjir. Habis itu baru UAS.
Oh iya, apa dia lagi sambil stream? Oh, Cairo goblok.
Cairo anjing. Cairo banget.
Min 1 ya.
Min 2.
Min 2.
Humbug losing that
Iya.
kills his
Portalnya 3 champion.
So here's the thing.
Padahal dia hoki loh.
Oh iya, dia akunnya juga Jazz ya, anjir.
Dia udah hoki masih pegang kepala ini.
Enggak pegang kepalanya, pegang kepala seneng deh.
Mending kepala titit lo pegang anjing.
Wah, ini. Ini tinggal nyari super fan harus. Wah, anjing.
Boleh.
Apakah gamenya diberikan kepada semua?
Ya, masih bisa sih yang Bard, masih bagus.
Iya, kalau yang Bard carry-mu masih kuat. Sekalinya infinite. Sampai lihat info masalah berapa tuh?
Kur, mos lu geserin katanya Kur.
Oh iya, maaf guys.
Tidur lagi Kur, apa-apa.
Nah, tidur lagi ya.
Itu kayaknya si Asemu udah guarantee top 4 nggak sih? Ya, gitu.
Harusnya udah.
But I mean, either way, it's still a lot of built-in power to that
Kecuali
champion.
mainnya aku.
And that's the whole fantasy of that jazz baby, right? Is that you
Enggak, kecuali tiba-tiba si Humbug gitu. Ada yang main Jazz.
Tiba-tiba berubah jadi disco jazz.
Yeah, and he does have the Nico on bench as well.
Masuk sih.
I think Ashman's kind of playing this game like he's getting 2 gold augments at once at 3-2, right? At 3-2 he's gonna hit the heart still.
Anjing, itu apa?
Ada yang main Jax.
Jax carry.
Jax carry aja. Pakainya itu lagi Archangel Staff aja. Scaling tuh.
Archangel dari super fan itu.
Bukan Titan yang dari super fan mah.
Titan ya.
Titannya.
Oh.
Humbug needs to make big plays, but
Gue penasaran sih lihat itu yang Jax lucu.
Ada true damage tuh bang di kanan atas. Nggak diambil ya?
Nggak ada spatula, tidak interested deh.
Choice for blinged out, which we've seen him playing as well, but I don't think he took it. So we look at Ashman's
Gue udah.
Waduh.
Ambil tiket tuh mau terus.
So we should be able to get some traits in here. And then
Aku chill bang, aku chill katanya.
Nggak salah sih, dia harus dapet ini. Iya.
Kalau enggak sakit pala dia.
Anjir nafsu banget tuh. Ya.
Oh, satu lagi.
Kalau nggak lo pakai kenapa lo beli? Habis itu jangan geleng-geleng lo anjing.
Ya kalau one cost sih
iya masih bisa dijual juga.
Masih bisa dijual.
Iya.
Nggak ngurangin gue. Cuman ya nggak tahu lah pala dia mah.
Tuh dia lagi mikir rumus tuh. Pegang kepala anjing.
Super fan dia salah, super fan-nya kejual.
Oh iya anjing. Astaga, ngetilt banget nih orang.
But yeah, the health is getting rough. Like he's got to hit the bar 3. I feel like really soon and start to stabilize.
He's also
dapat.
Oke, dapat balik lagi.
Yes, katanya yes. Kalau
you can't really just triangle up to 7.
Udah mau nggak mau ini harus hit sekarang.
Yeah, he's trying to spike now. And
Iya
his
loh.
impatience gonna be his
Iya
killer.
loh.
He hits a Lily of
Wah anjir.
Udah kayak menang tuh anjir.
Udah kayak menang anjing.
Udah gini mah.
Mampus kan anjing. Oh iya.
Mau ngehit MF3 juga ya kelihatan.
Enggak.
Harusnya enggak.
He's still not out of the woods yet, but he has put a clock on
Anjir.
the lobby.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is if there is a spatula on the carousel.
Tapi musuhnya begal.
For Jazz.
Gak ada.
He needs it for other traits to get to 7
Perfect loss.
Perfect.
That's okay.
Lumayan satu doang.
Iya, perfect loss.
In this kind of situation, you have to remain.
Gue penasaran apa rasanya jadi orang yang main sebelahnya Asemo lagi lihat board sendiri dan sebelah loncat-loncat aja.
Iya, lagi fokus di board, terus mata di samping itu ngelihat si anjing gerak terus.
Did you see the interview where he stood up when it was the final?
Kayak mau datengin diem goblok.
Keplak sekali kan. Anjing.
Keplaknya yang itu yang meme Batman itu.
Urgot 2, that seems like the strongest board for sure, still win streaking. Otherwise we see some Sennas. It looks like Zaza trying to play around Senna reroll. So that's an option here. Humbug has that last stand as well, so quite rich. Yeah, it has a lot of gold.
Kaya juga nih orang.
Yeah, Humbug's
Bukannya darah.
And honestly, he has some of the biggest to prove right now that he is still in it to win it because he has now got 8, 7.
Begal.
Can he find a way to turn around? And Sasa
Setengah begal.
And here's the thing about
Belum jadi soalnya.
Masih
setengah.
Right, he just has 7 Sennas, 0 gold spent on rolls.
That is true.
He's actually in a really good spot. I think from here you should be.
Loh iya anjing dapetnya. Senna -3, -2 tanpa ngerol.
You play around something like a 2-star Senna that is not the headliner. All of a sudden you find a headliner in your shop and it gives you a great option to reroll.
Did you see that stat though, that there are only 6 Sennas left in the pool?
Oh,
It's
people hold it a
contested.
lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so that's I think the other reason why
Sisa 6 Senna di pool. Banyak banget yang pakai.
off of it and then try to hit it.
Playing a little bit more slowly, go to 7.
Lumayan pusing sih dia kebenaran nyari Senna 3.
5%, I believe, off the odds. Correct. 7 on the 2 cost. So to me, when I see that I'm heavily contested, I'd rather just push one level and then roll.
I really
Dan semua kenapa masih one? Oh beda orang.
Another augment whose stats are not
Si Ketlin anjing.
but the ceiling of this augment is immense. Not
Pegang aja itu Senna itu ada min 2 loh.
crazy emblem combinations in the late game because you can break apart things.
Itu semua lagi make barang kayaknya, makanya aktif banget. Habis minum Mixue anjing. Banyakan gula.
Anjing.
He can afford one turn where I'm gonna build the best
6 big shot, 2 sentinel.
Demi nahan win streak dia.
11 gold now, 4 big shot on his board as well.
3.
Another big call out here by the way. Ashmu lost again.
Oh anjing.
Iya, nggak ada yang main Fastnine ya?
Nggak ada.
Main begal aja anjing.
Semua.
Ini yang terjadi di lobby gua isinya begal semua.
Udah males aja Fastnine nih orang-orang. Nanti aja Fastnine nih kalau udah jadi gitu. Cicil dikit.
Udah beres ngebegalin orang, nah baru Fastnine.
Iya, sedapatnya. Kecuali kalau
Cicil
emang
dikit-dikit aja ya.
Duit gold banyak, terus gold awal, gold akun, dan lu win streak juga ujung-ujungnya ya udah baru Fastnine.
Asemo udah itu tuh pecah listriknya. Default kemana ini orang? Kevin. Oh, banyak tuh komponen Kevin.
Savage Bin soalnya dipecahin lagi. Next round dia mau 8.
Oh dia mau full Titan Resolve itu cuy. Let's go ah.
3 Titan.
Ya level 7 nyari Yone nih cok. Let's go bro, roll bro.
dipasang dijual lagi, balik lagi itemnya. Oh, aduh.
Nah benar kan?
Cuman
Tahu gua. Pengen menang lagi deh, Cok.
Tapi masalahnya
Arsil lebih PR. Kurang pedang dia.
Ya udah itu topi kan nanti dibikin lepas lagi.
Iya, dia harus jual.
Dia harus jual dong.
Orang ngomong sembarangan.
Apa headlinernya tadi ya dia?
Hardstyle.
Oh Hardstyle. Oh iya.
Yeah, for sure. They are got doing damage, applying that burn, and again,
Godnya
temporarily trying to stay alive.
lah humbug.
80 gold right now, 13 HP.
80 gold
Halo
sih.
Zeno.
Itu gila banget.
Have one last chance.
Pakai HOJ juga bisa. Iya, tapi kalau HOJ
He's trying to streak from this position, and we'll see. And I'm really interested if we get to see his board, if he's actually.
Kalau
nggak
HOJ kayaknya lebih
bisa sih.
gampang dibunuh.
Buat gantiin itu. Kalau emang nggak dapet sih.
We're getting a view again, gold. We've got some portable forges. We've got, you know, some other augments here inspiring Epta.
Lebih kelas choice itu OJ. Tapi tadi dia magic resist dipakai juga ya, nggak ditaruh.
Nggak lihat gua.
Iya, belum dipakai. Jaga-jaga sih. Mana tahu dari monster langsung jadi, dari carousel langsung jadi ya.
Nggak, maksudnya seinget gue dijadiin jadi item lain. Kalau tadi gue nggak salah lihat. Jadi kayak bener-bener di
KSS ya tadi.
Oh iya benar, udah habis tadi materialnya ya.
Kalau salah ada KSS. Kayaknya itu dijadiin.
I think that's the big thing right now, is the fact that he's in this position. So.
Tiba-tiba disco bang, tiba-tiba EDM.
EDM, big shot.
Ini fax kemana nih?
XCMO. Kayak nyambung.
Ngisi slot.
Mungkin buat nyari teman kali cuy.
Ya ada CC-nya sih, jadi
Bajir sakit banget tuh Ezreal. Jir, geli-geli cok. Oh iya.
Makasih mananya, kata Ezreal.
Tas hilang tuh. Oh cing, shieldnya. Dikasih cinta bro.
Kevin Parker and Malala once again. To me, that's an early Sona.
Tempo lobbynya roll 7 semua ya. Iya dari tadi nih cuy.
On the left side for Kevin Parker. We've seen Poppy do quite a bit of work.
Roll 7 buat nyari headliner baru. Nanti udahnya di 8 lagi. Cuman ada yang di 8 juga tetap. Yang bisa ke 8 biasanya tetap ke 8.
Itu yang Yone udah jual tuh, si Kevin. Jadinya begituan tuh ngeri tuh.
Gitu,
Oh iya aja. Nemu Poppy sih mantap juga sih.
I'm never really sure what angle to go for.
It often depends on your board as well, but I do think that getting KD value.
Udah ini menurut dia nggak bisa nih gue dapat ini nih. Yone bintang 3 nih katanya. Nggak ada waktu cuy.
It's almost like Malala's playing endless hordes because of the way he's set up. He is very strong, make no mistake. Broccoli on the other hand is scaling, but he's at level 8-0 and I don't know.
Selamat hari Senin.
If you can get a really big
Soalnya main real semua jadi mau nggak mau harus ikut. Iya bener.
Humbug.
Last 10.
He's gonna have to spend all his gold right after carousel and see if he can actually bring this back.
Sena. Iya di kok Sena. Ambil kos 5 dulu yang penting katanya.
I feel like he's gonna get to 9. And even if he does like one roll, even if he does the one roll and hits the headliner,
his frontliner's gonna be garbage.
Either his frontline's gonna be garbage or he has no damage. It's one or the other because he has no more gold to buy. Because if you roll with 20, that and 15 are gone, what do you have left?
And I feel like we've seen that so many times this tournament where people are really focused on getting.
Humbug kalah pun nyantai mukanya. Iya sih. Lihat AF itu tuh AF.
Soalnya dia udah kalah. Udah gak akan ke satu kayaknya.
AF 5454 tuh. Dia juga santuy dia cuy. Wajah.
Ngeri sih.
Ini apa nih? Kok percaya gitu?
Halasten.
Emang darahnya berapa anjir? Iya anjir satu. Ini yang bikin comeback nih katanya. Item mana nih bang?
Jinnya kan kasih ke Jin.
Ya,
And Spark as
Alek,
well,
alek.
not really a lot of value when you have Zig that
Alek,
can carry.
alek.
We'll see if he can get it done.
Dapat dimaklumi bang, pressure-nya tinggi.
Nggak sih, udah nothing tulus dia oke.
Itu palanya masih dipegang.
Nggak ketahan last stand gue ini.
Nggak ketahan.
Anjing, nggak ketahan cuy.
Gak tau deh bang.
Iya. Banyak yang loncat tuh. Banyak yang loncat.
Bisa aja bisa. Satu kali Jin lagi tuh. Tas.
Coba Sojinnya tadi ke Jin.
Iya, kayaknya lebih kuat.
Jadi Jin.
Even, you know, Humbug having kind of a rough day.
Masih.
Lu tuh udah kuat bangsat, tapi masih aja.
Such love for all of our top 8 players here, no matter how it's going. So that's just really awesome to see.
Wah, lu tuh mau dapet MF itu natural bintang 3 anjing.
And he does have 7 straight deaths.
Atau lu mau high roll itu Zik.
He's got the bard, so now he's getting that scaling AD and AP in for his
Tadi tuh doa Lucian, please Lucian, please Lucian gitu.
something along those lines and keep this win streak going.
Tetap di Zik.
Huge, but he's going up against Humbug. Let's see it.
And this could be the end of Humbug's run, but also at the same time, Ashbu's still in the middle
Ya,
of scaling.
Ziggsnya 2 dewa sih, lebih kuat.
And also this Eternal Winter is kind of the death of MF who's trying to ramp up her attack speed.
Can't get through it.
At least not yet.
Close.
Frontline
does
not fall until just now. The MF is now
Oh.
on the
One unit loss.
Tipis banget.
Oh my goodness.
Sobat ASM udah duduk duduk.
Oke, cari item.
TF2 dapetnya juga.
Augment paling haram apaan bang?
Continue this streak to be able to not have to roll more, to be able to actually push levels. And now
Hatch Fun 40 mungkin.
pretty difficult decision here because
Hatch Fun
he is down
plus.
on XP. He is, okay economy wise, but I don't think you can go for MF3 or anything. You've got to push levels.
Well, that's the tricky part because he does have the golden ticket augment, right? So it does kind of feel like it's pointing you in this direction of rerolling, but yeah, like you mentioned,
You're on
at
3.
4 misfortune total.
Wis, cocok batu buat MF anjir.
Well, and it's like Kevin Parker's gonna be 9. Still rolling for an MF, right?
Mau Dede mau Giant Slayer anjir. Dede dong.
So low value from here because you're not gonna be able to get a bailout.
Nah iya kasih Dede, abis itu kasih
Ketlin one trick nih.
Iya anjing.
Iya anjir.
Lagi bagus katanya bang.
I see Ketlin, I buy, I press ping. I win.
Tapi emang kuat soalnya.
Emang lagi kuat.
Headliner bard, getting those extra dudes every cast.
Tiap
That's gonna
game
make him
juga.
deadlier in the late game as well. Broccoli playing around this headliner Caitlyn again.
Item bang, jangan lupa bang. Attack speednya jangan lupa bang.
Enggak, Ketlin nggak butuh attack speed kok.
Bukan dia ada ZK tadi.
Oh.
Nggak butuh. Biasa tuh.
Sengaja.
Tuh, lihat tuh Poppy. Poppy.
Wajing. Palu selayar tuh bang.
Di palu-palu tuh.
Kayaknya kalah sih.
Wah, tapi nggak cukup nanjen deh kayaknya sih.
Kalah harusnya.
Kalah.
Iya nggak ketahan sih kalau Jin kayak gitu mah.
Ada anti heal juga soalnya.
Kena anti heal, ada winter juga. Jadi kececek kalau kena ke
Belakangnya masih sama Zig soalnya.
Oh,
enggak. Oh.
Ya belilah.
Tapi bang, Poppy.
Oh my god, the makings of the comeback here for Humbug. You can start to
Bisakah
see
kuat?
the chance
Itu
for it
start
to
kasih aja ke set.
Guardian, Monster, Sentinel, Hyperpop, Destroyer.
Permanen anti itu tuh. Anti magic crisis.
Iya.
Yorick is a damage dealer, so roll for roll is not a complete swap.
Yeah, I will say
Lumayan
when you
kuat,
get
Chin.
yours in there and you have some items, you often get so many dual casts out that they do soak up a lot of damage and can kind of act in a similar manner.
Yeah. And it does matter about whether or not he's able to deal with the backline damage as well. Malala does have the already know Yorick.
Wah.
He's gonna go in
Wah.
Aman.
Tas, iyalah.
Ini nih. Anda menjadi hamba, ada dak dikduk.
Hilang.
Does take a loss, not dead yet though. He's got one more chance.
Lah, ada juga tuh damage yang
Asemu habis ditegur ngangguk jadi anteng. Ditegur siapa, Jo?
Itu tadi si KC apa itu?
Oh, he's rolling. And he is rolling for MF, and I do think MF
Double.
is the way you win this lobby. I think
Ini beneran nyari MF
Does
anjing.
that take a second? That's how you get third.
Iya, masih level 7 aja.
Iya beneran dia nyari MF itu. MF2 di
Awalnya 56 ya.
But that front line right now, we have
Paket masih
two
20-an.
items, and that's it. We saw that wasn't really working for KC Double 2 games ago, so that's going to be the big trick.
Exactly, and it's like when you go 8 before you roll
Risi
down there,
nafsunya.
such better odds of actually just getting some of those outs. Like I randomly picking Bill
Oh iya beneran.
picking up yours,
Oh
things
shit.
like that can turn a top forward.
Tuh kan, udah make Ezreal.
Hilang itu kan ininya. Siapa sih namanya? Ziggs-nya. Oh, untung nggak ke Ziggs anjir. Untung nggak ke Ziggs.
Masih aman.
Gila stand cuy.
This is the beautiful part of the checkmate format too, though, right? No matter how
Namanya Titan.
Enggak dapat dari Kiana.
Oh.
Tapi langsung full stack sih gue ngerti.
Easy solution to all your problems in TFT. But Double 61 now 3 HP. He would be our first player in check.
Dia mau ganti headline ya?
Next round.
Double still holding on to that champion duplicator.
Enggak. Oh, third itemin itu.
Oh, second one, right?
Cuma kenapa nggak star?
Masalah sih harusnya lebih butuh front line. Itu kan Jigsaw udah damage semuanya. Monsternya nggak nyala kalau mau set ya.
Kevin Parker right now definitely looking very
Kevin
strong.
Parker.
Oh, Jian headliner.
Could play, spoiler here, go into
Lucian headliner. Kain headliner.
So pretty good here.
So open cell headliner for Kevin Parker finds an Alawi too. Which some people say they don't even really like nearly as much this patch.
Ilawi headline item begitu, Cok. Weh.
Nggak sopan nih, nggak sopan.
Nggak sopan.
Hilang.
Ya.
Hilang.
Kiana is just farming items.
The Zed one shot.
True damage, Zed dealing too much damage here. Oh my god, this cat.
Kevin.
Udah budgetnya gila ya.
Titan Resolve tuh Titan Resolve, Kevin.
Nggak FW yang hilang.
Dead, and that's another 8th place, unfortunately for Sasa.
So right now, KC Double on the uprising,
Alah,
Humble
sih,
doing
Sona
well, Sasa
headliner.
getting knocked out. Ashmu on this 4-round.
Kuro turun lagi, enggak. Kevin duta Titan, mentang-mentang dapat itu cuy.
And this is something that actually throughout the entire tournament is that he's not someone
Gara-gara
a lot
ya
of
apa sih
players
namanya
who
augment
just 2 MFs off,
Titan
they'll roll a bit
Resolve.
deep, try to hit the MF3 and then try to recover their economy. He is
Ini si paling bingung, si paling shock ini.
and try to prioritize that eco even when he's playing heavy reroll.
That's a level 9
Dia ngomong sama siapa? Gue penasaran.
Nggak tahu sih, yang paling mungkin dia lagi streaming juga kali.
Yang paling masuk akal ya.
Yang paling masuk akal itu doang ya.
Kalau enggak sih ya udah.
Ilawi.
Wajib Gilawi cok. Bangke.
Gede sih, cuman ya.
Iya.
Forward.
Cuma masalah itu mending ini nggak sih, mending Yorick nggak sih daripada Ilawi?
Iya, kalau mau mendingan Yorick yang di 3 Titan.
Iya.
Ilawi soalnya bagus ya.
Ilawi dia tank soalnya.
Tank, murni tank.
Ilawi murni tank.
Yorick baru fighter.
Satu lagi.
86 roll anjing.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of chances here.
Iya,
Nico
man.
3 would also be another big spike that would help with some of that front.
Kurang satu anjir.
Iya.
I think if you really want to convert, you have to
Ya
hit
tapi kalau udah sekarang ya udah kagok
start pushing the tempo and start
Udah
punishing players.
kagok banget
The problem
dia
is he
buat
takes
move
his
on.
sweet time, which he might not
Terlalu
have to
kagok.
I mean, he's got a real chance to potentially hit the Echo 3 and the Nico 3 though, right? Like he's got 6 of each of those. He's got 8 on the MF. So it's gonna be interesting to see how heavy he rolls here. Let's find out.
One more
Is he
MS
gonna hit?
Fortune.
Oke.
Oke, dapet anjing.
Oke. Kayaknya bisa top 3 nih orang.
Front line for this Miss
Kuat
Fortune,
banget.
make sure it has enough damage. Dazzler's really common as well for Jazz Synergy. Yep. He's going for
Kenapa nggak nyalain Dazzler-nya?
He's actually just gonna try to
Itu ada TF anjing.
even further.
Yeah, that extra Omni Band from
Masa mau nahan ikon sih.
Asemu si drama queen.
Ketemu Attack on Titan nih.
Low attacks on 6-2 though, so eventually he might get outscaled. there's also the additional damage threat of this 2-item TF as well. So there are
Hilang.
threats on the other side. The question
Nggak ada tembel-tembel kilo ini.
Nggak guna.
On the other side.
Kevin Ringkat.
Ding.
Oh.
Akhirnya Hambaknya keluarin ini finishernya.
Ngeluarin finishernya tak seberapa itu.
Kevin fetish sih ya deh.
Ngeri si Hambak tiba-tiba nomor 3, Cuk. Emang last stand bangke emang.
But Humbug, he's on last stand and he's on this 8 streak. He has really started to cap out this board. You know, he's
Udah sih kedua, harusnya ini udah
solid, Mbak. Harusnya udah solid sih.
He's making me eat my words.
Brokoli ke-7, Cok.
Lah iya anjing, brokoli ke-7. Duitnya masih 60 anjing,
kepleset sih itu mah udah fix.
Ush, bahagia banget si Hambak ini.
Juga kalah terus sama siapa nggak tahu.
Kayaknya sama yang itu juga nggak sih, last stand juga.
Harap.
Masih level 8.
Ya dia main just reroll, bukan just level 9. Beda soal.
I think we're going to game 6 here. I do too. There's just so much power on this last stand board. You've got the Yorick, you've got the Ziggs, you've got the TF, the 4 Dazzler. I do not think a Bard and MF with this frontline stands
Ini sih nyampe 7 game kayaknya.
Iya, nyampe. Gara-gara brokolinya ke-6 sih tadi.
Comeback is real. Hambak, audiensnya Hambak anjir.
Iyalah. Boardnya udah cap banget aja tuh. MF nya ngapain? Mukulin apa? MF halo?
Berarti malah ngasih duit. Chance tidak diperlukan.
Lumayan nih kon. Emo. True damage.
Dia ngambil apa? Jin itu.
Jin rempem. Iya.
Anjing high roll sian.
Alah. High roll. Lah.
Okay. Let's see if that makes a difference. I don't know.
Cuman bisa masukin Lucian doang nggak sih? Ngapain dia masih ngerol?
Halo Roni Simple, thank you give membershipnya 5 Roni Simple.
Nyari apaan?
Yang dapat jangan lupa say thanks adik-adik.
The fuck? Tukar siapa tadi Ilawinya?
Benar.
Oh iya benar. Iya dia ngapain pakai itu?
Ya dari awal ngapain dia masih nahan genar anjing.
Udah seneng tuh tadi Asmo nih dapat Ilawi.
Tipis
banget. Anjir. Gokil coy, shock dia tuh anjir. Last stand bangke, last stand biji kuda. Mulai sekarang akan ku ambil last stand gitu.
Kepalanya pusing tuh, capek-capek ngehit kan.
Oh, yang satu kan yang sebelahnya si Hambak GG banget ya kan. Kayak lu. Yang satu lagi dibiarin orang aneh gitu.
Last stand JG. Wih, halo Aki. Gimana progres TFT-nya Ki?
I thought maybe he did it right. His dash dash gets stronger every single turn. Yeah. He had a redemption, which is a great way to accelerate his front line.
Kenapa sih?
Si anjing pakai celana SMA, Cok. Si itu. Apa namanya Asemu? Pakai celana bahan anjing bentuknya.
Celana kain.
Wow, that was crazy, man. those last heals that were coming in onto the MF.
Haus batu bang, haus batu. Reroll dulu bang habis.
Lu rasain dulu main jadi dia, gue kedeg-degan anjing.
Gue tadi udah posisi dia sih tadi. Kayak dia si Hans tadi di Jumers. Anjir kok bagusan penguin di Jakarta.
Penguin yang di Jakarta kecil soalnya, yang ini gede aja. Orang yang drumnya tinggi tuh.
Bayangin jadi dia tiap match deg-deg bener. Seru kayaknya LAN event judai-judai begini. Tuh.
Gila anjing.
Itu kameranya sampai gerak anjing.
Headsetnya juga mau putus anjing.
Anjing.
Habis ini define ya.
Habis ini jadi invite lagi ya.
Ya nggak di invite lagi abis ini cuy. Gue pengen coba lihat di TikTok ada pada gimana orang-orang. Kok di TikTok sih, di Twitch.
Tapi ya sih itu MF-nya kena Everfrost sakit pala anjing. Kalau nggak ada Everfrost menang gitu.
Efek chill kan ya Everfrost ya?
Iya. Chill kalau
chill bro.
8 kali ke stun.
Chill.
Pertama tekstur kurang ya, terus sih kalau keseringan dipukul
jadi
nge-stun.
Ini nggak usah dihitung sih sinerginya, nggak usah dipikirin, itu mah bang last stand doang anjing.
Iri aja.
Ambeknya menang.
Nggak usah sok paling posisi aja. Mending gede-gede itu ditulis sih itu last stand.
Positioning di bawah last stand.
Meta hambak anjas.
Pegangan.
Wah,
lihat. Panahnya ngeri banget nih gue lihat nih. Ini ya grafiknya.
Banget anjing. Bener-bener dari last stand nyala anjing.
Main seluncuran juga kayaknya nggak bisa itu ya, segitunya ya.
Udah jurang anjing gitu.
Wih, mayan nomor 7 coy.
Brokoli. Gara-gara tadi kepleset.
Itu kenapa tandanya 6 gitu? Kayak apa sih? Oh, yang 2 di bawah udah gak akan menang ya kayaknya.
2 di bawah gak akan menang.
Tim hore doang.
Gara-gara si Ambak menang jadi 6 yang nyala tadi pesan tadi dikit aja.
Iya tadi kayak dikit loh.
Tadi dikit ya.
Iya, tadi 4. Terus sampai menang kan jadi 6.
Gila loh.
8 tuh, 4 poinnya. 8 sedikit.
Kevin, cok, fetis titan.
Iya, Kevin, itu yang bener lah
Kevin, fetis titan anjing.
AFW 5454 santuy aja yo. Dia tim hore coy.
Give it up for Humbug. Picking up that win. I'm here with Emily Wang.
Itu Hambak kalau ke satu lagi bisa itu ya. Masuk.
Ya, kalau yang lainnya Tusun yang di atas apa?
Yang di atasnya.
Kalau yang atasnya masih fetis titan.
Fetis ngumpulin duit.
Fetis ketlin.
Enggak, cowok justru itu si Brokoli kalah gara-gara dia win streak ya. Aduh, bukan posisi nyaman gua katanya. Gua harus
posisi nyamannya lu streak aja.
Iya, nyamannya gua lu streak nih.
Lu streak ke damage emblem. Ketlin udah.
I feel like Broccoli and KC Double have been playing really well. So my bet is maybe on one of those two, but I mean, it can be anyone. Like Humbug can go 1-1 and 1 out, who knows?
All right, well, thank you, Emily. We're gonna send it right back on over to the desk.
No brakes for this train. We are gonna chug along and go into game number 6. We're joined once more, Frodan, Azael, Makes. Welcome back to the couch.
Thank
and
you.
Mort Dog, Makes.
The kid.
You're out there in the crowd. What's it like right now?
I am shaking so hard right now.
Shut up,
I've
the
been
kid.
back there with the other casters, with the Riot people. We're all watching. We're screaming. It's crazy
Siapa tuh?
out
Jokes
there.
juga ya?
Of course, it's crazy in the audience.
Ini beneran
They've
jokes
been
sih.
so fantastic this entire day. They've been loud. They've been crazy. They've been chanting for players. It's so good.
My favorite thing there was the fact that when Humbug was in that 8th place spot, right, it was like, oh, he might be out, but the crowd cheered him on. We were hearing the Humbug chants, and what happened? He came back, and ended up winning it to take us to this game 6.
Nggak bisa sih, ini harus di-nerf ini last stand Murdoch.
Anybody who might be late Dragon, they heard the hype was going on. What happened these past 2 games starting from game number 4?
I mean, this has just been insane, right? You know, we saw it was game number 4. Broccoli was on match point here. You know, was going to be able to beat the TFT Vegas Open champion, but it's Kevin Parker comes back ridiculous.
Guys, WR total size berapa? 9 GB kan?
The camera.
Puts himself in
Last round kan masih ada 2 lagi kan?
in this game 5 here. He was in check. He was
2 apa 3 lagi ya?
2.
Yeah, and every fight
Harusnya
just
2
came
ya.
down to the wire. You could see them both almost ready to pop off. And again, watch the health. It's so close, but the TF here dodges it all with the edge of night, stays alive.
Tuh orang sih ngehit Yorick, udah gitu ngehit TF2, TF62 udah.
I love the sportsmanship as well from Ashmoon. Goes over
Karena itu doang.
Humbug after that loss. So many players think we so focused on I can't believe I didn't win. I can't believe it. But he's focusing on how big of a moment it is for Humbug, who had been having a rough lobby, who had not been having the performance that he had wanted. He's one of the only 2 players that aren't in check, but comes up with that big win. So you love to see that sportsmanship on such an important stage.
Absolutely, and that's what makes, I think, the TFT community very special in many people's eyes. As much as we're competitors, we're also friends, we're also rivals, but we're also cheering each other on. We're each other's biggest fans. I see so many people say, man, this guy is a beast, he's a demon. I really hope that he wins. I mean, I hope I win in Hyrule too, but in reality,
Menang
Tuh, disuruh ditegur tuh.
some people have never
Menang kasino deket gitu.
Jelasin last stand dong Kur, masih pemula gua. Ya kalau mati dia dikasih darah 100 terus dapat defense sama lifesteal semua anggota tim.
Recall di TFT-nya kurang, oke. Ke kasino, recall lagi.
Absolutely. This is the Cinderella Open.
Recall TFT-nya bau, cobain kasino. Sebentar lagi.
People's profile. He didn't even have a profile picture. The guy is, you know, it's not like he's out there. He's not a known quantity. But he is showing that if you practice, if you grind, if you get to that level, you can show up. You can
dikasih tahu sama security-nya kan. Jangan ngerusak blue.
And now we have 6 players on check. What about the players on the outside? Humbug showed what he can do. Sasa could also play the spoiler again, and we could go into game number 7. But I am
Humbug udah doa lagi. Pegangan.
We are seconds away.
Doa nemu last stand lagi.
Last stand.
Pinconnya di last stand.
Itu Asemo ada kelainan jiwa ya. Lagi streaming dia cuy.
Di belakangnya ada pengawasnya. Lu jangan aneh-aneh ya.
Lu
jangan ngerusak blue.
Aneh-aneh lu, gua geplak kepala lu anjing.
Mungkin gak sih udah kayak gitu di diskualifikasi merusak properti.
Nggak tahu.
Masalahnya kamera ke dia terus sih, emang sengaja juga ngambil ini.
Kalau sekali lagi gitu,
exposure.
Sekali lagi ya kamu loncat-loncat gitu sampai bakal rusak, mainnya di HP loh anjing. Terima kasih TFT Mobile lah.
Akhirnya dikasih lihat cutscene.
Who kind of have that style normally, this might actually hurt them, right? They might end up getting their loss streak broken, things like that. We'll have to wait and see. But you can see on the right side there are 6 crowns now, 6 players in check. Very high likeliness this is our last game, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So take a look at what the openers are for some of these items, and they can actually dictate a lot, right? You see your
Kenapa perlu double headset ya? Kenapa sih Pit orang pakai double headset gitu?
Apa?
Udah pakai double headset gitu?
itu satu noise cancel, satu yang buat dengernya.
He's part of that. Is this what you want to take to the potential final road?
Soalnya kalau misalkan turnamen kayak gini kan lu denger suara caster jadi tahu, ibaratnya kayak nguping gitu lah. Makanya satu noise cancel, satu buat denger.
Bor ini yang lo pengen ya, Kor? Iya. Kalau ada akun yang punya bor itu boleh gue beli. Budget 50.000.
Pukul. Buat gacha sekali aja gak buat kayaknya.
You don't have to fully commit to the line, right? So it's like, hey, if TFT God's going to give me an 83, I'll play an 83 and then I'll transition out of 9.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the big difference from this
to something we saw, I believe, from Ashburn
biar apa sih?
is the cap out. So
Gak
like
tahu, gabut.
Enggak, orang-orang TFT suka gitu gabut.
Gabut.
Tahu nungguin ngapain lagi ya?
Titan Resolve bang, Titan Resolve.
Iya.
Bilangin
sih beda orang.
Ah,
Beda orang.
oke di atas enggak.
Beda orang. Ada itu anjir di bawah.
Ada.
Cok.
Di kiri atas ada Jazz tuh, kiri atas.
Kira ada Jazz, oh iya Jazz. Orang di situ lagi, isi Asemo lagi.
Oh blok di one trick anjing.
Ya, kalau emang hit si Bartnya sih emang gitu. Itu tadi for.
Oke, Diski sama dia.
Disco akhirnya. balik nih Disco nih.
Nggak mau kah bang? Ada Disco nih 2 biji nih bang.
Ya kali ke disco.
Masa sih nggak disco?
Ya kali nggak Disco coy.
Namanya.
Nah,
Disco one trick.
Ya, jadi itu tapi nggak ke disco dong. Adalah disco.
Nggak tahu ya.
Ya, Disco nggak ada yang ada ya.
Harusnya enggak. Siapa tahu dapetin Forger.
And the worst case scenario is he wins, lose.
Oh, maybe not.
Did he actually win this?
Abah akhirnya mengulang last stand-nya. Dia cuma tim Hore doang itu si Abah. Ini harus ada awardnya nih, most hated player anjing.
You can have enough if he does, because I think there was a lot of 2 costs in that shop.
I don't think
so I don't know if he even had
It was close. I'd have to go back and see. But KC Double now with a 3-item Porky here. This is very powerful and some good frontline.
Kur gua dapat 68 bit enak banget. Iya cuy, banyak duitnya anjir.
Ntar dia itu dapat 5 komponen anjing. Udah gitu bintang 2 rame. Bangsat.
Iya ya, dapat dari mana itu? Dari Monster Round doang.
Iya, 5 komponen di Monster Round udah gitu nggak tahu lah ngepet sisanya.
Terus itemnya juga bagus loh kayaknya.
Kalah lagi.
Masih kalah.
Cybernetic di
gara-gara cybernetic.
Iya.
Is really going to push through a lot of these.
Scrappy invention.
Anjing. Itu tampensnya dibikinin iPhone semua gitu. Sengaja buat pegangan.
Itu tampensnya kalau scrappy inventionnya jelek bisa dapat gunblade tuh.
Iya. Iya, kebetulan.
Kebetulan masangnya tongkat. Kenapa dia nggak pasang aja?
AFW jalur mandiri kur. Yoi. Ini teh augmentnya di set gold semua ya? Nggak tahu deh. Tadi apa ininya?
Bukan yang
portalnya.
Ini mah portal item, complete item.
Complete item.
Oh.
Also building up that 8-bit for a potential line. Not that we've seen a lot of that right now. Doesn't have a ton of gold to work with, but overall that win streak should help bring that back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one not going to be that close, so going to be feeling good. But also, when you slam Sunfire, you're really playing for tempo, right? This is not really that much of a late game. I would always rather have umbrellas or red buffs in the late game.
Udah balik.
It really can push you through a lot
Serangan
of
pabrik.
especially when
Tempat nyaman gue.
No spatulas.
Nggak spatula tapi.
Gak apa-apa, yang penting gue lusik dulu kan.
Milala komit itu.
you will.
Yeah, fair enough.
Malala.
Yeah, Malala. Malala's a really interesting augment as well. He has learning.
Oh iya, anjing learning to spell.
Oh iya.
Oh iya.
Learning to spell.
Dia pakai pang buat nyari aninya.
Yeah, this is an augment that if you get it
Pintar
early and if you get it going on someone like a Senna especially, it can do a lot of power. You can end up with like 40, 50, even 60 extra AP. With Annie though, it definitely makes her more of a threat. But again, the problem with the Annie comp is always you need that Shojin Nashers, and you need an insane frontline. Again, that extra power will help, but I don't think that's really what you're
Level 5
gonna
Ketlin?
see. But again,
Hamba?
we're talking about a capped out Annie,
Angsat
that's a great
hamba.
augment to
Masa nggak diambil
potentially
sih?
Ambil gak
Gak
sih?
mungkin gak diambil.
Sekalian sama Garin itu udah.
Iya cuy.
Masih Rabadon Ketlin yang.
Main big shot rapid fire, Cok.
But you really do want those Shojins. They're so
Masih ngambil.
Broccoli also worth noting, he is playing.
Apa itu mau Rabadon Olaf?
Enggak, itu cybernetic value.
Siapa tahu kan biar lucu.
And is looking.
Kalau cybernetic value sekalian aja itu memang juga.
Ya soalnya, pesat.
Misi Rumble
dia
pas gua
merasa
kan
mulai
tinggal
kalah,
2
langsung pasang.
800 XP, tapi pas
Ini nggak ngambil, really?
tapi di pasnya buat dapat boardnya yang terakhir masih kurang XP-nya. Itu dapat dari mana XP pasnya? Ya main.
Main sama tiap minggu bakal ada misi baru.
Iya.
Main dapat 1 XP juga.
And we're focusing on Sasa. Needs that good streak to continue. As
ngambil deh.
ability for Humbug to potentially finish off with the
apa-apa.
And for Humbug, like you're
Apa
saying,
mungkin dia punya pikirannya sendiri.
narrative right going into this next game. He wants that win streak to
Enggak,
keep going.
lebih tepatnya dia bukan brokoli.
So good to get back up there. It's level 5 right now.
Tapi Ketlin tuh damage fix anjing.
Ketlin tuh damage menang.
Kebetulan banget itu namanya Kevin. Kalau SDL juga ngambil dah.
Tapi value-nya gedean di Ketlin.
Ketlin harusnya, masih Ketlin. Paling nanti next patch baru itu baru SD.
Remake-nya paling yang di note. Jadi tengah.
Ya, Ilala. Udah sengaja pengen lustrik.
Kalang apa?
Dia sengaja pengen kalah.
Iya, sengaja pengen
Dilemahin
kalah.
tapi maaf gua rajanya lustrik.
Malah jadi enak ke brokolinya.
Iya, si brokoli sehat banget lustrik.
Jadi sehat, iya.
That
Berapa health? 80 health, 4 lustrik. Wah, cuan banget. Anjing.
Raja lustrik coy.
Iya, sekalinya win streak rungkat tadi.
Gitu. Emang jago buat lustrik dia.
5 lost,
Win
80.
satu tuh.
People as low as 63.
Iya, win satu.
80 is amazing.
That is the dream. I mean, you're playing pumping up and you got a 5 loss, 80
Decent
HP.
sih di
That is
batu.
kinda crazy.
Now, we talked about Malala playing this Annie reroll. He has 8 Annies with this augment that's going to generate a lot
Masih
of
butuh
extra
2
power.
Sojin masalahnya.
If Annie could win a lobby, this is about as good as you can ask for.
Gets in a Mumu.
Yeah, Mumu and Echo. He's only rolled
Mumu,
twice, by the way, or 2 gold,
okay.
excuse me, I think, spent on rolls. So 1 roll
What
that he's actually
ammo.
spent so far. So I expect him to try to roll for it.
Kurang 1 ya anjir ya.
We'll see if he can hit
Iya, kurang
right
1.
now without spending too much gold. I think he's gonna be in a great spot.
That's actually really cool
my
because
God.
that means he's rolling dynamically on stage 2. He's not just saying, I'm just going to wait in AFK. And he's
Dia harus mau hit sekarang.
very fast. If he goes down,
Oke, dapat. Udah kelar deh, cuy.
Gampang.
Ada itemnya sih dia masih jelek.
Oke, tinggal cari
Ya,
Sojin. Oke, buang nggak laku lagi. Apa itu pang aja tidak berguna gitu. Lumayan juga tuh. Emang ada itu ya, emang punya unique spot deh.
Where you natural
Iya.
Annies, you had the
Dari awal.
spot, he just naturaled them, was open to the line, and now we could see a spot where this Annie gets tons of kills.
Wow.
Tons of stacks. It should be in a good spot.
Ngeri itu
But this is a
brokoli.
Yone already.
Tahu ada Yone begini.
Yone Hardstyle ya itu.
Based on his traits, I didn't see another
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. So I think
Enggak.
Enggak bukan. Prototyper. Anjing. Anjing masih lustrik juga lagi.
That's amazing.
Masih kalah lagi, wah udah.
It's a great champion, it's a great thing. But
Ini
the
udah
items are definitely not
perfect
necessarily
spot.
what you want to see on the end game, but should get him through the mid game.
theoretically,
sehat banget listrik 6.
Bahagia aja deh.
Biasa kita listrik 6 50 HP.
Rekombo.
Rekombo.
Bisa tiba-tiba menang tuh. Si brokoli.
Si brokoli.
Yang dua tadi bisa jadi carry kos 4 ya.
Iya.
Ambil gak dia?
Wih, Recom gak sih? Recom bobulator gak sih? Wis.
Holy shit, seneng banget dia. Itemnya bagus banget lagi. Oh my god. Ambil dulu guys.
Aduh, true damage lagi nih.
Nggak diambil.
Udah.
Gila.
Dah.
Anjing.
Tiba-tiba
Game apa ini? TFT.
Kuat gaib.
Iya anjing.
Mending kaca Kaisa apa Kali, itu tergantung selera aja sih. Kalau gue malah nggak gacha dua-duanya.
Yeah, as long as he can build a front line to build this board, this is going to give him a lot.
Gacha yang kali aja. Jadi kalau nggak dapet bisa ditaruh ke nextnya.
Iya, PT bisa dibawa.
Iya.
It is really interesting because we've seen a lot of second places. I've seen a number of games where
Nah, stabilin frontman ya itu.
8 Ezreal, never been able to actually hit that.
Atau nggak balik main hardstyle.
And often does lose, as you said.
Listrikin lagi, santai darah masih 3.
Ezreal does lead to a really high cap board state
Build
because
dia
you're
3
di brokoli, gue pengen lihat brokoli lagi, cok.
And then you can still farm
Gila si gacanya sih, tai.
Gila yang nonton live TFT 11.000 orang aja.
Ya, gacha dia tai, cuman kan masalahnya sisanya boardnya jelek juga tadi.
Iya.
Dia dulu.
Sisanya jelek banget.
Monster anaknya digabung sama apa? Monster apa dulu nih? Monster kayak genar gitu.
Oh man! And if he wins, we would be going to Game 7. So
I heard you like 6 games. How about 7?
We'll have to see.
He is going up against Broccoli, and that has to be a big storyline here. He's on that win streak, like you were saying, more than if it works out right for him. Great. Exactly what happening.
That Ezreal ult just deleted that board.
And this is why a lot of people love Infinity Edge onto Ezreal. The Deathblade is actually kind of whatever because you get a lot of shot. But the Infinity Edge is what really allows you to do that big AoE wipe to the point where there's actually been discussion of whether that big shot is good for Ezreal so that you can go for big AoE wipes. I'm not entirely sure if I believe it, but I have seen it happen.
Yeah, I always just feel like 4 big shots so hard to play around because it makes your front line so weak oftentimes when you're trying to fit them in. Sure, if you do hit a big shot headliner, then maybe you can kind of squeeze it in, but it always feels really difficult for me to play.
Another story to be looking at here is Malala with that 3-star
Genar Titan.
down in 7th place despite hitting that very
Kalau Helanar Genar sama Pentakil.
Milala ngambil panah, kenapa nggak nyari Sojin?
Ini live-nya buat member atau public kok? Pakai untuk public nanti ya sih.
Ya, mungkin dia prepare buat itu kali. Buang super offense.
Winsu.
Annie 3 is great, a lot of DPS. Still need to put units in front of your carries. That's always been the beginning, it's been true since the beginning of TFT.
Yeah, she needs to ramp up at least 4 casts
Iya,
before she
Winsu.
actually does anything. If you're looking at this, good units.
Paling nanti dia mau itu buang super fan.
Iya, buang super fan masukin Sojin ya.
These are not good Annie items. It's not a winning board. Like just straight up, you can't win a lobby, I think, with Annie 3 with these items.
Ini apaan?
Super fan all game.
Yeah.
So he could get to a situation.
Apa sih yes? Dia main apa sih?
Itu tuh udah make emblem.
Oh, mau main kayak si anjing.
Kalah
Oh
sih.
yes. Pegang kepala lagi anjing, apa sih ini orang?
Alasia bonyok. Paling gitu. Udah ngehit bagus, alasnya bonyok.
If he's sitting on 2 tiers, you're like, hey, find some BF swords. If you're fitting on BF sword, hey, find a tier.
The other challenge here is that, you mentioned Spellweaver, but he's already got AP from the augment from learning to spell. So exactly. So it's like you really don't necessarily go that Spellweaver route. You're looking for something with just more frontline here.
Checking in with our open bracket hero, Ashby. He has a true damage emblem, trying to go for a hardsteel cash out. Finds 2 more costs. That's a pair of fresh.
Now we've seen True Damage Emblem be so good all day, right? Do we put that on the Caitlyn? That's been the popular one. play around that Akali, so definitely has a lot of options here.
The problem is his item set is kind of awkward because you have things like Mage Last Whisper,
Jual Kaisa, ambil Kaisa.
for a lot of portion of your
Anjir.
Oh, terus demi emblemnya dipindahin.
Oh, hilang.
Even Shroud instead. So this is a
Hilang.
lot of
Ezrealnya nggak pakai mana? Oh, seadanya dulu ya.
This man is cooking up something.
Ya, mau dia rubah kapanpun juga ini Ezreal kan bisa.
Iya, 2 remover juga.
Nyebelin anjing.
Asemu mau nangis tuh. Emang nggak perlu heran guys kalau ngeliat dia.
Broccoli is really looking like he's kind of in the zone though. He's locked in.
Oh, yes. Ya.
That Ezreal is going to push him towards the late game. He's going to have an opportunity to win this tournament in this game, and he knows it because he's very stable right now. He will reach 9 this game.
Yeah, took a big risk with that recombobulator, and it paid off hitting an AD champion. With definitely a few outs there, but hitting that one definitely one of the better things he could have hit.
Sasa has a headliner Samira. I didn't see which version he hit, but he does have army building, so if he can spike really early, maybe something crazy can happen. If he hits 3's the crowd as well, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you need kind of 3's the crowd, or you need to just high roll your mind and 3-star everything. The only country board I've really seen get a first place in the tournament was one with 3-star Sett, Samira, 3-star Urgot, 3-star Amumu.
Yeah.
It's like you needed everything.
He also has Executioner Samira, which is lower cap because usually only play for 2, and the 4 Executioner's not enough for that front line to get that 5 country. So it's actually not the correct
Masih bisa.
Masih bisa harus.
Yang XM4 gabung emo.
Counternya 3 ya?
Di 5 ini mau masalah sih lo. Oh, yang dijadiin lo.
Samiteng.
Still is not any closer to that Shojin, by the way.
He also only
Ya, ada crit chance-nya lah.
came up. It said I think there was only 9 remaining in the pool. So people are holding some, people are playing some at this point. It's definitely an awkward spot.
Gila tuh Samira Tengnya.
Banget lihatnya.
We have seen backwards work and his items with so many AP.
Ah, ini orang juga punya suatu lah. Siapa itu? Noel.
Augment time. It's gonna be golden augments coming through here. Any big hits.
Couple heroic bags for people looking to 3-star their champions. We see some little buddies in the corner, always a popular one.
Any last stands or anything?
I don't see any last stands.
Give my boo.
Tambah kalah nih, gak ada last stand ya.
Oh, tempo. This is a really unique augment.
Anjing, raise tempo. Learning spell raise tempo. High roll anjing.
Annie to get to that state quicker because she gets that double cast and
Learning spell raise tempo.
Gimana rasanya spell
Itu yang apa anjir? Gue gak pernah nyobain. Gue gak pernah nemu itu augment.
Raise tempo apa combat augment buat spell weaver. Apa ya efeknya lupa gue. Coba aja lu cek.
Jadi double cast. Seingat gue.
Gue lihat dulu. Oh, augment gold ya.
He didn't get a tier or a BF sword again. He's still just sitting on that spare bow. He had to make another.
Raise tempo. Where your spell weavers cast their second spell, it's combat. Immediately cast that spell again at 80% effectively.
Oh, tiap 2 kali jadi double.
We'll have to see.
Ya.
Oh my.
Hero banget anjing.
Untung tinggal sisa trash doang.
That's the stacking AP. I wonder how much AP that.
Keren nih. Ani ajaib.
On the table for real threats in this lobby. I will say that.
Kaiting nih. Konteks Ketlin true damage dong bang, baru datang. Itu karena ini Ketlin kan kemarin habis di buff. Terus kalau true damage dia serangannya itu jadi true damage ya, mengabaikan shield. Bukan mengabaikan shield, mengabaikan defense. Kurjan turu enggak.
Lost his streak here, so now it's about how do you convert this Ezreal into something stronger, and right now we have 0 gold.
Yeah, he went
Ini brokoli dari Pantheon jadi trash aja.
As the headliner, it is the
Ya, masa mau Pantheon terus.
The Ezreal's on 3 items. He's definitely a solid board for stage 4.
Yang lainnya juga kan mulai nge-spike, dia juga harus ikutan.
He wants to look at 9. I can realistically see him staying at 8 for an entire stage or so from here, not going until the end of stage 5. Going up against a Kaisa 2, which is not very particularly powerful. Noel also, by the way, still in the
Hampir mati.
And he gets completely wiped. He's going for a level 8 at 4-5 to see what he can hit.
Yeah, he has a lot of health to work with.
Ya, kalau udah kayak gitu sih buat sekarang sampai Azul Nexus ketiga menang.
We're gonna head into the carousel. He does win this one. Good to see. His first pick could get the Kiana here. For the Zona, both great options.
Oh, Sona is available. Malalo's third pick. But Sona's such a premium
And
unit.
it's gone.
No one's gonna really pass Sona very often because she just fits in so well with her attack speed. It's just so powerful to enable many comps.
Milala harusnya kandidat menang sih itu. High roll Oakman nih.
Itu Emian nama server. Ya region gitu, Europe, Timur Tengah sama Afrika.
Feels like a super difficult position.
I think with little buddies, this Samira is gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hambak Bali setelan pabrik kah? Emang tadi dia main apa? Sebelum yang tadi barusan.
Tahu lupa. Udah hilang dari awal soalnya.
Oh enggak.
Yang kita ingat cuman
Wah. Dapat Sona juga lagi, buset.
Anjir.
Mendadak jadi
langsung jadi anjir. Langsung jadi.
Itu hambak blank slate manual anjing.
That's 5 Spellweaver, right?
Ya. Emang gitu cara transisi banget.
So he's on 5 Spellweaver, he's got 3 items.
Bedanya kita butuh 2 round, dia cuma butuh setengah round.
You're supposed to You're looking for a Kali.
Bingung nih Anin.
On the low,
kok ini jadi banget?
this is fine for now.
Tiba-tiba kontes.
He might have to consider selling his Ari.
Kok nabrak?
Kok tiba-tiba nabrak?
Kok unit gua di situ?
Perasaan tadi kosong.
Unless you kind of go for a big cat with Sona too, which is a little bit unpractical here.
Kesel lu. Perasaan gue yang makin Spellweaver.
Does he actually want to send it further and try to find this Akali?
Itu harinya apa? Spellweaver? Atau kadang?
Ya, Spellweaver tadi kok bener-bener.
That's a pretty decent item
Dipegang semua tuh hari.
Let's say another RE2. I think that's a spot where you could dare sell, but he also could have his back against the wall because he has so little HP that you can't sell because he's in a spot where he actually just lost too much HP.
Interesting. So he drops 5 Spellweaver to put in the multi items for now. How do you like this choice more?
Demi 2 itemnya nggak hilang.
But again, we know everyone in this lobby right now has to be playing.
Emang itemnya hilang mau kemana juga?
Not a first place case.
Enggak, maksudnya itemnya nggak dipakai.
Demi value-nya nggak kepake gitu. Ngilangin 2 trade.
Tuh sih itu kan, Spellweaver tuh.
So if we find something like
KDA-nya emang 4. Enggak, KDA emang 4.
Oh, KDA-nya emang 4.
And the thing with Kiana is Kiana's actually a very good blue buff user.
Kayaknya enggak deh kalau item kayak gitu.
Blue buff Kiana, and then play something like the Bloodthirster and a tank item, and that can be very powerful.
Lots of casts.
Don't look now, Ashmu. We said that there was a
Nah, itu aura faction jadi true damage juga gara-gara dikasih Alpha lah. Biasanya kan emo hitam ya.
Ashmu is also in the conversation to win this lobby.
I mean, it's such an interesting board too, right? He's playing 4 Executioner with red buff, rage blade, true damage Vex. Like,
iya sih boardnya lucu ya.
Like I said, the items were awkward. How he's gonna make it work? He's making it work.
It's so impressive to me when people can figure out these kind of situations, right? Because I think it's a really complex state of the game. Have some weird items to not necessarily have a clear line to play. He commits more to that Executioner line for now to get him time.
Ditabraknya sama Asemu.
Look at the gold. He has a lot of gold.
Tiba-tiba nabrak kan. Kesel nih orang pasti. Kesel sih.
Anjing.
Woi.
Udah mau FF dia.
Udah FF ya.
Udah dah, gonek dah katanya.
Tai lah semua katanya.
Udah males anjing dia main. Bangsat nih ditabrak.
Iya tiba-tiba ditabrak semua komnya.
Kenapa unitku di sini semua sih anjing katanya.
Kalah lagi.
Kesian banget.
Nyerah. Iya cuy, nyerah dia. Woi, tukar nggak sih bang? Mikir dulu tuh.
Tapi harusnya enggak.
Tapi Ketlin fetisku katanya kan.
Aduh, ada Piegu Edge Lord nih. Aduh, gimana nih? Aduh.
Oke, diambil cuy.
Udah ditabrak, orangnya mati, dia juga.
Dia aja pivot.
Pukul gak sih anjing? Pukul gak sih anjing ini orang?
Bang, saran combo minta TFT. Apa ya? KDA.
Bentar, kenapa dipasangnya ke itu? Kenapa nggak ke Vego? Red buff true damage Vego. Oke, kan kenapa?
Damage-nya sih gue nggak tahu, cuman nggak tahu. Nggak tahu.
Anjing sama Gelo udah nabrak kalah pivot.
Udah pivot kalah juga. Baku hantam bentar lagi ya.
Pulang dibegal di jalan aja.
Kenapa nih kelas? Bro, ke depan yuk.
Tadi lu kan ya.
Lu kan kontol.
Kasian banget.
Anjing sampai FF lo.
I feel like, you know, getting Dazzler in, getting rid of the Viego, getting some sort of two-class frontliner, getting those items in on the run is big.
Ini juga sama lagi kan. Tiba-tiba dipegang.
Ini Milala sih kasihan coba udah nge-build up dari awal.
Tiba-tiba. Menang, harusnya lebih menang.
Menang ini menang. Enggak, gara-gara itu, gara-gara ada di tanknya di sebelah.
Oh iya.
Dia nggak bisa maju, iya.
Bentar, 2 duplikator.
Yang mana?
Yang tadi. Yang Ahri headliner. Itu hambuk tuh aja. 2 duplikator.
Oh iya ini.
Hambuk plot aku mau kerja.
Bisa nih kopi. Tapi dia level 8 ya.
Could roll it maybe, but interesting choice.
That has to be it. Malala always maybe rolling for KD.
Bentar, Milala.
We'll have to see if Malala can turn that into something a little
Milala.
Emo, you know, he can make it an emo emblem as well. It's a craftable emblem.
Does he have a salvage?
Anjing Ani udah bintang 3 cuy.
Dari Forger ya.
And he doesn't have a reforger. Oh,
Anjing, Kiana True Damage.
Wah.
that is big.
Oh my gosh, massive.
It's time.
Whole game, right? So
Bro, pinjam dulu 100.
We're going into stage 6 here. He's going to transition some items over, and we'll see. Blitz 2 comes in as well. That's Shojin even now on the Kiana plus all the coming up. This is going to be a lot of casts coming out from this.
Saya melihat diriku di masa lalu, Ketlin.
Bang, pinjam 100. Aduh, di stun. Oke.
Aduh,
hilang tuh.
Kalah sama Kiana 1.
Oh, dapat item.
Dapat item sih. Wow, anjing.
Anjing. Nge-clutch FBF-nya, Cok. FBF-nya nge-clutch. Mantul tadi ke belakang.
Iya, mantul ke belakang.
One thing that I absolutely hate is on Noel's board, it's now like the third
headliner.
time we've seen it. There is an unslammed spatula that he's been holding, not able to transform it into anything.
Yeah, look at the health, by the way, of this lobby. We talk about close lobbies. Oh my God. First place is in 28, 7th place is in 12. This is still anyone's game. And remember, right now, 6 of these 7 players, if they win it...
Gak tidur, Bang. Nanti aja.
This is getting pretty crazy here. KC Double has this Akali very strong here with the true damage, but not the 6 true damage we've normally been seeing.
Super fansnya 4 anjir.
4 super fan, 4 guardian, 4 TPM.
Oh iya, oke juga sih buat kali ya. Dapat Omnifam, nama darah boleh sih.
Jebret-jebret depan nih.
Kalau yang tadi kan bar.
Tas. Anjir.
We gotta see how much health people have.
Milala, doa ini tuh, doa orang tersakiti ya. Tabrak dengan jalan.
Jalan udah sehat buat dia tuh, tabrak. Tabrak lari banget.
Next fight, 6-1, we're gonna get a very good into the lobby because we could lose 3 players.
I really want to see what Ashmu's board is now. We haven't looked at it for a couple turns. He's on a 3 streak. He actually has 20 goals.
Siapa juara, Bang? Belum tahu sih, ini masih ada 1 match lagi habis ini. Apa udah habis sih?
Satu match lagi kan ya?
Harusnya ada satu lagi.
For this competition, we talked about Six Card Diver being one of the highest win rate comps in terms of traits. And
Entah
Kevin
kenapa
Parker
ada
is
lele
streaking. He is on the low. One of the
Udah masukin ke Ziggs bang.
We're gonna see if they roll down here.
Yeah, Ashmu going to be rolling down. He has a pentakill and a true damage emblem here. I think he might be looking for that York for the 5 pentakill, but I'm not sure what he's going to go for.
Gak
The
dapet
roll down
ini.
isn't really working the
okay,
way
let's swap.
Kevin intended. Does find the King headliner, does not want to pick that up.
Ini kasih ini nggak sih si Z sih?
And the board doesn't come together.
Broccoli just hit double Sona. That is huge
Pentakill
for him.
emblem.
He wants to ramp up his entire
Pentakill emblem true damage kan
Ashmu has pentakill
dapat dari mana?
Kali. Is this good enough? He does have 2 lives.
Yeah, true
He's going
damage.
against Kevin Parker with 6 crowd dive.
Anjir. Eko crowd driver tuh. Ezlor apa crowd diver tuh?
But unfortunately, it looks now it's gonna be close to Akali healing back up. Ziggs doing his best.
Kevin.
Nah lompat nih Eko berarti nih. Gajir.
Nggak mati ekonya.
Ashmu takes a loss down to what Broccoli
Mantap.
Sih pakai adaptive helm aja, skill terus itu. Oh no.
Brokoli rungkat.
Wah anjir.
Ketat nih.
Ketat sih ini poinnya. Ketat banget.
Anjir langsung hilang 4. Langsung hilang 3.
Kevin Parker still on this win streak with 12 health here. Malala has enough health.
Bukannya tadi suruh kali dapat itu ya, tuh demikian. Headliner.
Ashmu right on the line here. We're getting
Kayaknya
Iya.
Itu dia.
Kayaknya kepleset kayaknya.
Wih, crowd diver 6.
Kepleset posisi iya.
Item.
Ya, cuma masalahnya
Itemnya sih
si
pusing
Kiana
sih itu.
All of these players
Kiana udah itu, Tiff Glove.
Iya perlu bintang 2 nih.
Ya bintang 2 buat pindahin item. Bentar. Tiff Glove-nya masuk nggak sih? Kalau nggak tap item. Ini. Jadi ini tuh yang tabrak gue. Dirungkatin sama dia sendiri.
Mampus lu Asemo, mampus lu.
Anjing, Hambok last 10 manual.
Manual. Bah, ini nggak pakai last 10 bang.
Last 10 manual.
Tadi satu darah comeback sih. Ini kita coba lagi katanya.
Last 10 manual anjing.
Comfort zone-nya hamba. Darah 1.
Darah 1 Wincon.
Anjir 700 yang nonton cok, ngeri kali. Jam berapa ini cuy? Jam 7. Ayo siap-siap berangkat sekolah adik-adik.
Anjing saling ngasih item.
Giveaway itu item.
Saling ngasih anjing.
Tahu-tahu penuh
Cuk, lempar lagi itemnya. Lempar lagi itemnya.
Menang.
Ya.
Kumbuk menang, bener cok. Wincon 1 darah.
Wincon 1 darah.
Maaf bang, lagi last 10. Gokil sih Ambak cocok.
Harusnya menangan Milala sih.
Iya Milala agak sulit sih.
Lebih gede jauh soalnya.
Dia tetap harus itu sih, ngasih tumbal buat si
Kiananya ya. Masalahnya Hambok ini Wincon ini. Lagi Wincon.
Wincon
Taruh
ngeri banget.
Iya, Wincon ini ujung tanduk.
But he made it work. He's got this Annie with that learn to spell.
KDA sih.
So much of it is about the positioning with the Kiana, right? We saw the difference the Kiana made here for Humbug in that last round. Can he actually get it onto this Alawi?
Geser, tukar posisi nggak sih?
Kita bakal tukar Kiana sama Ilawi harusnya. Oh, tengah. Dapetin Nico ya.
Oh, item bang, anjay. Lagi bang, item. Tapi nggak ada orangnya. Mati Kiananya. Anjir belum.
Aninya nggak mati-mati.
Iya gimana mau mati anjing. Aninya nggak mati. Nggak ada yang bisa akses. Wah kalah cu, ngeri banget abang cu. Anjir, aduh masih hidup. Belum cutscene.
Tiba-tiba GG gini ambak anjing.
Susah anjing Milala udah gimana ketabrak soalnya cok. Positioning susah juga.
Positioning susah soalnya dia dapetnya yang kayak gitu.
Sian Milala, ya sabar ya.
Ditabrak tengah jalan.
Got items right away at the start of that round. If it hits the tentacle, it could be totally a different fight.
And here we go, final fight of the game. Who's gonna
win?
This is going
to 1SP win kon.
everything one more time. Ari.
Wah, Ilawinya dapat item.
Wah.
Kiana mati.
Oh my god.
Oh, menang anjir. Menang, Cok.
Aninya posisinya lagi bagus.
Iya.
Bagus.
Up, gokil.
Kalah posisi anjing.
Azab nabrak gitu, Bang.
Lu nggak usah sok-sok cool gitu lo Asemo.
Di tengah jalan ditabrak.
Anjay, pose aja, Cok. Anjay. Kalah MC kita yoi. Belum anjing.
Udah menang.
Belum.
Hah?
Udah menang anjir.
Udah.
Menang. Berarti poinnya poin yang keduanya lebih gede, beda 8 ke atas.
Iya, beda 8 berarti ya.
Iya harusnya. Jadi game ketujuh udah.
Jadi nggak bisa lagi.
Juga. Wah gila.
Udah, baru gua mau pesan makan.
Tidur.
Goblok aja. Dari Aniriro.
Ini pengu Texas atau gimana sih? Ada apa sih? Tuh topi kayak gitu tuh.
Aniriro running spell sama
woi, Aniriro langsung TRS ini.
Nggak ada ngomong banyakin aja Niro, nggak apa-apa.
Yang lucunya ditabrak sama Wincon 1SP aja.
Iya. Kenapa nggak bubar sih, masih di situ ngapain? Yang lain udah bubar anjing. Itu
tuh kan celana bahan kan?
Anjing. Bang pulang, Bang udah turun kan anjing.
Itu dia habis pulang sekolah kalau langsung ke sini.
Goblok anjing.
Tempat merasa milik dia anjing.
100.000 ternyata nomor satunya guys. Mainlah 100.000 cuy.
Price pool
100.000 duit. Wih ada tertangan pengunya anjing. Ini siapa nih? Beneran kayak petinju coy. Tidur nggak Kur? Enggak, cuman ke toilet doang tadi.
Jingian plot twist banget ya berarti tadi. Dari brokoli 1 terus kepleset 2 kali. Wah,
yeah, honestly, like the entire day I wasn't playing that well. I like bought forward a couple of the first couple games, and in the last game I got like a really good anti spot. And I thought like it was gonna be like the meme where like my back's against the wall and I decided to anti reroll, but somehow I came out on top. So yeah, it's crazy.
Milala apa? Kok tadi tulisannya Kevin Parker?
Enggak, Milala.
Si Parker
Kevin Parker mah ya rambut putih.
Gitu,
iya, jauh.
Dia kelima gitu kalau lama.
Enggak bang. Medianya ngantuk bang.
Sebenarnya settingannya tadi Kevin Parker yang menang cuy. Malah nggak mau disetting orang-orang cuy. Mabar bang, mabar tidur aja sia.
Jadi pengen main gak sih ya?
Oh iya, jadi pengen main Ani gak sih guys?
Iya, Ani Riro guys.
Terjamin Ani Riro bisa push up Challenger. Ingat guys, posisi guys. Kalau udah kalah, nah Ani taruh di tempat terbuka guys.
Tapi emang Ani enaknya di tengah sih, gak di ujung. Biar dia gak banyak jalan.
Bang, Ani di depan gak jalan loh.
Atur. Cobain dah. Kalau sukses kasih tahu.
Nggak jalan, unitnya langsung hilang kan.
Kita berakali KDA hilang itu Ani. Tidak semudah itu cuy. Dia Milala tadi juga punya Ilawi kan ya?
Punya.
Punya. Oh iya si Ahrinya ngarah tentakel tadi.
They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
That missed way cost us the top 4.
Baru tahu gua ada turnya Jirkur. Wih, halo Pira. Iya ada turnya. Sebenarnya ada emang tiap tahun juga ada kan?
Ada. Ini kayaknya paling gedenya tuh.
Lebih ke tiap season sih.
Is going to claim this one.
What's going on? I'm lost. I'm dizzy. I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances?
I'm lost. I'm busy. I don't know what to do.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, "Yo, are you nervous?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hard."
Humble Remix. Gua lagi suka main TFT nih Kur. Sama Pir. Riot PA chat live-nya kudu subscribe 1 hari anjir. Iya cok. Gua tuh udah subscribe dari kemarin. Malahan kadang LOL World aja dimatiin live chatnya di YouTube. Tahun ini sih baru dibuka. Tahun kemarin saya ingat gue dimatiin.
I won the world in set 3.5. So I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Udah selesai Kak, udah. Itu yang menang tadi Milala. Alah, banyak bacot lo anjing.
I think you make it.
Milala, ini cok 2 orang disakiti.
Iya, ini 2 orang disakiti ya. Aduh, ditabrak, capek lah. Lah menang katanya.
Yang paling kasihan sampai Suren anjing.
Iya. Udah capek anjing.
Gue kira blank slate anjing.
Enggak. Dia ngeliat tuh soalnya ditabrak sama si itu.
Si Asemu
kan. Alah anjing di gini juga. Udah lah, capek.
Udah gitu dia pivot.
Ya udah gitu dia pivot udah nyanyi.
Oh, alasan dia masih di tempat tadi itu takut cuk. Takut dipanggil.
Aduh sia, yang itu udah mau mukul. Aduh sia.
From 512 players down to 1, Malala has bested them all.
Milala poinnya 20 kok juara umum ya. Udah lebih kan harusnya poinnya.
Ya kan tadi tambahin lagi 20 gitu. Yang satu tuh berapa gue lupa.
Satu tuh nomor 8.
Oke, sepertinya nobar kita sampai di sini adik-adik ya. Thank you semuanya yang sudah nonton, thank you yang sudah like, thank you sudah subscribe, thank you yang sudah super chat, thank you juga Peter, thank you juga Nardi, thank you Tongki, thank you Ilham, thank you Moja. Aduh tidur bang, iya saatnya tidur cuy. Tidur semuanya. Yang begadang hari ini nggak usah kerja, cuti dulu guys, tidur aja. Gue baru join, lo baru bangun Pir. Temen lo nggak ada channel YouTube kah? Ada Peter. air liur 321.
321. Ini bang yang ini. Tuh, menongol. Yang satu
Yang
lagi.
itu KW yang asli 321, guys. Itu yang juara Moja Kor. Wih, bener juga sih. Bener sih, kalau Moja main tadi udah menang cuy. GG, kok Moja dijamin menang Vegas Open. Ini Moja bakal songong nih nanti di Tourney ini. Di live dia.
Tuh kan aneh reroll.
Oke, thank you semuanya guys. Kita up dulu guys. See you guys. Tidur guys, tidur.
Ubar.